The rest of the crew had died. Mira was in a spacesuit clinging to the side of the spaceship, trying to make necessary repairs to the life support systems. While they rested, the ship had passed through a small asteroid field. Mira had always been a light sleeper, so had heard the small pings hitting the side of the ship first. She had been awake and on her way to the flight deck when the alarms went off, signifying a drop in life support abilities. Just like on a plane, you get yourself situated before helping others to get safe. By the time she had finished getting her suit on, air readouts were so low that no one else could have made it into their suits. She had tried to get Roger, the captain, and also the closest crew member to the suits into his, but he was already dead. With everything offline, even CPR was impossible. Mira was a glorified mechanic on this ship. Granted, she could fix anything and was an expert in mechanical engineering among other fields of study. Here, she was Mrs. Fix-It. She had had no choice and ended up jettisoning the rest of the crew. She would have liked to return their bodies to their families, but there was no means of refrigeration on board. Assuming she could get the ship working again, they would just begin to stink while they decomposed. And if she couldn't get the ship working again, she didn't want to slowly die to the smell of rot. Most of the life support machinery was in the craft. She had already repaired all of those, and her heart sank, knowing she only had one tank of oxygen left and a spacewalk to repair the one bit of machinery on the outside of the craft. Finally, with 1 hour of air left, the last wires and electronics were replaced. She checked the readout on her arm. Good. Life support systems were coming back online. She would have never been able to do all of this if her crew had survived and were also using up the oxygen tanks. She crawled back to the ship and, once safe, checked the readouts to ensure proper air quality. Everything was good, so she happily removed her helmet and took a grateful lungful of air. She hooked an empty air tank to the refill station and headed to the flight deck to do a systems check. Hopefully, she would still be able to direct the ship or even communicate with Earth. While she could drive this ship, it was not something she was very good at, and she certainly wouldn't be able to land it anywhere. Mira checked the thrusters next. Her left thruster wasn't working. She brought up the exterior camera and was able to see that the thruster looked like it had taken a direct hit from an asteroid. She wouldn't know how bad it was until she got out and looked. In the meantime, she went to storage for spare parts. After loading up a bag, she went back to the air tanks and switched out the now full tank for an empty one. Mira decided she wanted full air tanks before anything else. She set the repair bag down next to her spacesuit and attached a full air tank to the suit. She didn't want to report back to Earth just yet. They would ask her if she had done all the necessary repairs to the ship, and then likely chew her out for jettisoning the corpses of her crew. She didn't get why they would expect her to store them. She was a good 3 light years from Earth. Messages took days to receive. While propulsion was much quicker than ever imagined, communication had not kept up. Over the last 20 years, the propulsion secrets of spacecraft that had crashed-landed on Earth nearly a century ago were unlocked. The first voyage using this new technology was to explore the solar system more extensively than satellites had previously. This was the second voyage, which was to visit our closest neighboring star system, Alpha Centauri. It was supposed to take a week to get there, 2 weeks to explore and take readings, but not to land, and then a week to get back. Once all of the oxygen tanks were full, Mira went out with her tools and spare parts bag to begin working on the broken thruster. She was about halfway finished when she caught movement from the corner of her eye.
What is that?
She focused her eyes and realized it was another ship.
Oh sh! Oh sh! Oh sh!
She chanted as she pressed the button at her belt to retract the guide rope to pull her rapidly back to the ship.
Real freaking aliens! What do I do?
She panicked as she removed the spacesuit and headed to the flight deck. A strange, loud noise hummed through the machinery. Mira had never heard that noise before. She used the exterior cameras to see what was going on and saw that the other ship was right over her own. An opening appeared and then a light struck the ship. There had been some movement of Mira's spacecraft, but she felt it all stop when the light hit.
Is that a goddamn tractor beam?
Her much smaller craft was brought into the larger, and she soon felt a small jarring as her vessel was set down. There was a new sound that reminded Mira of sonar, as the noise seemed to start from one end of the ship and travel, getting louder and louder as it came to her and the nose of the ship. Once it had gone the whole length of the ship, it stopped. Mira used the cameras to see if she could see what was going on. A panel of the wall opened, and a group of beings walked in. They appeared to be speaking to each other, but these cameras didn't provide sound. The aliens were lizard-like in appearance and coloring, except they all had short hair. Were they lizards or mammals? Their hands reminded her of bat feet. They appeared to be dexterous like her own, but there didn't appear to be any nails or claws. They were a dark green, and each alien had a slightly different shade of the dark green. The heads didn't have a pronounced snout like many Earth reptiles, but more like a turtle's face. She didn't see any teeth, or at least none that she recognized as teeth, so at least that was good, right? They were bipedal and had tails. They also all appeared to have uniforms on. Mira was panicking. Part of her mind was cataloging every nuance of these aliens, while the rest mentally repeated "oh sh*" while it ran in circles. It was quite an odd feeling. The one in the center had more embellishments on his uniform, and it waved its hand in what was unmistakably a hello gesture.
It waved hello!
She gasped, and then it appeared to wait. There were no external speakers on this craft, and due to no microphones on the cameras, she didn't even know what they sounded like. She could do a scan, she supposed, but it wasn't meant for something so close. It was meant to scan nearby planets. However, she could at least find out what kind of atmosphere surrounded her ship. She would know if it was breathable, if the pressure was survivable. So she ran the scan. She watched the aliens to see if they would react. The sound of the scan was too high for humans to pick up. It was, however, in a dog's range, so if they reacted or didn't react, it would still tell her something about them. One of them put a hand to the side of its head and appeared to say something. The other two seemed to reply but made no visible yes or no symbol.
So they can hear it, but it doesn't cause discomfort.
She mumbled as she looked over the readout. Air concentrations were similar to Earth's, but the atmospheric pressure was lower. This would be like being up on a high mountain. It would be difficult to breathe, especially if she went from in the ship to out there without warning. The aliens were moving again. They found the door, and it was opened. She had forgotten to lock it from the inside after coming back on board. Mira cursed herself. She switched to the interior cameras, which did give sound and could be broadcast over. They were speaking to each other as they looked around, poking at the discarded spacesuit and the oxygen tanks. One pointed to the American flag insignia, as well as the NASA one, and the other two replied, but again made no other body movement or gesture. They continued down the hall, and the same one that pointed out the exterior camera pointed out the interior one. Their language sounded like hisses and clicks. The same one looked directly at the camera and waved. This time, Mira heard the language that went with it. She pressed the intercom button. She knew they probably wouldn't understand her either, but at least she could try. There was a click when the microphone went live.
I can't understand you.
The aliens startled briefly with a widening of their eyes. They chattered briefly to each other. Then one of them left quickly, and in the other exterior cameras, she saw it went to a panel at the wall and appeared to speak at something. Inside, the two there looked around curiously, but otherwise waited. Outside, a few minutes passed before a door opened and a fourth alien handed over a device to that alien. It then quickly rejoined the other two. It handed the device over to the leader.
What is that?
She didn't know if they understood her or if it was guessing based on it being a likely question. It moved close to the camera and then turned its head to what appeared to be an ear. It pulled the fur away from an area behind the ear, and Mira could see what looked like old scar tissue. It moved back, and the other two did the same to show identical scars. It then mimed using the device on one of the other aliens. It then pointed to that alien's mouth, and then its ear, and then reversed, pointing to its mouth to the alien's ear.
Translator.
Mira supplied. There was no reaction. They waited a little bit, but when Mira didn't appear, they continued forward, looking into each room as they passed it. Mira was still scared. She grabbed a hammer from her tool bag, as well as a screwdriver. It was a poor selection of weapons, but they were as familiar to her as anything else would be. The door opened, and she was now staring at 3 aliens who each stood at around 6.5 feet tall. Mira was only 5'2" and tiny in proportion, but still, she stood in a fighting stance. All 3 of the aliens flicked out their tongues in the way snakes do to taste the air. She hadn't noticed it on the cameras, but the rational cataloging part of her mind noted that they each had a bubble around them. It didn't seem to get in their way. She then remembered their atmosphere was different from hers, and it likely allowed them to be here in her higher-pressured spaceship. As they tasted the air, the aliens tasted her fear. Their eyes widened at that knowledge. After a few clicks and hisses from the leader, the other 2 retreated from the room. The leader then pointed to her makeshift weapons and pointed to the floor. Its voice got lower and more gentle-sounding as it continued to click and hiss at her. As Mira tried to decide whether or not to disarm herself, the controls started to beep, indicating an incoming message. She swore. She pointed at the leader with the hammer.
You, go over there.
She pointed to an area out of camera range. Mira then turned to the controls, set her hammer and screwdriver in the tool bag, and pressed a button that closed the door to the flight deck. There was startled hissing from the leader, but she pointed over to the area she wanted it to go. Go! When it moved, she took a look around, took a deep breath, and answered the call. The command center back home would be able to tell how long it took to answer, so she didn't want to cause any alarms back home. She honestly wasn't sure how the government would handle the knowledge of aliens and first contact just yet, so she would start by pretending everything was as it had been before the alien abduction. Sisveta still couldn't understand this strange creature. It was much more expressive than his own people, and the sense of its emotions were pretty universal. It now smelled of both fear and resignation. What was happening on this ancient style of spacecraft? It had at least put down those primitive weapons. He would need to know what this alien said, so used the recording device on his chest so he could review this after the alien's language was added to the translator. Even after he injected the translator behind its auditory canal, it would understand him and his subordinates, but only after it spoke and responded to him would the translator begin deciphering the new language. The video message came up. Commander Morris began speaking.
Good day, crew. You should be about a day out from Alpha Centauri. I'm excited to see the images and readings you will be sending back. Because you are so far away, and this is only our second run with this technology, let me know how it's running and if you are feeling any discomfort from the flight speed. Your families have sent videos. Any return videos will be sent back to your families, of course. I look forward to your report.
Mira wiped a tear from her cheek and then took a deep breath before turning on the camera feed to respond.
Good evening, Commander Morris. I have bad news to report to you. Early this morning, I was awakened to the noise of something hitting the sides of the ship. I was on my way to investigate when the alarm sounded, signifying a loss of life support. I hurried to a suit, and by the time I was secure, life support had completely failed. I checked on my crewmates, but they were all dead with no means to even attempt CPR. Once I realized how badly damaged the systems were, I jettisoned the dead to avoid the decomposition to potentially damage the air quality, and it took me 10 hours to make all life support repairs. Once all air tanks had been refilled, I assessed the rest of the systems and found the propulsion to be damaged in the portside thruster. I believe the damage was caused by a previously unknown asteroid field. I am exhausted and will work on propulsion tomorrow after I get some sleep. Please send my regrets to my crewmates' families. I believe I will be able to repair the ship and continue the mission. Mira Rodriguez, out.
She turned off the camera and bowed her head, the exhaustion showing itself now that the adrenaline was leaving her. Sisveta took advantage of the alien's lowered guard and sprang at it, using his superior strength to hold it while he injected the translator. It screamed in pain and held itself at the injection site as its red life fluid ran down its neck.
That damn alien attacked me.
Mira thought as she curled into a ball and sobbed. The pain was unbearable. The injection site burned, and she now had a debilitating migraine. She could feel alien hands on her, cleaning up her neck.
Click, click, re. Hiss, click, hurts. Click pain, click, go away soon. You should start click to be able to understand me. Don't move until the burning and head pain are gone and the light no longer bothers you. It's okay, little alien.
Mira chortled at being called an alien, even though to this alien, she was in fact the alien here. The noise sent a fresh stab of pain through her head, and she cried out at it.
Foolish alien, you must stay still. When you are ready, I will need you to speak to me. You must give more than yes or no answers. Your language is new to the translator, so I will not understand you at first. I will also ask you to repeat certain phrases. I look forward to being able to communicate with you properly. Your ship is very old-looking to me, but everything is all brand new. Why is your technology so old? Where in the galaxy are you from? I have so many questions.
As he spoke to her, he stroked its strange fur. How odd that it was so long and only on its head. It was very soft, like a new hatchling's fur. The alien was so strange looking at him. He saw the hardened tips on its fingers and wondered if it had toes and if they also had hardened tips. What was the purpose of these tips? After a few more minutes, Mira moved to a sitting position.
Are you feeling well?
Yes, I'm a little sore still, but the burning and pain have gone away.
Sisveta was surprised at how short a time it took for this alien to be ready to begin. He hadn't had to calibrate his own translator as his language had already been added to the collective, but he had been in pain for quite a bit longer than this alien.
I will need you to repeat a few sentences for me. It will help the translator to understand your language faster.
Okay, shoot.
Mira replied. He took that to mean to begin. He pulled out his portable and brought up the translator phrases on it and set it to begin calibration.
I do not understand. Speak slower.
He pointed to her, and she waited on the translation, and then repeated it in English.
I am in need of scale liquid because my shed is coming.
Mira bit her lip to keep from laughing at the phrase. Once she was calm, she repeated it. Sisveta also found this phrase humorous, as his species did not shed and suspected this alien also did not shed.
Mystery creates wonder, and wonder is the basis of click-click-hiss-click desire to understand.
Mira was a little confused because she wasn't sure if that was a translation error or not. She did her best.
What did you just call me?
Sisveta hissed angrily. At the alien's sudden fear scent, he calmed and soon realized it had not been speaking, its own language, but had switched to his own.
Click, click, hiss, click did not translate for you, did it?
No, but I heard the translation and I'm sorry. Being called a cracked egg isn't much of an insult where I'm from, but I can understand why it might be.
I understood you that time. I'm sorry I became angry. My language is as difficult to you as yours would be to me. The nice thing is that all translators are connected. Eventually, all who have one will be able to understand you. Now, I would like to refer to you as something other than the alien. How are you called differently?
Called differently? Oh, you're asking me my name.
Name? He thought for a moment. I think so.
My name is Mira Rodriguez, but just Mira is fine.
Your called differently seems long. I am called differently. Hiss, hiss, click.
That did not translate, and now I'm afraid to try it.
Sisveta tasted the air.
You do not smell afraid.
I mean that I worry I will say it wrong and offend you again.
Your species fear causing offense.
Sort of. My world had many different languages. It is very easy to have certain sounds come together and have them mean something in another language when they may mean nothing in your own. Even gestures mean different things in different cultures.
What are gestures?
He said the word gestures, strangely proving that the translator only had basic understanding and was still learning the new language.
You made the high gesture to my exterior camera.
She demonstrated.
That does not mean hi. I was indicating I was the one in charge.
That is a nonverbal way to say hello anywhere on my planet.
Sisveta dropped his jaw and held up his tongue. He then closed his mouth.
That is the nonverbal way to say hello anywhere on my planet.
Mira tried it.
Your mouth muscle does not look like it has much flexibility.
Mira chuckled.
I don't think we use ours for as many things as you probably do.
The door to the flight deck opened again, and one of the aliens from before entered and handed Sisveta a belt.
Stand. Click hiss.
What is click hiss?
You're called different. Was it not right?
It didn't translate.
We will get it figured out. For now, put on this belt. It will feel uncomfortable for a few minutes as it adjusts to your species' needs for breath and comfort. Then I can take you to the scanners. It will help us to better understand your various needs.
Mira started to become scared. Sisveta scented her fear.
Why have you become fearful? Have I said something wrong?
Why are you being nice to me?
Nice?
Sisveta was confused. This was standard procedure for encountering a new sentient species. This alien was his first to set up. Had he done something wrong? He started going through procedures in his mind. He was certain he had done things correctly.
If something is too good to be true, then it probably is.
You think I have ill intentions?
I don't know what your intentions are.
My intentions are to ensure you will be safe on my ship, that we can provide correct nourishment, learn about you and your people, and potentially introduce you to the Federation while ensuring your craft and you were not picked up by hiss, who would sell you to the highest bidder.
What are hiss?
Close, but I understood what you were trying to say. It did not translate. The lowest of belly crawlers?
Scum?
Perhaps. However, I don't think that word is enough. Will you come with me now?
He held out the belt to her. She took it and put it in place, and then he helped her to secure it.
This will feel uncomfortable while it adjusts to your needs. I will help you stay steady.
She nodded, and he set the control. He was right in that it was uncomfortable. At one point, the pressure was so high she nearly fainted, and then went the other way, and became so light she couldn't breathe. Sisveta kept her calm. Once the pressure was stabilized, Mira felt a prick at her waist.
Ow!
I apologize. I forgot to tell you. The belt has to analyze your life fluid's oxygen levels. It will take a few more readings that go to our medical staff. We will be going there first after the belt adjusts your sphere to your needs.
After a few more minutes, the belt flashed a small purple light.
All right, it will be safe for you to leave your ship now.
He turned to the door and walked several paces, and when he did not hear the alien following, he turned.
Are you unable to walk?
No, sorry. It was just sudden. I'm coming.
He looked into each of the rooms as he headed towards the exit. He finally came upon the kitchen.
I need you to grab a variety of food items. We will need to scan them to ensure we can get you proper nutrition.
Mira grabbed several different food bags. Even though this ship kept its own gravity, NASA still only provided the thick food pastes. She also grabbed a water bag.
Your food is all liquid?
Mira quickly explained how prior to building ships like this, they did not have gravity on spaceships, so couldn't risk food to get caught in the vent system.
That's a rather interesting solution, he replied as they continued to exit the ship.
Sisveta led the alien to the medical bay. It gasped as it saw the chief medical officer, Clarud.
Greetings and warm rocks to you, Captain Sisveta. Is this the alien that has caused so much activity today?
Sisveta?
Mira asked.
Is that how you say your name?
Ah, you understood it. It makes sense. Clarud's language has sounds that more resemble your language than mine. Try telling him you're called differently. All of his language has long been translated.
Mira nodded and turned to this new alien. He was very strange-looking. He resembled an alligator if they had human-length arms and legs. His snout was much shorter and his skin was orange. Instead of the spin ridge of an alligator, he had a short purple mohawk that went all the way down his tail.
My name is Mira Rodriguez, but you can call me Mira. Mira Rodriguez, or Mira for familiarity. It is pleasant to meet you.
Mira looked over at Sisveta, who was grinning.
It is also pleasant to meet you, Mira Rodriguez. I must return to the controls. I will return a little later. Our chief medical officer will have many questions for you so that we can learn about you.
He left, and the medical bay door closed behind him. Clarud ran many scans on Mira, as well as her food, and asked many questions, some of which were embarrassing. However, he also offered the same kind of information about himself and Sisveta. They spoke of her understanding of science, and he filled in some gaps. He asked her where her planet was and showed her where they had picked her up from.
That one there.
She pointed out when he had found her solar system.
We call it Earth.
Are you sure?
He was looking at Mira dubiously.
Of course.
She zoomed in on the land masses.
This is the country I'm from. It's called the United States of America, or USA for short.
That's a Class Black planet. The temperatures change too frequently, and most of what grows there is poisonous.
Poisonous? What exactly is poisonous to you?
Here, I have pictures.
He showed her pictures of grass trees and flowers.
Sure, some of those are poisonous to me too, but only if I tried to eat it.
She moved over to a picture of foxglove.
This is both medicine and poison. If I had a heart problem, a medicine that comes from this plant would keep me alive, but to eat even a small amount of this plant would kill me too.
I'm not speaking of eating. I am speaking of touching. To break a stem of any of these and have it touch my skin, I would get itch bumps, and if I continue, my lungs would cease functioning.
It kind of sounds like an extreme allergy. I get that way with cats, but not to that extreme. At least not for a long time. I usually start with sneezing first.
After scanning her food and water, he let her know that her food was poisonous to the crew, but the water was good for the most part. Small amounts would be okay, but there were trace amounts of plant material in it which would become lethal over time.
I'm sorry, Mira, but we cannot replicate your food. However, from the scans I have taken of you, it appears that you should have little problem with our food or hydration liquids. It is very strange how resilient your species is, but you don't appear to have any defensive evolutions. For example, skeeks like Sisveta have a venomous bite. They do not have teeth or fangs, but their mouth ridge is sharp all the way to the back of their mouths. My species, Juten, can stiffen and shoot our fur ridge at will. But you humans have no claws, no venom. Your physical strength is on the lower end of the scale. However, your endurance is among the highest, if not the highest of all species. How is this possible?
During the course of their conversation, she had learned that while most species were herbivores in nature, there were carnivores, and even a few omnivores. The fact that humans ate meat was not a terrifying concept for Clarud. In fact, his species was completely carnivorous. This was a relief because talking about predation tactics as she was about to do wouldn't alienate these new species from her. His species and all of the other meat-eating species they had encountered so far used ambush and trap predation in their ancestral pasts and had since moved to herds and even more recently to replication so that they no longer had to kill to eat.
Do you understand the term pursuit predator?
Mira asked.
I understand those separately. Please explain how you mean them.
Early in human history, we were nomads that rarely settled and planted crops. Typically, societies were hunters and gatherers. So, as a herd of animals migrated from colder temperatures to warmer ones, our ancient ancestors followed them. Many of those animals were much stronger and bigger than us, so we would pursue, wait until they settled for the night, and cause them to exhaust themselves before engaging them. This is called pursuit predation. We may not be faster, but we can run off of less nutrients and sleep than many other stronger animals on Earth.
Clarud nodded in understanding.
We also learned how to make tools and weapons early on.
That makes sense. There are other species that have your nutritional needs, and they also are in your range of stamina. However, they are much stronger and taller than you. Your people are an anomaly, Mira.
He paused and took a breath so he could change the subject.
Now that I understand where you are from, and you have told me of your mission, where is this Alpha Centauri at? We may be able to give you better information than you would be able to collect on that ancient-style craft.
She showed him on the star map.
You must not go there.
Why, Clarud? What's wrong with that star system?
The species that live there are slavers, Mira. And what they feel they cannot sell, they eat. I am very sorry your crew is dead, but I am also glad it happened so that your ship put out its distress signal, and we could come upon you and your ship.
Mira was confused because they did not send out a distress signal.
What is strange is that your planet is not too far from them. How is it that the Imperia has not discovered your people?
Two things. First, we didn't put out a distress signal.
Clarud interrupted.
All ships do when life support is compromised. Your people were copying what they saw when they built your ship. They may not have realized that the thing they copied had such a purpose. What is your other thing?
The knowledge that they may have copied tech without understanding other uses made Mira sit down heavily. She was worried as she whispered.
What if they did know?
Clarud was worried at the sudden change in Mira's disposition.
What do you mean?
Can you show me what they look like first?
Clarud nodded and brought up images of them. Mira gasped.
Greys.
Have you seen them before?
No, but my ship, as you know, was designed based on old alien wrecks, and there are stories of alien abductions and experimentations. Other people just think they're crazy or drunk too much. They aren't believed. But people have drawn images of what the aliens that abducted them looked like, and many look just like that.
Mira was beginning to panic, so Clarud had her lie down while he called Sveta to come back. Sveta had watched the interactions he had with Mira that he had recorded. He had been surprised that Mira had not told her superior of himself or his ship. He wondered why. First contact tends to be a joyous thing for new species, to know you are not alone. But Mira had not acted like that. She was more afraid at first. He had turned the ship to head back towards Federation space and was still contemplating the recording when Clarud messaged him that he was needed back at medical. Sveta entered the medical bay and sampled the air. Mira was distressed and Clarud was concerned and anxious.
What worries you, Clarud?
It is Mira, Captain. She was headed to Imperia territory. She said it was their closest star system neighbor. Even worse is when I showed her images of Imperians. She recognized them.
Show her images of Vasily and Lakshi.
Sveta suggested.
Mira, come and look at these images. Do any look familiar?
He held out his hand to her, and she took it. He guided her back to the main viewing screen. Mira pointed to the Vasily.
I think I've seen drawings of this one. People call them lizard men, or even reptilians. I don't recognize the other one at all.
This is troubling.
Sveta replied.
These three races work together in the slave trade. There are three main groups that races belong to politically. The Galactic Federation, which we belong to, believes in peace, unity, and moving everyone towards a galaxy where everyone can be healthy, fed, and educated. The neutrals believe more in a "my needs are more important than yours" mentality. They are not evil, but do not renounce evil things such as slavery. In fact, they have many that enjoy having slaves. This is more individuals than full species that do this. They do not go out and make races slaves, and even have enslaved their own people in some cases, but they do turn blind eyes to the act. Do you understand?
Yes. My own people went through having and then later outlawing slavery.
Knowing it was outlawed is good to know. It means that perhaps your people would be more likely to join us. The last group only has these three races. They are extremely violent and feed the darker impulses of the neutrals.
I don't know, Sveta.
Captain,
Clarud interrupted.
He is our captain, and should be addressed as such.
He explained gently.
It is fine for now, Chief Medical Officer, Clarud. We are alone, and this alien has had many shocks this day. We can be informal in such privacy. You yourself have only called her Mira. Have you even asked her rank upon her ship?
Sizveta chided. Sizveta tasted Clarud's embarrassment, so turned back to Mira.
Continue.
Mira rubbed her face and finally crossed one arm, rested her opposite elbow on it, and held her face, covering her eyes with that hand. Her emotions tasted strange that she had so many at once. Fear, resignation, trepidation, hopelessness, stressed. There were more, but he couldn't separate them. She finally spoke.
Humans have a lot of darker impulses.
She whispered.
What if they have helped to push those? What if some of the things we've done to each other was because of them? We have a lot of empathy. We really do. We care about things we probably shouldn't, but we can't help it. It's how we are wired. But we have so much capacity for harm.
It was like watching a puppet with its strings cut, as Mira dropped down, as though all the energy to hold her standing had left her. Clarud and Sizveta shared a glance of worry before Clarud lifted the smaller Mira and set her back onto a medical bed. He moved away, and Sizveta pulled up a chair so he could look at Mira at a more even level instead of looking down upon her.
I have notified the Galactic Federation Council of you, and they wish to meet you. Hopefully, they will help come to a decision on what to do with your planet. As you may have guessed, either your people know about the aliens on their planet and have agreements with them, or they do not. You know your government leaders best. What do you think?
Mira was about to answer when Sizveta noticed how different she looked from when he dropped her off.
Wait,
He said to her, and then turned his attention to Clarud.
do we know her nutrition and sleep needs?
Yes, she is an omnivore who needs 2 to 5 meals a day, which is determined by how much is eaten at the meal and 8 hours of sleep in a day cycle.
How long is her day cycle?
We determined that our hour cycle and her hour cycle are similar enough to...
Clarud, that isn't what I asked. How long is her day cycle?
24 hours, Captain. Why?
Because she looks like a skeetling that is refusing to attend to its sleep cycle.
He focused back on Mira.
How long has it been since you last attended to your sleep cycle?
Her eyes were still mostly white when he had first seen her, but now they were mostly red. Her eyelids were drooping, and her body seemed to have a heaviness to it with her movements that weren't there before. Mira's thoughts were becoming increasingly sluggish, and even this simple math took her far too long to figure out, so she had to do it out loud.
We each had an air tank with 1 spare, so 6 tanks. They each held 3 hours of air. Fixing the life support systems left me with about an hour left, so that was 14 hours. Then I had to refill them. That was a lot quicker. 2 hours, I think? And then I was fixing the thruster when you picked me up. I think that was a little less than an hour.
Sizveta was shocked.
I left you here 3 hours ago. You have been awake for at least 17 hours before you arrived here. Have you eaten anything?
Mira shook her head.
And Clarud, I see you ran an endurance test, a speed test, and a full skeletal strain test. Have you even allowed her to rest?
Clarud was very embarrassed as he replied that he hadn't. The human had been nearly non-stop active for 17 hours and then endured another 3 hours of testing. While that was not a full day for her 24-hour day, it was nearly a full galactic day, which was 20 hours. Most species were awake for 10 hours and asleep for 10 hours. And then he had another realization. This exhausted human had scored so high in the endurance testing, but was still not the highest. While exhausted. He shuddered at what a well-rested human might be able to do. While Clarud was lost in his thoughts, Sizveta was speaking to Mira.
You have my apologies, Mira. We should have ensured you had rest and nourishment. Do you think you can eat or drink anything?
Mira replied in the negative.
Do you think you can walk a little way so I can get you settled in your room?
Sisveta helped her up and shot Clarud a glare.
We will speak of this later.
Clarud knew he had messed up. He had assumed the new alien would say something. Mira was walking much slower now, but Sisveta understood. Just like he was talking to a tired skeetling that had to be guided to their nest, he kept up a litany of, just a little longer, and we're almost there. Once he got her into the room, he had her press her belt against the wall so that the room would now be set to her own atmospheric needs, which he briefly explained, so he could take the belt off of her and set it next to the door. He guided her to the nest, which was circular in shape, with a raised, padded edge all the way around. The interior would be soft and plush.
Is there anything you need removing for comfort?
She struggled to remove her foot coverings, so he helped her to do so. Once they were off, she instinctively climbed into the nest and was soon breathing deeply. He left the room and strode back to the medical bay to have that talk with the chief medical officer. Mira woke up with a start. Where was she? What was she laying on? What woke her up? Was it a noise? As she began to move, the lights slowly increased. She was still breathing quickly with alarm as she took in her surroundings.
Hello? Mira, are you awake yet?
Mira realized that was what had awakened her. She had heard the door open. It was Clarud that was calling out to her.
Sorta?
She called back. She climbed out of the strange-looking but oddly comfortable bed. She knew her hair was probably everywhere, but she was still groggy enough to not care. The bed was separated from a small living area, so as she moved past the partition between the spaces, she saw Clarud standing near the open doorway with a cart of food.
May I come in?
But you're already in?
Mira replied, confused. Clarud took a small step forward and put his hand up. It connected to a field of some kind that prevented him from moving further.
You must have different customs. These rooms are all made so you cannot hear any commotion going on in the halls. So if you want to visit with someone, you open the door and can enter a small area just inside the doorway. Then you ask permission to enter further. It must be given each time. Sisveta set you as the owner of this room, so you are the one who can allow another to enter. If you allow me to enter, you must say, yes, you can enter.
He explained.
Yes, you can enter.
He grabbed the cart he had brought with him and directed it into the room. The cart was similar to any food trolley you might see back on Earth, except the cart did not have wheels. It hovered at a height that was comfortable to Clarud to push but wouldn't be for Mira to push. He brought the cart over to a small table that was set low to the ground. As Mira studied it, it was set up similarly to the traditional Japanese tables. Instead of cushions spread around the table, there was a place you could sit that had a different look, almost similar to the material of the bed, that encircled the table, and there was space beneath the table for you to put your legs. Mira soon learned that the table could be raised or lowered with a few buttons so that it was at a species' own comfort. In fact, it could even have different levels if different species were sitting at the same table. Clarud brought the cart close to the table and then lowered it so he could take dishes off of it as needed instead of filling the table with food and hydration.
I must apologize to you. I did not realize how long it had been since your last sleep cycle, and I should have asked. It is part of a new species protocol to ask about needs, and in my excitement, I forgot to ask and ensure your needs were being met. There has not been a new first contact within my life cycle, and I let my excitement get in the way of decency. I will do better. He looked down and then back to the food. In that spirit, I would like to introduce you to some food that is offered on board. I didn't know what kind of eating aids your species might use, so I brought some of each we have on board.
Some of the utensils were very strange looking, and she wondered at how they might be used. She did see something that looked similar to a spoon as well as what looked similar to chopsticks, and so chose those.
Interesting. Those are the eating aids of the trick. You haven't met them yet, but they are a nocturnal species, and the only other species we have on board.
At Mira's confused and anxious body language, he replied,
All will be well. We will meet your nutritional needs. and then I will show you the features of your room. Our computers are still analyzing your life fluid so that we can make vaccines for us all. We want to ensure we do not catch anything you may be carrying, and we do not want you to catch anything we may be carrying. It was a bad first contacts before that became protocol. To those ends, I must ask you to stay in your room until tomorrow. We will vaccinate the crew first, and then I will come and vaccinate you. After a few hours, I will be able to give you a tour of the ship.
He could tell she had many questions.
Eat first. Worry about the rest after. Yes?
Once she had agreed, he began showing her various foods, told her if they were meant for herbivores or carnivores. She was the only omnivore on the ship, and let her try them. He had already been able to run scans on anything that would cause her harm, so he knew that she would be able to digest any of these foods without issues. After they ate their fill, he showed her the bathroom and how everything worked, and then to the panel for the computer system in the room. He showed her how to contact him and how to have the computer read text so that she could understand it. Her clearance would be basic, so there was no worry that she would get into a part of the computer she shouldn't.
Do you have any questions for me before I go back to medical?
Yeah, something has been nagging me. Why could I understand Captain Sveta before he could understand me?
Clarud considered how to answer. This was not a classified subject. Even children knew how it worked, but he had to ensure he was answering in line with her understanding of science, as well as in a way to not cause unnecessary fear.
You mentioned that there are many languages on your homeworld. Yes?
Mira nodded.
Are there people that can speak many languages?
Some people even make that their profession so that they can translate for people.
Do you have languages that had a common ancestor, but have developed to be different languages?
Yes, there are several language families like that.
Mira replied.
Do you think that if a person who already knew many languages would have an easier or a more difficult time learning another?
Definitely easier. I had a friend in high school that picked up new languages very quickly.
The translator we use is similar. The programming has learned thousands upon thousands of languages. That is why it can understand a new language so quickly. The other half of it is where it is placed. It is able to connect with our brains and learns quickly how to communicate. The translator already understood what the captain said. In the beginning, the language is clunky and more formal. Sometimes the words are almost correct. So, when the captain spoke to you, you thought you were hearing words in your language. Instead, you were hearing a basic semblance of emotions and intentions that were turned into words. As we have spoken together, the languages we hear from each other become smoother. This is like a computer program that has learned what you mean when you create shortcuts and can therefore do similar things before you realize you wanted to do them. The program is not intelligence. It cannot think on its own. It can, however, learn and adapt to our needs quickly. You can also easily correct it when it adapts incorrectly. I feel like I'm over-explaining this. I don't want you to fear it. It cannot make you do anything, nor is it able to listen to your thoughts. I hear that was a bad first contact. The species understood the explanations to believe their own thoughts were not safe. We do not have such a technology. It would be unethical.
He shivered at that last thought.
Please tell me I have not made further mistakes and caused unnecessary fear or harm.
Mira chuckled.
We also have program interfaces that become more user-friendly as you use them.
Clarud visibly relaxed.
Is there anything else?
When she replied in the negative, he replied,
I must leave then. I'll let the captain know you are awake. I know he had more questions for you. One of us will be by later for the next meal. Contact me if you have any needs.
Once Clarud had left, Mira headed over to the bathroom and took a much-needed shower. It was a very strange experience, and at one point she thought she may have changed the setting to D-shed, but she was clean. She looked around for a brush but couldn't find one. She finger-combed her hair the best she could, but it was long and thick. She worried about snarls turning into mats, but she should be good for a little longer. She didn't like having to put her dirty clothing back on, but it was all she had in this room. She mentally kicked herself for not grabbing at least a change of clothing when she had the chance. Clarude had shown her how to use the computer, so she began to explore it. She found a ship map and felt like she was back in college on the first day and trying to find the correct building and classroom all over again. He had set the system to New Species, so anytime she pressed a button, it would read what it was for, and then she would have to tap it again to open the file. It was time-consuming, but she appreciated that someone had thought of it. He had also shown her how she could ask the computer to find something or give a command. She was getting tired of feeling like a kid at a whiteboard solving basic equations, which made her inwardly groan about her math error last night. She pressed the appropriate button, which made a tone.
Is there a way to use you from a distance?
There was a tone in a different part of the room, and when she turned her head towards it, saw a slow pulsing of light at that corner of the room. Once she got closer, it was what the aliens had referred to as a portable.
Thank you.
She called out absent-mindedly. Once she picked it up, it activated, showing the same screen as the one on the wall. The portable reminded her of a tablet in some regards, and a chunk of plexiglass in others. When it was powered on, you couldn't see through it, but when it had been lying down, it practically blended into the table it had been resting on. A few hours later, found Mira happily looking through the available information on the portable, and even adding in some written language, so that she didn't have to have the computer read to her constantly, when the door to the room opened. Sisveta was in the entryway with another cart of food. Mira smiled, and before he could say anything, she said,
Good afternoon, Captain Sisveta. You may come in.
You are learning quickly, I see. It is a meal break for me, and I thought it was a good opportunity to continue our conversation from last night and to also ensure that you received nourishment. I hope you do not mind, but I have only brought non-meats. The Juten are the only carnivores on board, and it is difficult for me to be around their food if I don't need to be.
That's absolutely fine.
She moved over to the table and set part of the table to a height similar to what Clarude used, so that it wouldn't be difficult for him to sit. Clarude had had to raise his side before sitting down last time. They sat down, and he explained the dishes briefly.
Before we start, I just want to say that I really can do basic math. I'm so embarrassed.
You were exhausted. It would have been rude of me to point it out while you were in such a state. 23 hours is a long time to be awake and aware. Is that a normal amount of time a human can be awake?
Sort of. It's usually not by choice. The longer we are awake like that, the harder it is to do things, as you saw.
How long can humans stay awake for? Skeets will be unconscious after 17 hours whether we like it or not.
Adrenaline won't keep you awake.
The first word did not translate. What is it?
It's a chemical one of our glands will secrete when we are in a state of stress, high excitement, or if there is a threat to survival. It makes your heart beat faster, clear your sinuses, and can even allow you to run faster or lift heavier than your normal ability for a short time. If it gets triggered but you don't end up needing the boost, it still gives your heart a faster beat and makes your hands shake.
I do not believe we have that chemical. Can I have you say the word into my portable, and I will see if the Juten have a similar word?
She did so.
So how long can your people force themselves to be awake?
I don't remember what the record was exactly. I remember it was something crazy like over a week.
At Sisveta's confused look, she said,
Our week is 7 days.
His eyes widened.
I think the longest I went was about 2.5 days due to insomnia.
And then she had to explain what insomnia was. He was shocked that a species' own body could force them to stay up for so long against their will. After they ate, Sisveta asked about what she remembered of their conversation prior, and then if she had thought about it. Mira collected her thoughts. She, of course, thought of how much she should reveal to aliens, but her instincts were telling her that they could be trusted. She did have a few questions, and had even written them down with the help of the portable.
You have concerns. I can see them on your face and scent them in the air. Ask.
Mira let out a heavy sigh. He was right. She was concerned.
We have people that point giant listening devices at star systems. We are able to pick up the sounds that stars make, and even some planets. We have broadcasted all kinds of signals into space. Why haven't we encountered each other before now?
It's a good question, and I can think of a few possibilities. It could even be more than one thing happening together. I'm not sure. One of the possibilities I have thought of is that you recognized both the Imperia and the Vasili. If they had started to come to your planet before your people started broadcasting and listening, they would have the means to intercept those transmissions and give only what they wanted you to know. It is the same for any of our transmissions that might have made it out to your planet. They could have intercepted them and obscured the sounds until it only sounded like a static. The other possibility that I thought of was that our systems of communication may not be compatible with each other. Your ship style was ancient to me, but the communication system you were using was very foreign to me. That could simply be because it is something we have not used for a long time, and I do not have an interest in outdated technologies, or it is something we have never used. It could easily fall into either of those categories.
How would they be able to destroy incoming and outgoing communications like that?
That would be very easy, I'm afraid. In fact, it causes strange lighting in the sky under certain conditions.
Strange lighting?
Yes, the particles it puts out interact with the light from your sun and would create great sheets of light in the sky.
Mira's eyes grew larger than he had seen before.
You have seen this effect?
Mira nodded dejectedly.
We call it the aurora borealis.
They both sat in silence for a while, lost in their own thoughts.
To answer your question from last night, I could see it going either way. Earth governments control knowledge they think could cause fear. They knew they had an alien spacecraft that had crash-landed over 100 years ago, but they denied its existence until they had understood everything they could about it and could mostly replicate it. By the time the government released any information, they spoke in certainties.
They wish to appear confident. I think that is pretty common amongst all species.
Sisveta added. Mira nodded and continued.
On the other hand, people have claimed to see these aliens, and instead of being taken seriously, they were ostracized, made fun of, and were treated like the town drunk. So, I really don't know.
Mira smelled stressed.
It's all right. We will help you to figure it out. We will arrive at the Federation meeting site the day after tomorrow. There are many wise thinkers that can help us to handle the situation in the best way possible. Did you have other questions for me?
Why would the Imperia and Vasili do this? What is the purpose? I mean, they haven't enslaved the population, and the general population doesn't even know they are there.
I've thought of a few possibilities for that too. I hesitate to voice them because I do not want to cause you unnecessary fear.
Say them. I'm probably already thinking about them, and it would be nice to know that I'm not working myself into a panic over nothing.
Clarud has been keeping me informed on his progress with a vaccine. He has found your species to be very hearty. I think that is the right word. You are well adapted to fighting off most diseases you might get from us. We are having a harder time being able to say the same. To this end, they may be looking for a way to infect your people with a way to reduce your empathy. This is something their people would find a weakness, and it's possible that they are looking to add humans to bolster their numbers, to have you to become like them.
I don't think they will succeed in that.
Why are you so certain about that?
Humans can bond with just about anything, even the inanimate. For example, it didn't seem odd to me to thank the computer for showing me where the portable was. And I have absolutely apologized to my car for going over a bad pothole in the road.
Sisveta let out a loud hiss, but the translator quickly translated it to laughter.
How very strange. Yes, I think they would have that problem as well. It is good to hear that they will fail, if that is their intent.
You said a few possibilities. That was one. What were the others?
Sisveta took a deep breath to calm himself.
If they are not looking for an alliance, then I fear they would be seeing if humanity would make better slaves or better meat.
I think our fears have the same lines of thought.
Do not fret. Clarud believes the vaccine will be ready tomorrow, and the Federation will be able to offer answers and hope. Today is not a time for worries. From what you have said, the Imperia and Vasily have had a long time on your planet. A few days will not change things.
Mira met his gaze.
Unless my crew and I were to be their first test subjects on slavery or meat.
Sisveta hadn't taken his thoughts that far.
Let us hope that it was not the case. It makes sense for your first out-of-system flight to be to the closest star system. It is a natural place to head to. It is just unfortunate that the Imperia homeworld is in that star system. Will you be well?
Mira nodded.
Try not to dwell on it. I know it will be difficult. But if any of that is the case, you are still heading in the best direction it is possible to go.
I know. Here, let me help you get everything together.
He let her help him set everything back on the cart before heading back out of her room. It was a few hours later when a strange tone sounded on the portable that Mira was still working with. It was the only thing in the room, and if she was going to be speaking to a bunch of other species in 2 days, she wanted them to understand her. After a few more moments, the tone stopped, and the screen switched to Clarud.
You have fine-looking air holes, Mira.
Clarud chuckled.
If you like, you can set the portable back on the stand, and this screen will shift to the main one for the room.
Mira colored briefly. They had spoken enough that she knew he could have a more playful personality. She held the portable out at arm's length instead.
Better?
Clarud made a chuffing sound, which the translator turned into a soft chuckle.
I wanted to ask, instead of coming piled with food, the 3 species on board the ship tend to only eat 2 larger meals, and you mentioned that yours eats between 2 and 5 meals, depending on the amount of food. We never determined how large is large or how small is small. In a short time, the day crew will be resting, and the truck will be taking over. I know you are not used to our shorter day, so I wanted to see if you were hungry, if we were inadvertently starving you, or if you would like for me to arrange for one of our trick crewmates to bring you a meal later on.
No, the 2 larger meals are fine, and Captain Sisveta left me some water, or as you call it, hydration fluid. I will be perfectly all right until morning.
If that changes for any reason, use the voice activation and tell it to contact the medical bay. There is always someone here that can answer you.
Thank you. I probably will be heading to bed in a few hours anyway. It was a pretty eventful and tiring day yesterday, after all.
She smiled.
Yes. I suppose it was.
He made a strange wave with his neck and head, and then the communication ended.
Was that a nonverbal goodbye?
She asked herself aloud. It was a habit she developed a long time ago to either talk to the inanimate or to talk to herself out loud. She had gotten good at keeping it to a minimum while she was around the crew, but being fairly isolated in this room had her back to doing it. She settled back into the seat she was using and continued to add more English to the translator. It would say a word that would get translated into English, and then she would repeat it for the translator. Sometimes, the word it wanted wouldn't translate for her, and she would have to notify the translator. When that happened, it would cycle through a few languages to see if the language used was the issue or not. This happened a few times, and once, the program had to give the definition of a word in order to find the English equivalent. The next morning, Clarud came by with breakfast.
You look like a Juten juvenile whose spines have not stiffened yet, so they are just everywhere. How has the nest been working for you? Sisveta said that your nests were shaped much differently on your ship.
I've been 2 days without a brush. I think I'm doing rather well with my hair considering. As to the nest, that should just be the galactic standard everywhere. Best sleep I've ever gotten.
She explained briefly how human beds were shaped and what they were made out of to her knowledge.
That doesn't sound comfortable at all. How can you snuggle and care for your young properly if you must worry they will fall out?
Mira chuckled.
We use a special bed for our young called a crib. When they outgrow it, they move to a smaller version of a bed, and then later a normal-sized bed.
That sounds wasteful.
Most of the time, the cribs can convert to the small bed, and if it's still in good condition, it can get passed to a friend or family member.
That is less wasteful.
They chatted as they ate.
The vaccines are already being given to the crew, and I have your vaccine here.
He pulled out a tablet.
You must let this dissolve under your tongue. I have brought mine with me as well. I must warn you they do not taste very good, so I have brought hydration fluid for us both.
Mira took her tablet in hand.
Haven't you and the captain already been carrying anything I have to the rest of the crew and vice versa?
Yes and no. The belts we wear to maintain our own atmospheric conditions help to remove most of the contagions we may accidentally give to each other. We also have air purifiers that clean the air as well. While it is less likely for us to give each other our diseases, it is still possible. So, we kept you contained, and no one was allowed to share mine or the captain's spheres. Are you ready? It will dissolve quickly, so be ready with the hydration fluid.
They both put the tablets under their tongues, made faces at each other until they dissolved, and then drank water until the taste finally disappeared.
That was disgusting, Clarud.
Clarud was shuddering still, and his spines that made up the mohawk shook from his head all the way down to his tail.
I don't know if I should be glad that is not a common occurrence, or sad that I have not gotten used to it by now.
Why haven't you just added a flavor to it?
We can't. We have tried, and we can't. Both real and artificial flavorings cause vaccines to decay and fail.
He gave one last shake and took a steadying breath.
Protocol is to give the vaccine 2 hours, and then we can get you to your ship. I am sure you would like clean clothing and this brush you speak of, and then we can take that tour.
It really only takes 2 hours to be fully vaccinated?
What are you used to?
2 to 4 weeks.
That seems excessive. I'll be back in 2 hours.
2 hours later saw Clarud walking Mira back to her ship. He boarded with her and was fascinated to look at all the strange human things. Mira packed a bag with her clothing and then started to run her brush through her hair.
How strange,
he remarked. Mira chuckled.
Don't you have any species with long hair?
Of course. They just have never groomed it in my presence. It seems a more private thing.
Mira chuckled again, a little louder.
If this is a perverse thing to you, maybe you should turn around or something.
Is it not to your species?
No. In fact, we wear our hair in a lot of different ways. Some are intricate, and so people will make videos showing others how to do the same with their hair.
She worked her hair into a tight bun at the back of her head.
There. Now it won't get in my way.
When she turned back to Clarud, she saw that he had, in fact, turned away. It seemed it was considered fine to have your hair showing, but to groom it in front of another might be considered wrong. That was going to be a weird conversation later. Though perhaps to a species that did not need to care for its weird mohawk thing, grooming in front of another might be considered provocative. Or maybe they were just prudes. She didn't know enough about alien culture to make that determination. After a pit stop at her room to change, Clarud showed her where everything was and explained some features, such as how to tell that a wall had a screen to use if she became lost or needed to talk to someone, and how to activate it. Clarud was explaining about the lights.
This light is fine for our species, but the Treek are nocturnal, as has been mentioned before. Even light this bright would cause them harm. So, if you are walking in a hall and it suddenly becomes dim, it is not a malfunction. It means that a Trueek has opened a doorway into the hall, and the ship is accommodating them. If it happens when you are walking, stop, let your eyes adjust, and then continue.
Makes sense.
Unless you are up late, you probably won't see them. Are you ready for another meal?
Yeah, I could eat.
They headed to the dining hall, and it was like in a dream where you go to school, and you enter the building only for everyone to stop what they are doing and stare at you completely silent. It was unnerving. Clarud made some kind of annoyed gesture, and suddenly they were all moving again and talking.
Clarud, that was downright creepy.
They are only curious. They have never seen one of your kind before, and as I said, there has not been a new alien species in a very long time. They will be curious about what foods you choose, what eating aids you will use, what kind of teeth you have, and even the sound of your language will be interesting to them. It's okay to be overwhelmed. We can take food back to your room if you like.
No, it's okay. It was bound to happen sooner or later, right?
Clarud agreed and showed her through the food line, pointing out things she had tried before that she liked as well as foods that her species would not be capable of eating. There was a lot of murmuring when she also added carnivore foods to her tray. At Mira's tense posture at the new mutterings, he reminded her that omnivores were rare. They sat down across from each other, but next to a pair of skeets. Clarud reached over and pressed a few buttons on either side of Mira, and then did it for himself. Opaque, but not solid partitions went up on either side of both of them. They only went up about 1.5 feet and stopped. Mira could pick up a faint buzzing coming from them.
What are those?
She asked, startled.
Their official name is comfort partitions, but we usually refer to them as friendship screens. Skeets, like our table mates, are often discomforted by the meals of Juten, so that friends of different diets can still eat with one another. These screens were created. They block out not only the sight of the food, but there is a feature that causes a humming, you might be able to hear, which stops the smells from spreading over. There is a third screen that can be put up between us, but I don't think that will be necessary.
Mira looked around and noticed all of the areas where the screens were, and that they were not as random as she had thought. They were all where different species were sitting together.
That's a really thoughtful invention.
Yes, I understand that in the beginning of the Federation, ships were either herbivore or carnivore, and on the occasions where they had to be mixed, there were separate dining halls.
Mira felt a strange prickling sensation at the back of her neck. She whipped her head around, and the species at the other table that had been staring at her quickly looked away. Clarud looked up at the movement.
How did you know they were looking at you?
It was a weird prickling sensation that made me feel like I was being watched. Don't you have that kind of sense?
Clarud was taken aback. No one had ever reported having such a sense.
No. Do all humans possess this?
Yes. Maybe not all to the same degree, but there is a weird sensation that happens when we feel we are being watched.
She pointed over to a different direction that was still behind her.
Are they staring?
Clarud was now even more fascinated.
Yes.
Mira was obviously uncomfortable. She gave a small shudder and then bowed her head over her plate as she tried to ignore the stares she knew were directed at her. Clarud looked at the group doing the staring and bristled his spine ridges in a warning. They caught it and quickly looked away. Mira's shoulders relaxed as soon as the stares stopped.
What did you do?
She asked.
That was a Juten warning of a potential attack. We don't tend to have to make good on such a threat, but it was enough to remind them that they were being rude and to find their manners quickly, or that I would be forced to find them for them.
It was as they were heading back to her room that she realized that it was only the skeeks that had been staring and not the Juten. She asked Clarud about it.
My people are among the first that became spacefaring. Not the first, just among them. We host many intergalactic schools, and so Juten are exposed to many different races, much younger than other species. It doesn't mean that my people weren't just as curious about you. It just means that we're better at hiding, that we are also analyzing you. It might also be eye position. We wouldn't have had to turn our heads so much to see you.
I suppose that makes sense.
They were now in her room.
Thank you for the tour.
It was my pleasure. I'll let Captain Sveta know we have finished the tour, and he will be by to let you know what to expect for tomorrow with the Federation Council.
A few hours after settling back into her room, Sveta entered, and Mira let him in.
How are you holding up? I hear that the mealtime you had in the dining hall was difficult.
It felt like being the new kid at a new school all over again, except that you are wearing the wrong style of clothes or have worn your hair in a style that is out of fashion for the new school.
I understood most of that, but I think I understand what you meant.
He had sat opposite her in the small sitting area of the room.
Let's speak of tomorrow and what to expect.
He went over the way the room would be laid out, how many species to expect, the name of the current leader of the council, the names of the more prominent members of the council as well as images of them, and what kinds of questions they would ask her, so that she could be prepared on whether or not she felt she could or should answer those questions. He also explained that being the leader of the council did not grant this person more power. It only gave them the right to set topics of discussion, decide to adjourn a meeting early, or to contain discussion if members were getting off topic. This was a position that was passed to another every 5 years and was done in a rotation that allowed for all species to get a turn at leading.
Do you have any questions for me?
He asked when he was finished.
I do, but not about the meeting. My commanding officer is going to respond soon, and they will know how long it takes to acknowledge a message. When Clerud took me to my ship, I was able to tell that no messages had come in yet, but if I'm away from my ship, how will I know a message has come in?
The meeting will not be until tomorrow evening to accommodate our Nocturnal Federation members. We usually start an hour before the night cycle and go an hour over into the night cycle. This is so that we are all a little uncomfortable and no one is at a complete advantage. During the day, I can send you with one of my technical engineers so that you can relay those messages to your portable. They can also make it so that you can access any information that is stored on your ship's computers.
I think that would be perfect.
I'm glad I can accommodate. How about I send my technician to you in the morning, and you can both go down to the dining hall in the morning and then to your ship after?
Sisveta asked.
It sounds great.
The next morning, Mira was just headed into the living portion of the room when the entry opened. In walked a skeet she hadn't seen before. At least she didn't think she had seen them before. So early into meeting these aliens meant that they unfortunately looked a lot like each other. This skeet was a little lighter in color than Sisveta, with a few darker patches on its visible skin.
Greetings and warm rocks to you, Mira Rodriguez. My name is Zanatla. Many new aliens are unable to tell apart the skeet and Juten genders. Males always think it is obvious and do not think of such things. If they have not told you already, both the captain and chief medical officer are males. I am female. Juten females have a narrower snout and shorter defense spikes. Female skeets have longer tails.
She turned so that Mira could see that her tail was noticeably longer than Sisveta's had been.
However, our names will always give it away. Male names always start with a HS, and female names always start with a CLK.
Those were letters they didn't translate, but I think I understand anyway. It's nice to meet you, Zanatla. You can just call me Mira.
Mira walked towards the entryway and put her belt on.
I understand we were going to head to the dining hall first, or if you aren't hungry yet, we don't have to go right now.
Oh no, I am hungry enough to try Juten food.
She excitedly shifted her weight from one foot to the other. Mira chuckled.
That sounds really hungry.
Zanatla chuckled and continued towards the dining hall. As they were in line, Zanatla asked,
I was told you are an omnivore. Is that correct?
Yes, I understand you are an herbivore, so I'll stick to the herbivore side of the line.
Do you not need meat?
Yes and no. There are certain nutrients that humans need that aren't found in plants. However, if we do not want to ever eat meat for religious or personal reasons, there are dietary supplements we can take to meet those needs. If we choose to eat meat, we don't have to eat it every meal, or even every day. A couple of times a week is more than enough to meet those needs. I had meat yesterday with the chief medical officer, so I can eat these foods today without any worries or issues.
That is good to know.
They continued to chat and get to know each other while they ate, and Zanatla led her to her ship once they were finished. Mira learned that Zanatla had an interest in older tech, which is why Sisveta had requested her to be the one to help. Zanatla was thoroughly enjoying learning about old tech from Mira, while also teaching her how to work with some of the newer tech they had on the ship. Zanatla was fascinated by the various tools Mira used and was eager to show Mira the variations of those tools that were used now.
You mean, if a panel won't go into place, you just pound it into submission with this?
Zanatla asked, holding up a hammer.
Not that one. Not if I don't want to damage the panel. I would use this one.
Mira held up a rubber-headed mallet. Zanatla was enthralled with the shape and weight of the two different hammer types.
And it works?
She asked incredulously. Mira chuckled and answered in the affirmative.
Yours is a very strange species, Mira.
Once Zanatla set everything up, she produced a pair of items. They were very similar to the receiver sensor for a wireless mouse or keyboard. The difference was they both looked the exact same.
I could have wired you into the ship's computer system, but galactic law states that unless a ship has been abandoned or all occupants have expired, all information held on those systems is the sole property of the ship owner. In this case, that is you. I have wired in a place to attach this sender to your ship for you, and this one is the receiver.
She pointed to a place on the portable.
If you place it here, you will have access to all of your ship's systems, bar the ability to turn on propulsion or similar things such as weapons if they are on board. I didn't see anything that looked like a weapon display, though.
No. The Discovery here was only a scientific scouting ship. We didn't know there was anyone else in the entire galaxy. We searched and we listened, but never found anything.
Can you show me what your communications wiring looks like?
Mira showed her, and they were able to look without making any changes to it.
This style is very old. We have no receivers for it. It is possible a fledgling species may still use something similar, but no species we know of would have been able to hear you. It is a good thing that the emergency distress signal was not changed.
Where is that housed? We didn't add any kind of signal, so I'd like to know what it looks like.
Zanatla agreed and disappeared into the compartment that housed all the wiring, scooting on her belly. She stopped moving after a bit, and then after some rummaging, she made a loud hiss that translated like a gasp. And then she was scrambling out of the compartment.
We must hail the captain immediately.
She grabbed Mira's wrist as she ran to the main screen in the docking bay.
Wait.
She turned to Mira and grabbed at the portable and removed the receiver before turning back to the main screen.
Why don't we call him from the portable?
2 reasons. The first is that portables in the docking bay are disabled. It's a safety measure, and I'm so glad for it. The second is that if you had tried, our systems would have been breached.
Zanatla quickly contacted Sesveta.
Technician Zanatla, it is good to see you.
He stopped and noticed her agitated condition.
What is wrong?
Captain, I need you to come to the docking bay and leave your portable there. Do not bring it with you.
I will be down shortly.
The screen went dark again.
Captain Esesveta had his portable with him when he first met me.
What I encountered wasn't going to be able to activate until non-human technology was introduced to it. That didn't happen until we connected your portable to your ship. Once that happened, it infected your portable, but because all portables are forced to deactivate in the docking bay as a safety precaution, it was not able to infect the rest of the computer system of the ship.
She scented Mira's worry in the air.
Humans would not know how to do this. We know where you were headed, and we know you didn't know where it was you were actually going. This is a known Imperia tactic. You are safe.
Once Esesveta appeared, Zanatla explained what she saw. The normal device used for sending a distress signal was there, but hidden right next to it was an Imperian infection trap. The tracker was new-looking, so Zanatla guessed that the humans either thought it was important and added it, or they couldn't get the rest of the navigation system to work without adding it, which was a standard protocol feature in ships. It is possible that it was intended for the crew to fall victim to the asteroid field and die. The distress beacon would go off, and due to no one left alive on the ship, the first Federation ship to encounter the human ship would end up infecting their own computers when they connected to the human ship. Or if the humans survived, it's possible the Imperians would take the humans and then set the ship adrift, for some unsuspecting Federation ship to, again, collect it and infect themselves.
We will need to get you a new one of these. Unfortunately, I must destroy this one.
Sisveta explained, taking the portable from Mira.
Zanatla, go and get the sender from the ship. It's been compromised. Any of our wires or adapters as well as the tool set you used.
She raced off to do as he said.
Why her tools?
The trap will infect and hide out within anything that is not human tech. That reminds me, all 3 of our belts will need to be replaced. It activated only when new tech was used directly on the ship. That's why my belt was fine until I got close to your portable now. Our tools, as you saw, are not used with muscle or mechanical movement. Ours use technology to do everything your basic tools do. If I need to remove a screw, I can point a Cliic at it, press a button, and the screw will loosen until it falls into a hand or the ground. Then, the infection spreads to any other tech, regardless of whether they touch or not. The only reason this screen was not affected is because it has a special seal that keeps it separate from this room, but is still usable while in this room. A technician might be able to explain it better. We are just lucky we didn't have any other ships in this bay. If we had, they would have all had to be destroyed.
Why would the infection not infect human tech?
Mira asked.
It's because of where it was. It was using human tech as its host, so won't infect human tech. It would have been installed using human tech. So once we remove the items that have been infected, we will all go back, and you will have to show her how to use your tools. She will use them to put the device in a containment box that is like a smaller but more powerful version of the docking bay. It will be unable to infect anything outside of the box, and the box itself creates a null effect, so it cannot even infect the box. We can then safely handle the device and bring new tech back into your ship and set it up like we wanted to do originally. It's just going to be a few extra steps now.
Once Zanatla returned with the items, Sisveta went to a locker along the edge of the room and removed a spherical device that was large enough to put the portable and odds and ends from the ship, as well as the tool set inside. Zanatla explained,
That spherical device will contain the infected items, and the captain will put it into an incinerator. Once I contain the infection trap, we will have to do the same with our belts. The captain will stay so that he can help us with the belts, you, more than me. This bay is set to skeet preferences because there are more skeets in this bay than any other species at the moment. It's to help the belts conserve energy. I will be fine without the belt, but you will feel lightheaded, and your gravity is greater than ours, so you will begin to float immediately. When we are ready to do this, I will have you take a deep breath before we remove the belt, and then the captain and I will tow you to the main hall where there will be a belt waiting for each of us.
As she spoke, both skeets were removing their belts to add to the incinerator, while Mira kept hers on. Sisveta added,
Everything will be just fine. Your endurance test showed that this should be easy for you.
The procedure went as planned. When the device was safely stored, they got into place at the exit of the Discovery. Zanatla took hold of the belt, ready to remove it, and Mira took a deep breath. Zanatla quickly removed the belt and took off running towards the incinerator, while Sisveta grabbed a hold of Mira's wrist and dragged her behind him. With the lighter gravity, Mira quickly used the moon hop and passed Sisveta quickly. She had to wait a few moments for him to catch up, and they went inside together. The hall was still set to skeet atmosphere, so they were lucky. The Juten gravity was higher than the skeets, but still lower than the human gravity, but it would have made movement more difficult for Sisveta. Mira was holding her nose to keep herself from taking a lungful of the lower atmosphere, which would cause her to pass out at this point. Sisveta grabbed a belt, pressed a button, and said,
Human Mira,
and then put it on her. Her sphere immediately formed without her having to go through all the settings it had previously. She had completely forgotten how that was the first time and was immediately grateful these belts had memory settings. Mira took a deep breath, while Sisveta set up his own as well as one for Zanatla, who entered the hall shortly after.
Oh, I'm so glad it wasn't set for Jotun.
I am as well.
Sisveta replied and then quickly explained the differences to Mira.
That makes 3 of us then.
This is very troubling. The Federation will need to know. Zanatla, I trust this will remain between the 3 of us until after the meeting tonight. There is no point in worrying the crew until we already have a course of action.
Of course, Captain. Now that the ship has been detoxed from the infection, if you do not mind, I can set up everything as we were intending to, and I can bring a new receiver to Mira to connect to the new portable she will be issued.
Yes, I think that will be good. It is getting late. How about we have the evening meal, and then you both can head back to do that? There should be enough time before the meeting tonight.
This was agreeable to them all, so they headed to the dining hall together. Dinner went fine, and Sisveta let Zanatla and Mira know how much time they had before he needed to present Mira to the council and where he could meet her.
It won't take us much time to do this, now that we have already done it once. I will make sure Mira is there on time.
They headed to the technician's supply closet and signed out a new portable for Mira. Zanatla had known they would be working in the docking bay, so had not brought her own portable, as it would be useless while there. She also picked up a new tool set that she would be able to replace the docking bay's set they had to destroy, as well as the parts she had needed for the setup. Once she had them in hand, they headed back to Mira's ship. What had taken a few hours to do before was now able to be done in a half hour, now that everything they needed to get to before was exposed and prepped. Zanatla was also able to show Mira the distress signal beacon. Zanatla explained how the navigation systems they had copied wouldn't work without this part.
That makes sense. I knew there were things we didn't understand how or why they worked, but that they had to be included in order to make the ship work. It was good to get that mystery resolved.
They spent a little time in the Discovery chatting more and getting a better understanding of each other's culture. When it was time to meet up with the captain, they went.
How did you like meeting your counterpart technician?
Sisveta asked.
It was different. In some ways, it was like being a new engineer working with an old pro who has worked on everything. But in others, it was like working with a normal peer. It was fun to be able to both learn and teach, even if what I was teaching was ancient to her.
I am glad you enjoyed each other's company. I could tell that Zanatla was having a good time.
They were now heading off of the ship. They were at the very end of any species that would enter the building. The first to go in would be the nocturnal. They would enter the council chambers first, and they had a special enclosure within the chamber that had very low lighting within it, and the exterior of it was made of darkened glass. This allowed the daytime species to still be able to see while keeping the nocturnals safe from the bright light. Once they were settled, they would press a button that would raise the lighting and make a tone outside the chamber, alerting everyone else they could enter. Mira and Sisveta would be waiting until they were specifically called in to speak. Because this was an emergency meeting, they didn't need to wait while other business was talked about, so it was only a few minutes after the meeting began that they were brought in. There was a dais at the open end of a horseshoe-shaped stadium seating chamber. There were many species here, but there weren't so many rows that anyone became hard to see.
Sisveta, son of Stadal, captain of the Galactic Federation destroyer Black Hole, please tell of the events that have brought you and this new alien species to this council meeting.
Commanded the speaker. The speaker was very tall and spindly-looking. She had 4 spider-like legs and 2 more limbs that acted like arms. Her head didn't have a discernible nose, had 4 obsidian-colored eyes, and her mouth had little tiny arms in front of it like a crab. Sisveta had shown her pictures of the speaker as well as the members of the council that tended to speak more as well as their names and species names. While Sisveta spoke, Mira racked her mind. She's a Quix. And her name is Chris? No, that's the name of the Juten. But it was similar, wasn't it? Syrixa. That was it. Sisveta had mentioned that the Quix all have an X in their name. Well, he called it an SSS, I think. Mira focused back on what Sisveta was saying while looking at the assembled council. She noticed small shifts here and there. When he said where Mira came from, She could see more glances towards her as well as open stares. She also noticed a few outright smirks. Compared to some of these aliens, she certainly didn't look like anything to write home about. He also directed them to look at their own portables as Mira's diagnostics had been sent to everyone. Mira could tell they had not looked at it prior to now. Politicians are the same, everywhere it seems. There were several more species looking at her more closely, looking down at their portables, and then back up at Mira.
Are these readings accurate, Captain Sveta?
That one is Chris. Mira smiled.
They were taken by my chief medical officer, Klarud. All of the chemical analysis is correct. However, the endurance and strength testing are likely incorrect.
There were visible signs of relief. And then Sveta completed the sentence.
Because she had already been awake for roughly 20 hours, with little rest or nourishment due to having to make repairs to her ship's life support systems. Alone.
There were a few gasps and other noises of disbelief.
Due to other concerns, we did not feel a need to make her go through the testing again.
Other concerns?
Chris asked. Sveta then told them where Mira was headed prior to the ship being damaged. This caused many noises of outrage and even accusations that the humans were joining the Imperia. To this, Sveta pulled out his portable, tapped in a few commands, and then on a large screen behind her and the captain that she hadn't noticed upon entering was a recording of that encounter from when Mira showed Klarud where she was heading until Sveta referred to her as a skeetling neglecting her sleep cycle.
Mira does not know if her government knows about the aliens hiding on their planet or not. I do know from what Mira has told me, the Imperia have set up a scrambler which has blocked any Federation ships from picking up Earth signals and Earth from picking up any foreign signals. Mira states that they thought it was what they refer to as a natural wonder and even named it.
He sighed and then continued.
There is more. One of my engineers was helping Mira to have access to her ship records and stumbled upon an Imperian infection trap. We were lucky that we only lost a portable, some electronics, 3 belts, and a tool set. We are here seeking guidance for the humans. Under Federation law, I remind you that Mira is not a government official, negotiator, ambassador, or is in any way a voice for the human species. She can only speak for herself and speak through her own experiences.
He stepped a few paces to the side to allow Mira to take the center of the dais. She knew that Sveta had said that, at the end as a reminder that nothing she said could be used as a binding agreements for her whole species. Sveta had made sure she knew what her rights were, what they were allowed to ask, and what he would need to tell them. It was Mira who has suggested the recording when she learned about the slaver races. One of the first things Klarud had told her was that all that was said or did in the medical bay was recorded, so that if any misunderstandings happened, there was proof of all that occurred.
Are your species one government or many?
Asked a species as Sveta had not prepped her for. Mira would have called it mammalian. There was certainly hair. It looked like it might reach her collarbone in height. 2 legs, 2 arms, no tail. The nose was a bit flatter, like how a capuchin monkey's nose was. The hair was short and covered its entire body to the point that if it had clothing of any kind, it was not visible. Even George Lucas did not prepare me for this.
We have many countries that each have their own government, but most of those governments belong to a United Nations. The United Nations is not a ruling body, but they help to maintain peace between countries during disputes. They can also apply pressure on their members to end situations that the rest of the members don't agree with.
There were other questions that were to clarify the test results, as well as questions about population.
I do not know the current population of the Earth, or even of just my own country.
Questions about military.
I am not authorized to speak about the militaries of any country on my planet.
How long humans had been exploring space.
Through telescopes, several centuries, but physically, approximately 100 years.
She was allowed to move back to where Sveta stood. They were both excused while the council debated with each other. The hall was quiet. Mira grasped her hands so that it would not be as obvious she was coming down from an adrenaline rush.
How are you feeling?
Sisveta tasted the air.
Nervous. I don't usually have to speak in front of so many people.
You get used to it when you lead. It was very nerve-wracking when I commanded my first ship. Unless you crash the ship, no one remembers the little mistakes. I was very happy when I didn't crash the ship.
They chuckled together. It seemed to take nearly the entire time allotted to the council meeting, but it was decided that Sisveta would meet with another Federation captain whose crew was peopled by other species who were all from Class Black home worlds, and Mira would be transferred to them. This crew's captain would be authorized to act as ambassador. As they walked back to the ship, Mira's portable beeped, which notified her that there was an incoming communication from her ship. Sisveta guided her into an empty room so that she could answer it. Once inside, Mira took a deep breath and then answered, glad it was only a recording. Commander Morris was red-faced with anger.
Chief Rodriguez, how dare you desecrate the bodies of your colleagues? You're a goddamned machinist, mate, and you're telling me you couldn't seal off a room and drop the temperature to preserve them.
He went on in this vein for a few more minutes, and then ended with,
I want a full report of damages to the ship and how you have conducted yourself. See that I don't speak with your commanding officer and have you bumped down to a base engineering aide.
When the video went out, Mira scoffed.
The ventilation system would have needed a reroute in order to do what he said, and I would have had to fabricate the parts from scratch with zero materials. I was lucky I was able to repair the life support systems from scratch with what I had on board.
He is not your commanding officer?
For this mission, he is. When we first started to go into space, they used members of our military with flight experience. Since then, NASA trained their own people. As we started unlocking and reverse engineering the crashed vessel, a new branch of military was created. However, this voyage was not a military voyage, but an exploratory voyage. NASA can bring some of the greatest engineers together, and they do. But for this voyage, they wanted an engineer that could think on their feet should there be emergencies. I am a member of a branch that deals in the kind of ships that are in water, not air or even space. However, a naval engineer must be able to think on their feet. I tested among the highest with a number of tests, like my ability to not lose my lunch under higher G-forces. Being as small as I am helped, too. A larger person would have a harder time getting into some of the spaces on the ship.
Small?
This was not a topic that had come up. It was also fairly rude to ask a new species if they were the runts of the litter. Mira laughed.
Humans come in all sorts of sizes. I'm on the shorter end of that spectrum. My fiancé has about a foot on me.
Sisveta was confused, so she showed with her hands.
He's about this much taller than I am.
He? I don't understand. A word didn't translate. You're what?
Oh, if two humans like each other and decide they want to permanently live with one another, they will announce an engagement. The people in that engagement refer to each other as their fiancé. We both got permission from our commanding officers, so we will get married soon. We were planning on after this mission to get together, to go over details better, and finally set a date.
That sounds complicated.
Sisveta replied.
It can be.
She agreed. It was going to take a few days for Black Hole to meet up with the other ship. It was another destroyer named the Meteor. Sisveta let Mira know that her ship would need to be able to travel. She would need to be able to pilot her ship from the bay it was in, move out away from Black Hole, and then the meteor would pull her ship into itself with its own tractor beam.
I believe you were working on your ship when we came across you. Is it flight-worthy?
No, at least one of the thrusters is damaged, and I need to respond to my commander.
She replied.
I'll have Zanatla come by in the morning to help you work on your ship. You would be able to return a message as well. Have you decided how you want to broach the subject of alien life to your people?
I have. I think that I don't want them to know until we are hailing for a place to sit down. Captain, humans tend to think the worst when they get left with their thoughts for too long. We call it an echo chamber. It will take us a few days to meet up with the meteor, and then several more days to reach Earth, I assume. That's a potential week to panic, and a potential week for the Imperia to make their move. I think that to give them that time would be a mistake.
Sisveta was happy that Mira had made the decision to wait. He was also worried that the Imperia would intercept her transmission and make the first move. Humans were not a part of the Federation, so he could not interfere with her decisions. He could offer advice if asked, but could not offer it simply because he wanted to. The next morning, Zanatla picked Mira up for breakfast and then headed to the docking bay. Mira knew that this was to give her someone to ask questions, as much as for them to keep track of the alien. No alien would have been allowed to wander free on a military ship back home, so she didn't take offense. Back on board her ship, Mira grabbed the parts bag she had been using to fix the thruster, added a few more parts to it from the supply closet, and grabbed her tool bag.
Do you use ladders, platforms, or something else to get to high places to repair things?
Mira asked. Zanatla grinned.
Something much better.
She guided Mira out of the ship and then showed her the buttons to press on her belt.
You forget that our belts also control our personal gravities.
Zanatla began to float. She then used her hands and feet against the ship to push herself into position near the damaged thruster. Mira pressed the buttons as she was shown and felt that zero-gravity effect. She maneuvered herself as Zanatla had done so that she didn't float past the thruster.
Here, I'll be your anchor.
Zanatla offered. She undid a small piece from her belt and attached it to a spot on Mira's belt. She suddenly felt like Batman with his utility belt. It took a few hours to make the repair. Had Mira been doing it alone, she would have been done much faster, but having someone to talk to like this did not lend itself to efficiency. It wasn't like Mira had anywhere to go, so taking longer to do the repair didn't bother her. Once finished, they used the ship to crawl back down closer to the floor, and Zanatla showed her how to go back to her own gravity and drop down to the bay floor. Mira envied Zanatla her tail. It clearly helped the skeet with balance. Once inside the ship, Mira ran another system scan. Everything came back clear.
I should be good.
You should still do a test hover, as well as a movement check. This bay is large enough and your craft small enough that it could be done. I will go inform the captain of the test.
Before Mira could say anything, she was gone. It was only a few minutes before she returned.
Captain Sisveta has given his permission. He would have been notified of such movements, and it is not good to make your captain worry.
Right.
Mira turned to the controls and contemplated them. Technically, she could fly this ship. Technically, a 12-year-old can drive a car. It's just not in your best interest to be anywhere near them if they do.
You haven't piloted this before, have you?
No, I've seen it done, and if we were out in space, I wouldn't be worried.
Mira replied.
Then it is good you have me. I have test piloted many smaller vessels such as this after repairs. You will need to translate the words on the controls, but I don't see this as being too difficult.
Her tail seemed to wave in what Mira translated as excitement. As she set the ship up to power up, she explained what she was doing. This part Mira understood, but it was still nice to hear it from another perspective. Zanatla had the craft lift to hover, had it turn, moved it forward, had it turn the opposite way, and then move back to the spot it had been in. She then tried a reverse, moved it back to the starting position, and then set it back down.
The control felt a little clunky to me. Did it feel normal to you?
Yeah, it felt normal. Thanks for showing me. I'll need to be able to move this out of the docking bay and into space, and I'd like to not cause damage while doing that.
I can set you up with a simulator. Creating the program won't be that difficult. I would be able to utilize parts of simulation programs already available, and then just match the controls to what is here. You would just need to ensure you add your written language to the translator, so you will see your words instead of my words on the screen.
They moved back towards the main screen for the docking bay, and Zanatla sent a message to the captain that the testing was complete.
I'd really appreciate that. I still need to send a message back to my commander.
May I watch?
I don't plan on saying anything that would be secret. As long as you stay out of the camera view, we should be fine.
Once they were back in the ship, Mira pulled out a cart and began loading it with everything from the supply closet and then dropping it off at the control room, arraying like items with each other. It only took 2 trips, the last containing being a mostly depleted spool of wire. Had she run out of that wire, she would have likely died as well. She had wanted more items for the supply closet, but had been denied due to weight and space available. As she was doing this, Zanatla could only understand a few words here and there. She was pretty sure Mira had switched to another language at some point. There was no way that at this point there would be that much of her language that hadn't been translated.
That stupid son of a bitch thinks he has any clue what I can and can't do with this pile of shit. He needs to take his head out of his ass real quick.
After that, Mira visibly calmed. It was rather frightening to see and scent her anger so strongly, and then have it all disappear in a moment. She scented the air again. Now it just scented of authority and calm, but not a normal calm. Mira took another deep breath and then directed Zanetla on where to stand. Once Mira's attention was to the controls, she pressed a button on her jacket that would record the exchange. Sisveta would be interested to know what was said.
Good morning, Commander Morris. You required a detailed accounting of my actions, and it took a little while to ensure I was giving you all the information you would require.
She tapped a few buttons, and there was a new screen in front of her, instead of seeing Mira reflected in the viewer.
As you can see from this ship schematic, these markings here are the ventilation systems. These are where the wiring is for system controls. This is the wiring for auxiliary power, and this is the wiring for the life support systems. I suspect this part of the ship is where you would think I could change into a refrigeration room, however, due to this system here.
She marked a part of the ventilation system.
That would be impossible to do without a hull breach. This would tax the life support system, and even returning immediately would not ensure I could return home. You likely are now thinking that I should have been able to fabricate a way to do this.
She changed back to the camera mode instead of the presenting mode.
Here is everything that was left after my necessary repairs were made. You also have a list of all replacement and repair parts that were in the ship's supply closet. With your master's degree in thermodynamics and minor in material science from the United States Merchant Marine Academy, as well as your certifications as a certified systems engineering professional and a master's certified electronics technician, please explain to me in great detail on how you would use these parts to fabricate the necessary systems to turn any room into this ship into a space cold enough to stop decomposition without also putting undue strain on the rest of the ship. In addition, I would also like to know why it was that we have the location and trajectory of every piece of space rock larger than a basketball from Earth to Alpha Centauri, yet did not have that asteroid field mapped out, because I have a few choice words to say to them. I would like to report that I have completely replaced the life support systems due to an electrical shortage that fried every single life support wire and panel relay, as well as replaced the necessary parts in the port thruster. The ship is back to normal handling. Chief Machinist Mate Mira Rodriguez out.
She ended the recording and breathed out a sigh of relief before turning back to the parts and loading them all back up and getting them into place in the supply closet. As she cleaned up, Zanatla turned off the recorder and moved out of the place she had been directed to.
He doesn't have those credentials, does he?
Mira chuckled.
No, his credentials would be in a very different field. I can't remember what they are at the moment, but I do know it wasn't in engineering.
Soon enough, everything was packed up.
He'll probably send for a disciplinary action on my return, but then he would also have to hand over the recording to prove it. My commanding officer and his superior both like me too much to do it blindly, considering they are both vastly more experienced than I am. It's possible they might have thought of something I didn't, but to be able to do it under duress and in the moment would be extremely unlikely. The additional parts I had requested would have probably been able to do it, though. It was my commanding officer that helped me to come up with the list in the first place. He was also unhappy. The additional parts had been denied. They called him paranoid, and he called them short-sighted. I hear it was a beautiful argument,
Zanetla chuckled. She also understood how different departments might not fully appreciate the more technical departments like hers until she came up with a miracle when it was suddenly needed. Captain Esesveda was a good captain, and Zanetla was thankful each year she was able to serve with him again. The next day, the simulator was ready, so Zanetla brought Mira to her own room in the ship. This room looked much more lived in. There was what looked like a glass-topped desk that faced the main screen. This is where she directed Mira to sit. Zanetla adjusted the desk, and Mira saw that it was a giant digital keyboard which soon took on images that looked much like the control panel of her ship. When she looked up, the main screen looked like it was in a bay.
This is amazing. You did this in one night?
It wasn't that hard. Many systems were already created. I only had to make some minor adjustments.
Mira knew when someone was downplaying what they accomplished.
Take the praise. You deserve it.
Zanetla was flustered and quickly began to go over the controls. After a few hours, Zanetla declared Mira to be a natural.
Thank you for being such a good teacher.
I don't want to have to repair anything you may break.
She chuckled and Mira joined in. It was an uneventful day and a half before Black Hole met up with the meteor. The evening before, Sisveta had gone over the species names of the crew she would be going to, as well as the names and ranks of some of the people she would likely be working closely with. They were getting ready for the transfer when Sisveta asked,
How is your echo chamber?
He tapped his head. Mira smiled.
It's been pretty quiet. Thank you for assigning Zanetla to be my babysitter. Her company helped to keep out the worry.
Was it so obvious?
It only made sense to have someone always in the company of the alien on a military vessel. It would have been the same if our roles had been reversed, and you were the stranded alien in our system. I hope I didn't keep her away from any needful tasks.
You didn't. Feel free to contact either of us. I had Zanetla set us both up as contacts, as well as Klarud. You may feel more comfortable to speak to someone you have been around longer, or you may have questions that you worry will cause offense. If you continue to add your written language, you will be able to send written messages instead of video calls if you wish it. I wish good fortunes to you.
Thank you.
Mira took a breath and headed to her ship. She was given a signal to start up the ship, and once she was hovering, the bay doors were opened. She headed forward, cleared the doorway, and headed deeper into space. After she was about 200 yards out, she saw the other destroyer some ways away still. She headed in that direction, and after another 400 yards or so, the light of a tractor beam enveloped her ship. She took her hands off the controls and let the meteor haul her in and set her down. Once sat down, she turned off the engine, gathered her things, and headed to the exit. Sisveta had told her to open the door and then wait for the crew to come to her for her safety. She opened the door and waited at the threshold. She heard their voices first, and then the sounds of their feet on the floor. She knew that they would be much taller and larger than her, but being told this and seeing it for herself were worlds apart. It was also strange to see old, legendary creatures in the flesh. You know that old fringe theory that octopi were aliens because they didn't follow any other branch of evolution? They are. What we know as octopi are actually a primitive and devolution of the descendants of criminals. That was Mira's first shock. The Flexusri had used ancient Earth as a prison world in much the same way Australia had been intended as a prison colony. They no longer held any kinship with our octopi and were now very separate species. The second shock was that gargoyles were real. They weren't squat or ugly dog beasts either. Oh no, they were 7-foot tall, winged like a bat-gray bipedal beings with gray skin. And no, they didn't turn to stone during the day. In fact, despite being gray, they didn't look stony at all. How did gargoyles, no, I'm sorry, Drala get on Earth, you may ask? Because Mira sure did. Sisveta wasn't sure, but believed it may have been a crash landing. Several centuries ago, Earth was not known to have sapient beings on it, so it could have easily been a scouting trip. And knowing humans at that time, the Drala would have been seen as demons. Maybe they helped someone, and that's how they became church guardians. Who knows? It was nearly maddening to be confronted with so many legends at once. The third shock was, of course, the Asili. They were a nocturnal species that Mira recognized as a damn big foot. Sisveta believed the Asili were seen on Earth much the same way as the Drala. However, because they were a more recent legend, he believed that after that grainy image surfaced, the Imperia would have hunted them down and disposed of them and their ship. Mira took a deep breath. It wasn't every day you meet gargoyles, big feet, and giant sapient octopi. A Drala and a Flaxusri came into view. The sphere around the Flaxusri had a mist within it. The species was comfortable in water the most, but could spend time on land. Like a frog, however, their skin would dry out over time, so on their own world had a lightweight harness that sprayed them at intervals. In space, however, it was easier for the belts to maintain their sphere with a mist. They walked on 4 of their tentacles and used the other 4 as arms. Thinking too hard about the genetic differences between the Flaxusri and Octopi made her head hurt. Biologists back home will have a field day. That might not end well. She made a mental note to let them know about the potential issues. While non-binary humans were more common and accepted these days, she had to remember that Flaxusri were always they-them because their species were hermaphrodites. That was a fun conversation to have with Sisveta. The Drala looked at Mira, looked down at his portable, and then back up at her. He finally spoke.
You are an adult of your species?
The Flaxusri smacked the Drala with a tentacle.
Were you raised in a...
Mira didn't know what it was, but mentally replaced it with barn. They gestured to Mira.
Come on down.
Once she was standing near them, the Flaxusri continued.
I am Rear Admiral Vebi, and this mannerless fool is my Lieutenant Commander Fennis. Come, let us welcome you to the Meteor. Captain Sisveta says you are Chief Machinist Mate Mira Rodriguez of Earth. He said you frequently drop your rank and just go by Mira. Is this correct?
Yes, my rank is a bit of a mouthful and seemed silly to enforce it in a place so far from home.
It is rather long, but you earned this rank, did you not?
She nodded.
How about a shortened version?
CMM Mira, it's the initials of the ranking with my first name.
First name. Yes, this is something Captain Sisveta mentioned. We use son of, daughter of, or spawn of in place of your last names. There is an even longer version that includes our planet and landmass names, but these are typically dropped in favor of ending with just our own names. When we are in space, it makes giving orders quicker.
Mira chuckled.
I can understand that. We frequently will also be given a middle name, and you only hear all 3 of your names when you're in trouble.
They were heading out of the docking bay and traveling down a hall.
Ah, yes. There is nothing worse than being a spawning and having your full name called out by your birth giver. It made everyone swim home in a hurry.
Okay. No. They may look strange and sound strange, but it's like talking with an old friend. Are they usually so personable? Fennis has barely said a word besides calling me small.
What are your thoughts, Lieutenant Commander Fennis?
Rear Admiral Vebi asked.
Are we sure she comes from a Class Black planet, Rear Admiral? I don't mean offense CMM Mira. Your file says that your species has no natural defenses. Your claws are blunt and thin, your fangs are small and blunt. I just don't see it.
Mira smiled, an almost predatory smile, as they both looked her over.
How long is your galactic day? I understand it can change from ship to ship based on species needs.
Vebi answered.
We are also a 20-hour ship.
Chief Medical Officer Clarude did my physical testing after I was already up for about 20 hours with little food or water in that time. My species is used to a 24-hour day cycle. Those readings are not accurate. That is how my species survived on a Class Black planet.
Fennis looked Mira up and down.
I don't believe it.
Vebi smacked Fennis again.
Humans are a lot tougher than we look.
Don't mind the Lieutenant Commander. He had a long day and an early morning. I'm sure he'll remember his manners by tomorrow.
Vebi cut in. Fennis had the good grace to look uncomfortable.
Here is your room. We had to make a few adjustments to accommodate your height, but it should be similar to the room you used on Black Hole. Take your time to settle in, and I'll have someone come by to show you around. The layout is similar to Black Hole as well.
Ah, there's my babysitter. Mira entered the room and used her belt to set the atmosphere and gravity for the room, and she was left alone. She noticed that the furniture in the room looked a little larger, as did the bed, but it was a similar style-looking nest, like the beds back on Black Hole. She unpacked and settled in with her portable to start adding more written language to it, as well as some English idioms. There was nothing worse than using a perfect idiom and to have no one understand it. After a few hours, a Flexus re-entered the room.
Oh, I hope you weren't waiting for me. I'm Dino. I'll be the one showing you around.
I think you gave me your rank, but it didn't translate. I'm Chief Machinist Mate Mira. We can shorten that to CMM Mira, if you like.
Dino tapped his beak, which was underneath him, just as an octopus's mouth is. It looked strange, but still conveyed the same expression of a human trying to think of how to say a thing in a different way.
I am not in the officer ranks. I'm in fact very new to service.
Sounds like we would call you a seaman, but I suppose that wouldn't translate as we are definitely not in the water.
We are a water-loving species, and I like the sound of it. I think it will be sufficient. Your species separates its military into reefs?
They were sitting together in the sitting area of the room.
Branches, but yes. A branch that specializes in water shouldn't be the one telling ground troops where to go or what to do on the ground. But we work with each other very well. We know how to support each other where the other lacks.
I suppose I could see why that would make sense.
Deno stood up.
Are you hungry?
Yes. I understand your people, and the Drala are both carnivores and the Asili are omnivores. Will there be any non-meat available even though it's still in the day cycle? I can go without meat, but to only have meat for too long isn't good for my species.
Yes! Our cook staff were notified of your needs, so there will be non-meat available at all meals while you are with us.
Deno answered. In the dining hall, there was the expected staring and the startled responses when she would whip around to catch a group staring at her.
How do you do that?
Deno asked.
Do what?
Always catch them staring.
When you were growing up, did you have to worry about something larger or stronger than you turning you into food?
Not growing up. Our communities were very safe, but if you went out to the wild waters, there were possibilities to be another's meal.
How did you keep yourselves safe from that?
If it was big enough, you feel the current of the water shift, but we would never go into the wilds alone. We would all lose our ink glands and darken the water so we can get away. But we can also change our colors to hide.
They changed their skin tones briefly to demonstrate.
So if they surprise you?
Dino moved their tentacles.
Was that a nonverbal communication?
Oh, yes, it was. It's easy to forget that you don't know. That meant death. We have a whole nonverbal language. Our sounds aren't loud enough in the water to carry, so we use tentacle language. This is our land language. It's still not very loud, but we had to develop it when we encountered our world's land sapient. We are the only home planet with two sapient species, one for land and one for sea. Our people work together to develop space travel.
That sounds like it could have been a very difficult time.
It was. How about your home planet? Are there other sapient species?
Not really. There are some that are really intelligent, and there are some we have taught to communicate with us, but nothing that we would call sapient. Sentient, yes, just not sapient.
They talked for a little while of the methods humans used to communicate with their sentient animals. They were on their way back to Mira's room when she asked,
Is there a way I can request to speak to the heads of the ship before we make it to my planet?
Yes, I can show you.
They entered Mira's room, and Deno went to the main screen for the room and sent in the request.
There you go. They will figure out a good day and time and send you a response if they agree to it. I don't see why they wouldn't. You will all need to be able to talk to each other before landing anyway to make a plan of action.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Dino showed Mira how to get in touch with them if she needed anything before morning meal. It was as Dino was leaving that Mira had never answered on how she knew when others were looking at her that were outside of Mira's sight. Did she have another set of eyes hidden on the back of her head? The next morning, Deno stopped by to walk with Mira to the dining hall. As they ate, Deno asked again about why Mira knew when someone was watching her and asked about another eye set on the back of her head. Mira laughed.
No, humans only have the one set. Humans can't ink or change our skin colors like that. We can't fly like the Drala, and our skin isn't extra thick like the Asili. By myself, I'm pretty defenseless. So, humans developed a sense for when we might be stalked by a predator. We have it to greater and lesser degrees, and it gets amped up when we are alone or in an unfamiliar place. The chief medical officer on Black Hole said he hadn't heard of it before, but he isn't from a class black planet and probably isn't around us much. Is this not normal for even class blacks?
I have never heard of it before. So, what happens when you identify the one staring and they are a predator?
It all depends on what it is. For some, you have to watch and make yourself look bigger. Some you have to play dead and hope they don't hurt you too bad when they look you over. Some you have to fight back and hope they change their mind, but there aren't many we can outrun. Most of the time it's pay attention and move away slowly so you don't make it think you are prey, so they chase.
Your world sounds frightening. What about your waters?
It can be, and it can also be very peaceful and beautiful. Our waters are about the same. There are a lot of things in the water that would see us as predators, and so would flee. There are monstrously huge creatures that are relatively harmless, and there are creatures that would try to harm you.
Mira replied. They ate for a while, and then Mira asked,
Is there anywhere on the ship for exercise? I'm not used to being so inactive.
Sure. We have a large pool for the Flaxusri and a dry place for the Drala and Asili. Do your people swim?
We can, but it's not something most of us do every day or even every year.
Dino gasped.
To spend a whole year outside of water would be horrible.
I'm sure it would be for you.
Mira replied.
We can go to the dry grounds after we finish eating.
Thank you.
As they entered the workout area, which only had Drala in it, everyone stopped and stared as Mira and Deno entered.
I don't think I'm going to get used to that.
Mira muttered to Deno.
Yes, it does come across as hostile, doesn't it?
As if Deno's words made the Drala realize they were staring, they quickly went back to what they were doing. This room was very tall, so some were even flying. As Mira looked up, she realized the Drala may also be where dragon shapes came from. The shape was similar, and seen in the sky with nothing to compare their size to, they might seem much larger than they are. Deno showed her how to use the various apparatuses and machines. There were still a lot of stares and what looked like sneers from the Drala. Mira finally whispered to Deno,
What's with them? Why are they so angry? And why does it feel like it's directed at me?
Drala actually have very good hearing, so before Deno could answer, the nearest Drala did.
Weakling!
He spat.
Why would the Federation leave such a weakling in our charge?
Mira's evenings had not been idle. She had been studying up on the races of her shipmates as well as the Imperia. The reason such a large being could fly was because its bone structure was hollow like a bird's. She also knew that the Drala prided themselves as a warrior race, so strength and fighting prowess are what moved them up the ranks. The claws on both hands and feet, as well as their sharp teeth, made them deadly. A falcon uses the speed of descent to deliver a nasty talon punch to its prey, but without that fall, the punch wouldn't work. Drala were much the same.
You think I'm weak because I'm smaller than you?
Mira asked the Drala who spoke.
You can't even defend yourself.
What about me makes you think I can't defend myself?
Mira questioned.
No claws, no fangs, no venom, you don't even have a thick skin.
He spat back.
So you think that you could fight me and win?
Of course.
Without using your claws? No need to be spilling blood.
Easy.
I do have one question first. When you break a bone, is it something that is easily fixed? I don't know how advanced your medicine is.
Dano answered.
We put a device over the broken bones, and it keeps them steady while sending impulses to the bone to speed healing. The bone is usually healed in a day or two.
Good. You should probably notify them of an incoming Drala patient.
The Drala all bristled at the audacity of this human. To the big-mouthed Drala, she said,
Strike me as hard as you can. If you fly, I'll dodge. But if you stand there to do it, I won't. You'll get a free hit.
She tapped her cheek.
Go on. Punch or backhand me as hard as you can.
Eager to put her in her place, the Drala wound up and backhanded her for all he was worth. The sounds of multiple bones breaking and then screams of pain filled the air. The Drala was clutching his arm, and Mira had a small red mark on her cheek from the slap.
The next time you try and dominate, intimidate, or otherwise look down on another race, do yourself a favor and see if there is any research available. If you had, you would know that not only is my world's gravity greater than yours, but that a human's bones are dense and nearly solid, whereas yours are hollow. The birds on my planet have bones like yours, and a human can break some of them easily with a too tight grip. Be glad that your injury is from you hitting me, and not from me hitting you.
Mira sighed.
Do you need help getting to medbay?
Another Drala spoke up.
No Chief Machinist Mate Mira. We will help take him.
There was a new respect in how they all looked at her.
Great. I've met the Galaxy Klingons.
Mira went back to her workout. A short time later, she received a message on her portable that the 3 leaders of the ship would meet with her tomorrow morning. The next morning, Mira was debating on if she should start towards the bridge or if someone would be picking her up when the door opened, and Fennis walked in.
Oh, Lieutenant Commander, I wasn't expecting you.
My quarters aren't far from here, so it made more sense,
he explained. As they walked towards the bridge, he said,
One of my men was in the medical bay for a very strange reason.
He paused, gauging her reaction. Her face stayed blank.
He said that he broke 4 of his bones by striking you in the face.
How strange,
Mira replied.
I don't recall getting hit in the face, Lieutenant Commander.
He raised an eyebrow ridge at her.
Maybe I walked too close to him, and my higher gravity messed him up enough to make him stumble and fall. I do recall someone clutching their arm, so maybe he tried to brace himself. It's a good way to break your arms back home.
Fennis was surprised. His subordinate had dishonored himself by not only striking a guest, but a female guest at that. Pulvin would be indebted to her for 3 annual cycles at a minimum if she confirmed the strike. Did she know this? Povin had mentioned she had been using the portable to learn about Drala. He must have been giving his thoughts away with his face because Mira replied,
Kids are often hot-headed. Don't let him ruin his life over a stupid mistake that has already caused him pain and humiliation. Let that be his lesson instead. I will likely be back on my planet, spending the remainder of my service on board a sea vessel in a hot engine room, where he won't even be able to stand upright, and my gravity is so high that he won't be able to ever fly and stretch his wings. A few minutes of anger and pride don't deserve that.
I will speak with Povin. In the meantime, he is assigned to you at least until we reach Earth.
Yes, sir.
They entered the dim bridge, and Mira met her first Bigfoot, Asili. During a vintage movie night growing up, her parents had the family watch Harry and the Hendersons. The Asili weren't that far off. They had made Harry's face have a naivety or ignorance to it. The Asili, on the other hand, had intelligence and even sorrow on their faces. Her portable had told her that the Asili were the most recent admittance to the Federation. They had joined because they were an Empyrean delicacy and had great losses to harvesters. The Federation protected them when no other race had responded to their cries for help.
Commander Raleigh, this is Chief Machinist Mate Mira, or CMM Mira for short.
Vebi said.
CMM Mira, this is Commander Raleigh. As you probably know from your time on Black Hole, all ships meant for distance travel have a balance of diurnal and nocturnal species, so that we don't endanger ourselves by maintaining a sleep schedule that goes counter to our natural rhythms. The Asili are probably the closest species to your own. They average stronger than your species, but fare quite a bit lower in stamina.
According to what Mira had read, the males had been decimated by the Imperia raiders as they tried to protect their females. The population would take time to rebuild, but for now, females were encouraged to share males. It went against nature for them to do this on a permanent basis, so having short-term relationships was easier. The story of the Asili was tragic. They had finally found a planet much like their own, with a sapient species they could even help by elevating it, but found out the Imperia had beaten them to it. They had been so close to the answer to their problems, only to have it snatched away.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Commander Rayleigh.
Let's settle and speak together about what to expect about Earth,
Vebi suggested. The four of them headed over to a smaller, more personable room.
Before we begin, I have a bigger concern.
Vebi gestured for Mira to continue.
As you know, I was picked up by Black Hole. While making some upgrades so that my portable could communicate with my ship, the engineering officers Netla discovered an Empyrean infection device. Captain Esesveda considered a few scenarios.
Fennis indicated that they had been appraised of the situation.
That means that if it was intended for my crew and I to die and then be collected by the Empyreans, then they know we are missing, who likely collected us, where we would be taken to, and ultimately, the likely routes of return. Can you put my paranoid mind to ease by telling me we are going via an unconventional route?
Raleigh's eyes grew huge as she rushed out to the command deck, and she could be heard bellowing orders. Fennis said something that didn't translate, but sounded suspiciously like a string of curses. Vebi continued to sit, staring at Mira, with two of his tentacles in a steeped position under his eyes, much like a human would have their hands like this in front of their mouths. It was a very human position. He was waiting for answers before panicking or making a decision. Fennis was pacing in the space he could. He was making mental calculations as he gestured in the air as he made and discarded plans. Also a very human reaction. Raleigh appeared in the doorway.
Rear Admiral, we have 4 hours until we are intercepted.
Vebi nodded.
Lieutenant Commander, ready the troops for battle.
Yes, sir.
Commander Raleigh, your people are to rest for the next 3 hours. We cannot have them passing out while they fight from lack of rest.
Yes, sir. They will not find us to be easy meat.
Come, CMM Mira. We have work to do, and your skills and thinking may become useful. You will also have Ensign Povin to help you.
The Drala in question stepped forward as they entered the bridge and nodded in deference to Mira. While Vebi officially took over command for the day shift, Mira was looking up Empyrean battle tactics. As she read and watched silent videos, she glanced up and she saw they were going to be heavily outnumbered. The Imperia were bringing 5 similarly sized ships to the Meteor. Mira noticed a shift towards fear on the bridge. She glanced over at Povin and saw the healing brace on his arm.
How is the arm?
She whispered while she continued to research.
Nearly healed. Just in time for this.
Mira detected notes of resignation. They didn't believe they could win. Vebi was making calls to other nearby Federation vessels. Mira smiled when she spotted the familiar face of Sisveda.
Greetings and warm rocks to you, Rear Admiral Vebi.
He then spotted Mira in the background.
Ah, it is good to see you, Mira.
Mira stepped forward to be more in the camera view.
Hey, Captain Esesveda, how far out are you?
Vebi was very confused.
I've been chatting off and on with video messages with Captain Esesveda. He understood my worries, especially at not receiving a return message from my commanding officer. I was worried that my message or his returning message could have been blocked. We had a similar conversation to what we just had because I didn't want to cause unnecessary worry. Captain Sisveda agreed that my worries were not unfounded, that I should talk to you, and that he was going to start heading in our direction, so that if you did make this call, you wouldn't have to fight this alone. Apparently, his nocturnal crew are the best species at flying the fighters.
Yes.
Sisveda relied.
Their bodies handle the changes in force the best, and I am 6 hours out. I called in a favor, and Ralta with the battle transporter Skeetling Hatchery is another hour out from us.
Battle transporter is a translation error. She would have also heard transporter of battle, and this would be a little like an aircraft carrier, but on a much larger scale. I wanted to deviate a little from naval ship classes a little, as these are alien languages, so direct translations would not always work.
Skeetling hatchery?
Mira asked. Vaby replied,
It's a skeet joke that the battle transporter is only filled with small fighter vessels. When they leave docking, they say it looks like a bunch of skeetlings surrounding their mother. Many of the battle transporters have taken on this joke as a naming theme.
He turned back to a grinning Sisveda.
How did you do this?
That's easy. Lieutenant Commander Ralta is the sister to my commander.
To Mira he explained,
My commander is one you never met. He is a trick. His people are resting for the upcoming fight.
Mira remembered that the Tariq were nocturnal, and she hadn't been out during the night hours while on board Black Hole. Mira's research had shown that they looked like large tarsiers. On Earth, a tarsier is a very small primate that only gets a half a foot tall. Truiks get about 3 feet tall. They are mostly bipedal but drop down to all fours to run. Because their feet are as dexterous as their hands, they typically drive with their hands and handle guns with their feet. Other species need a 2-man fighter team for comparison. Around the bridge, Mira noticed everyone looked better, like they weren't facing fates worse than death. Vaby turned to Mira and Povin and said,
Ensign, get CMM Mira set up, and then you will both need to report to Lieutenant Commander Fennis.
Yes, Rear Admiral Veby.
They both replied. Mira and Povin left the bridge.
How about we eat first and then we figure out the rest?
Mira suggested.
Eat? How can you eat now? My people get their wings removed and used as slave labor.
He was panicking. Mira stopped and rested her hand on Povin's arm. He twitched, but relaxed when she didn't harm him.
Hey, you need to relax. If you get yourself worked up like this, they will already win. A battle isn't about strength of arms all the time, but strength of mind and strength of will. What happened to that cocky, self-assured Drala in the exercise area?
You had not proved yourself to be stronger then. Imperia are stronger.
Don't crumple on me now, buddy. I have tricks up my sleeve still.
Povin plucked at Mira's sleeves.
I only see more arms.
Mira barked a laugh.
I see I need to add that saying to the translator still. We aren't dead yet, so stop being meat.
Her easy and carefree manner eased some of Povin's fears, and her confidence unclenched his stomach.
Soldiers and sailors back home learn to do 2 things in any situation: eat and sleep. You are no good to anyone if you pass out from low blood sugar or can't keep your eyes open long enough to catch the change in enemy movement or a dangerous change in pressures on the machinery.
Blood sugar?
Yep, humans convert all nutrients into sugar.
They continued on to the dining hall, which was mostly empty. Mira went for lighter foods that wouldn't weigh her down as she digested. They sat down with their food, and Mira pulled out her portable and used one of Zanetla's programs she had set up for Mira to run a few scenarios so she could understand better the differences in gravities and how they reacted to each other.
What are you viewing? It's been non-stop.
The first rule of battle is to know your enemy.
There are rules you follow for battle?
It's an unwritten rule, but we have rules for conduct too.
She tapped on her portable for a few moments as she accessed her ship's computer files, selected one, and sent it to Povin's portable. She had been adding English written language to the translation database, so knew he would be able to read it.
The Ganiva Convention? I don't understand.
He read an entry.
These are not allowed to be done?
His eyes widened.
You have done these to another?
He was horrified at what he had read.
Not personally, geez. I'm not a monster, but my people made agreements that these would never be done during war. The penalties for doing so are enough that we do not do them.
He set down his portable so he did not continue to read. He was now very glad she had denied that he had struck her. He could not imagine being around a species that had to tell each other not to do experiments upon captured enemies and non-combatants. His thoughts lead him to wonder why she has lied about it. Was her species naturally deceitful?
Why did you tell the Lieutenant Commander that your gravity field made me trip? Why would you lie about something that I deserve to be shamed for?
We outlawed slavery a long time ago.
She replied without looking up.
Besides, if every time a person made a dumb mistake like that, and we assigned punishments that lasted years, there would be no one left that wasn't beholden to someone else.
She looked up at him.
I also realized that I had acted how I would with humans. A human would have been laughed at by his crewmates, and probably given a demeaning-sounding nickname and teased mercilessly with it. He would get a tougher mental skin, learn to be a little more careful, and may even retell the story on his own to others, and even introduce himself by that nickname, and even laugh at what a dumbass he had been. Once I got back to my room, I remembered that we could have vastly different cultures and repercussions, so then I started researching Drala culture, realized how badly I fucked up, and made sure to do what I could to keep you from becoming my indentured servant.
She paused.
Tell me I didn't make it worse for you.
No, you didn't even flinch, so there was question on if I had actually even struck you. The Lieutenant Commander will also squash any rumors about it as well. Your gravity is quite a bit higher than mine. It was a plausible explanation for what happened.
Once they had finished eating, Povin led her to the armory. He fitted her with a personal shield which would defend her for a time against pulse weapons. He then handed her something that looked like it could be a rifle-like weapon.
How on earth?
She looked it over. He pulled the weapon from her hands.
Maybe we shouldn't have someone untrained with a plasma shooter.
Mira nodded her agreement.
How about a plasma-bladed weapon?
He pulled a sword from the rack, pressed a button, and it began to glow with a red light.
Let me get this straight. You want to hand me a weapon that I also have no idea how to wield? And then you are going to trust me around other soldiers?
Mira would have preferred even her service sidearm, but had been told that she would not be allowed to take it with her on the mission.
You need to be armed with something in the case of a ship breach.
Mira thought for a little bit, went over the parts she had left on her ship as well as parts she had seen on board Black Hole, so should also be on the Meteor.
Ever hear of a potato gun?
What's a potato?
Never mind that.
She started heading towards her ship, and he followed.
You said these shields only work against those plasma guns, which is why you have the swords and axes and whatnot for physical combat, correct?
Yes.
And the Imperia will have these same shields? They haven't created something different that can also shield against physical attacks?
Yes. Mira, I don't understand why you are asking these questions.
What I don't understand is why you don't have a weapon that fires a physical round.
A kinetic gun?
Sure, I would just call it a gun. All the weapons back home fire a physical component. In a gun, we call it a bullet.
All? If we had something like that, there would be few species that would be able to handle it. If it's anything like the ship's kinetic round turrets, the recoil would break every bone in my arm and a few other bones too.
Well, on my ship, I have compressed air screws and some stiff tubing. With a few extra parts that should be on board here, I can make a variation of a potato gun from back home. I'll be able to shoot screws to act like my bullets. Then I won't have to get up close and attempt to use a sword that I have zero training with.
I agree. A sword would probably be too large for you. You are going to have this axe on you just in case, however.
Povin replied as he handed her the axe in question.
Strap it on.
His tone said that regardless as to who was in charge between them, he wasn't going to back down on this one. She sighed and attached it to where he pointed was the space on her atmosphere belt for it. Inside the human ship, the ceiling was a little too close for his comfort, but at least Povin could still stand upright. He was curious about the ship, due to it looking like such old tech to him. Mira crouched down to check the gauges on the air tanks, She was sure she had refilled the one she had been using when she had the nearly full alien abduction experience, back when she had been working on the ship with Zanatla. She was right. The gauges all still showed they were full. Mira headed to the supply closet, pulled out the cart, and loaded it with her tool bag, all of the screws available, which, while laughable for such a short trip, were still a small number for what she wanted. It would have to do. The tubing was PVC piping, so she grabbed a few lengths of it, as well as a few other odds and ends that may or may not end up being useful for construction, such as a flexible tube, washers, and thread tape. She then rolled the cart back to the oxygen tanks and started loading the 6 tanks onto the cart. Curious, Povin moved so that a tank would be subject to his own gravity and attempted to lift. It was heavy, and this little human appeared to be picking them up easily. He could do it, but it was not without quite a bit of effort. She didn't have enough room on the cart for the last one, and just hoisted it onto her shoulder and carried it with one arm wrapped around for stability and pushed the rest of the cart one-handed. Were all humans like this?
Where is a storeroom or workroom where I can put this together?
Mira asked. Povin leads her over to an appropriate room. Once there, she used her portable to contact Zanatla while she worked on her modified potato gun. She answered shortly.
Greetings and warm rocks to you, Zanatla. Do you have a few minutes to help me with something?
Greetings and warm rocks to you too, Mira.
She smiled at the thought of the warm-blooded human wishing comfort to her.
Yes, we are traveling, so my work won't start until we get there for the most part. How can I help you?
My research says that Empyrean battle tactics is to get into any of the ship bays. Once breached, the ship will divert shields to maintain atmosphere, and then they will leave their ships to pillage the rest of the ship.
Zanatla frowned, but nodded.
Povin also tells me that these shields are only good against your pulse-type weapons. My research has not made note of anyone using a kinetic-style gun. This includes the Imperia?
Yes.
Good. I need to know how to play an audio file over the speakers. I want them to think humans with our kinetic guns survived and are shooting at them. Can we do that?
I don't understand.
Povin replied.
We don't have humans with kinetic weapons on board.
You're about to have one human with a kinetic weapon, just not what they are used to. They know what these sounds will mean, and it might cause them to hesitate long enough for someone to take them out.
We'll need permission first. I'm sending over the request to the Meteor with an explanation.
Zanatla replied. In the meantime, Mira sent over the audio file. Zanatla cleaned it up so that it sounded more like how it should, and even manipulated it so that it could sound at times like multiple people were firing from different areas. After a few minutes, she reported that they were given a blanket permission from Rear Admiral Vebi to do any crazy idea that human has that Zanatla also feels is worth the time or resources to implement.
Sounds like a yes to me.
Mira smiled.
Good. I have a few more ideas.
What do you have in mind?
Zanatla asked.
These atmosphere belts.
She tapped her belt.
Can they be hacked?
Hacked? Broken? Yes, they can be broken.
Sorry, slang. Infected? I think that's what you would call it. Can they be infected?
Mira asked.
Well, yes. That's why they had to be destroyed.
Zanatla was confused as to what was being asked.
Perhaps hijacked would be a better descriptor? I want to know if we could set a trap so that once it is crossed, anyone with an air combination requirement such as the Asili, the Imperia, and myself require, would be forced into the Atsili gravity needs.
Zanatla's eyes got wide as she understood what Mira was asking, and a smile slowly formed.
I don't understand.
Povin replied.
You want to crush them within their spheres?
It wouldn't crush them. It would make it a lot harder to move for the Imperia, slightly easier for me to move. And conversely, the Imperia would tire quicker without understanding why.
She turned to face Zanatla again.
Is this something that is allowed in combat? And if so, something that is possible? The Drala and Flexusri have different air needs, so it wouldn't affect them.
As to if it can be done, I believe it can. We would need something to cause the activation, but let me check with Rear Admiral Vebi to ensure we are not crossing any lines he does not wish to cross.
She tapped away at another monitor. Mira continued to work on her modified potato gun. It wasn't long before they received the okay to continue. Zanatla and Mira worked out the physical components and sent the plans to a material printer to create.
This is pretty neat,
Mira said of the printer.
We have something similar back on Earth. We call it a 3D printer, but it doesn't work nearly this quickly. Something like this would have taken over a day to make, and it wouldn't have been able to make all the interior components, just the casing.
Ah, yes. I recall hearing that our materials printers had minimal capabilities too some time ago.
Zanatla replied,
Let me know when they start finishing, and I'll show you how to hook them up to your portable so that I can upload the instructions to our very own infection devices.
Mira finished tweaking her gun.
Where can I do a test shot?
She asked Povin. He looked over to Zanatla.
Just call me back when you're ready. Printing should be finished in 30 minutes. Unless you had any other ideas, Mira.
Do you think the material printer could make a net gun if I drew up some quick plans of what I need to create the item?
Is everything on Earth a gun?
Povin asked.
Kind of.
He rolled his eyes. Zanatla replied in the affirmative, and Mira let her know she would send over some drawings after the test fire. They headed to the Flex Usri pool.
This is the only place I can think of that can take a kinetic round. You won't pollute the water with this gun of yours, would you?
No, I'm only shooting out air in the actual screw. If we can reclaim the screw, we won't leave anything behind. Do you think we can borrow Seaman Deno?
I'll send the request.
Povin replied as he tapped his portable to send the request. In a few minutes, Deno walked through the doors to the pool.
You were in luck that I was so close. How can I help?
I need to test fire this kinetic shot. It won't cause any damage to the pool, but we would like to retrieve the screw I'm using so as to not litter your pool.
On it!
They poised themselves in a ready position and waited for the shot to be made. Mira loaded the barrel, opened the valve, and shot into the water. Deno then dove in and retrieved the screw.
That was amazing.
They exclaimed as they swam back to the edge of the pool and exited. Deno handed over the screw. Mira was satisfied with the sight. It wasn't great, but as long as she was aiming for center mass, it would kill. The pressure was good as well. She had shot off some air in the workroom, so had an idea of how much was used each time.
Let's go refill this tank, and then I need to send over some rough plans to Zanatla.
While the air canister refilled, Mira did some quick sketches of what she was looking for. She also sent over designs for something similar to a harpoon gun. With 6 oxygen tanks, she could make a total of 6 items. The potato gun was one, and Zanatla would be deciding which to make for the other 5 items. Other than Mira, only the Asili would be able to safely use the weapons. While the kickback was not great, she also didn't want to risk a Drala or Flixusri getting injured. If they had more time, they could have scanned the oxygen tanks and printed off more of them to make more kinetic guns. Zanatla settled on the harpoon design. Based on ship supplies, they would only need to create the bolts, which would actually be shaped a bit more like a mini crossbow bolt. And then Mira kicked herself for not thinking of mini crossbows. Unfortunately, they were running out of time. With the infection boxes made, Mira hooked them up to her portable for Zanatla to program them. They tested it with Mira's belt and checked the readings. Once the boxes were ready, Fennis sent a few of his men to pick them up and set them up in the places Zanatla had marked on their ship's plans. The mini harpoon bolts were in the process of being made, while Mira made a video recording for Fennis that he would be able to forward to the best Asili candidates to use the weapons. The recording was a brief tutorial and where to come pick up the weapons. She then made another video that would be sent to everyone on board about the infection boxes, where they were located, so that if they got into trouble and were being chased, they could run past them to give themselves an edge against the Imperia. Everything was now set up for the upcoming battle. Pilots were ready to deploy, infection devices were live, and teams were set up to meet with any incoming landing parties. The Asili shooters had been excited for a new weapon, and there was an eagerness to take out their pounds of flesh on the monsters of the galaxy. Captain Sisveta has updated their ETA to 1 hour after expected intersection with the Imperia ships. The battle carrier was flying with all haste, but was still going to be the last to arrive by at least an hour, if not 2. The crew of the Meteor was now at the worst part of battle, the wait. Povin started to pace, but Mira made him sit down.
You are going to wear yourself out before the fight even starts. Sit and talk to me about anything. Family, friends, stories from childhood, favorite memories, things you want to do when your time in the service is finished. Anything. Just talk and while away the time with me.
He let out a big sigh and then sat down. There were 3 others in their group, and as Povin spoke, the other added in their own stories or hopes for the future. As a result, the team began to relax. On one of the large screens, Mira put up the camera feeds so that they could stay abreast of the situation. The fighting was fierce. The pilots of the Meteor were outnumbered but talented. They knew they only needed to keep the Empyrean fighters busy. Even so, it wasn't long before holes were being opened up into the landing bays and enemy ships were landing. The traps had been set so that they would affect the atmosphere belts quickly. If the Empyrean invaders realized there was a gravity difference, they didn't seem bothered by it just yet. The ground teams were set up at natural bottlenecks within the ship just outside of the ship bays. Zanatla was in charge of sending the gunshot sounds through the speakers. She waited until Imperia were leaving the protection of their craft before sending the sounds. Mira chuckled as they ducked back behind cover. She had her shot lined up and was just waiting for one of them to get bold enough to move forward. Her range was not going to be long due to the nature of her gun, so had to wait. Plasma shots were being fired around her from her team, which were being returned by the Imperia invaders. Finally. One of the invaders got bold, thinking the kinetic shots were fake, and charged towards Mira's team. She squeezed her release trigger, and a f-boom could be heard as the compressed air sent the screw flying through the air. The alien shuddered to a stop and put a hand to its chest before falling forward as its purple blood began flowing into a pool. There was startled noises and a scrambling back as Mira reloaded her gun, waiting for the next bold alien. Sometimes they would attack in groups, so Mira would take out one while the other 4 members would concentrate on a different Imperia, and she would then take out someone else. They continued like this as the room slowly cleared. The bay was filled with ships, so no one else could land. They would worry about clearing them out later. For now, this bay was secure, so Povin checked in with other pods to see who needed help. Once Povin received their next assignment, they stopped at the material printer to pick up the screws it had been printing. They were not threaded like screws, but had the general shape and weight. Mira loaded up her pockets, and then Povin directed his team to do the same so they could fight longer.
I dislike how heavy these are and that we must carry the projectiles, but I like that you are able to kill so effectively.
Let's not talk about killing. I'm pretending I'm doing something very different. I have never been in combat before. Even if my ship were in combat, we don't use handguns or rifles. We use huge guns that shoot missiles that take a team to load.
Povin's face gentled.
I understand.
He patted her shoulder.
We won't speak of what we do. We shall just do it.
He then guided the team to another bay. This was one of the larger docking bays, which is where her ship was docked, and these ships had been filled with Vasily.
Be mindful, Mira. They have a long jumping reach.
Povin advised her. She nodded and went to where he was directing his team to set up.
When we get a moment, we need to get to my ship so I can refill the air tank.
How much air do you have left in it?
About half a tank, maybe less.
This bay was being defended by Flexusri and Drala. Once they were set up, Povin notified the teams that they were in position and would begin assisting as well as their location, so there wasn't any accidental friendly fire. As they began firing, they drew the Vasily. The first leaping Vasily surprised Mira, but she shot it as it got close enough. The surprise on its face as it died was satisfying. It's just a VR game, Mira. Just load, aim, and shoot. All too soon, she was out of air.
I'm out of air.
she said lowly so that it wouldn't carry. The combination of her shooting a physical shot and the sounds of gunshots had made the Vasily hesitate, but they knew it wouldn't last long. Povin spotted her ship.
Does your ship have any shields?
No, but it's made out of a very sturdy metal.
She knew they wouldn't have the words for different metal types. The names for their building material didn't translate for her either.
Metal? Your whole ship is built out of metal?
He was a little horrified at the thought of something so heavy.
That should do. The plasma rifles can eventually get through, but it would take some time.
The team then began to make quick moves to get behind cover, shoot for a bit, and then move to another area of cover. They had to take a zigzagging pattern to get there, but once there, they quickly filed in and closed the door. They could hear the shots hitting the ship, but everything was pretty calm within. Mira hooked up the tank and turned on the compressor.
This should take about 15 minutes to full pressurization. Do you think the ship will hold that long?
We will find out together,
Povin replied. It was nerve-wracking, especially when they could begin to see the orange-red glow where shots were being fired. They all watched, with anxiety, as the needle climbed towards full. The moment the needle hit full, Mira removed the tank, reassembled the gun, set the pressure, and loaded up. It was just in time as the first shots made it through the metal of the ship. Povin looked to Mira.
Ready?
Ready.
She took up position with everyone else and the ship's door was opened. Mira made the first kill as the rest of the team took on another invader. It was slow going to finally clear out the bay, but it was finally finished. At some point while they fought, Povin had received a message that Black Hole had arrived and the tide of the battle was beginning to turn. Mira refilled her air tank before they moved to the next assignment, and she refilled her own pockets with the imitation screws from the pockets of her teammates, who were happy to be rid of the extra weight. They received another update while they headed to the third bay that Skeetling Hatchery had arrived. Povin let out a sigh of relief knowing that the battle would be over soon, and they might just make it out of this free after all. Povin set the team into position and notified the other teams they had arrived and where they were set. He received back locations from the other 3 teams, which were each down to 2 or 3 members. The team was shocked at the losses, but it made them more determined to aid them. Mira heard that this was going to be a mix of Vasily and Lakshi. Povin let her know that the Lakshi were similar to the Imperia in their fighting ability, so she didn't have to worry about them leaping like the Vasily. The first few shots she made were normal as the Vasily were leading the attack, and then she saw her first Lakshi, except that it didn't look like the pictures she had been shown. They had this haze around them, and they were extremely tall at over 8 feet. Except they were 8F tall even though they hunched forward on arms that were too long to make sense. If they stood upright, they might be 10 or 11 feet tall. Their heads had strange-looking antlers and were bone white. The eyes looked like black pits, and they were covered in black fur. Their hands ended in claws, while their feet ended in hooves, much like a deer's hoof. And then one looked at Mira. There was a strange crying sound, and she was mesmerized, feeling the need to walk towards it. She felt grabbing at her body, but didn't pay it any attention as she put one foot in front of the other. As she got closer, she began to feel more and more terror. The Lakshi was a few yards away when her vision went black. Povin was terrified. He didn't understand why the human was moving towards the Lakshi. He tried to get her attention while his team pulled at her to come back to position. It was crazy. It was like the fighting just paused around them as Mira walked closer and closer to this Lakshi, this monster. Mira then gripped the plasma axe at her waist in a white-knuckled grip. He saw that what was originally a blank look on her face had become fear and then wide-eyed terror. A guttural scream rent the air as Mira raised the now activated axe and ran at the Lakshi. He could tell that the Lakshi was surprised before its head rolled past him. Mira's eyes were wild as she continued to scream and attack. She didn't even try to duck and dodge enemy fire. It was only an attack. 2 Fluxusri that were left from one of the teams came over to join up with the Drala.
What has happened to the human?
One of them asked.
I don't know. She didn't have this problem before.
Povin replied as they continued to shoot at the enemy.
Do you think you two might be able to handle her air gun? I can show you how to use it, but your kind is sturdier than mine. Maybe 2 of you working together would be able to handle it?
We are willing to try. The Asili are raving about their versions.
He quickly set them up and showed them how to load and shoot it. Mira had emptied her pockets out so that she could get to the screws better, so he added the ones still in his pockets to the pile. They worked to protect Mira as she hacked and slashed at the enemy, causing terror to whoever faced her. Soon enough, the inevitable happened, and a Vasili swiped at her, opening parallel wounds along her stomach and ribs with its claws. Povin, and he was sure the Vasili thought that would snap her out of whatever this was. They were very wrong. She snarled. That was the only way Povin could describe it. She let out this bone-chilling snarl and redoubled her attacks. The Vasili only had a moment to feel happy. He had gotten in an attack before he joined the many dead, littering the floors in her wake. It felt like it took ages, but eventually the bay was cleared of enemy combatants. Mira was breathing hard as she looked around for someone else to attack. With the Lakshi no longer clouding her mind with fear, she slowly calmed and came out of the haze. There was so much pain, and she had lost so much blood. She touched her side and looked to see her hand come away red. The axe dropped to the floor as she swayed and dropped like a sack of flour.
Mira!
Povin called as he ran towards her. She was unconscious but still breathing.
We need to get her to medical.
How? She is too solid for us.
One of the Drala replied. Povin eyed her belt.
We make her weightless.
He tapped a few buttons, and she began to float a little above the floor. He gripped her belt, directed someone else to grab her belt too, and they began to run with her, dragging through the air. By the time he made it to medical, he was hearing that the teams were only doing final sweeps through the halls to ensure there were none of the enemy left on the vessel. Enemy vessels were removed from the holds so that the few remaining pilots could land. Once she was in medical, the chief medical officer directed Povin to head to Mira's ship and look for a box with a red plus on it. He explained that Mira had inputted a few entries into her medical files for emergencies. One of those emergencies was what to do if a human lost a lot of life fluid, as they would not have her kind on hand. Once Povin returned with the box, the CMO removed bags of fluid.
What's that for?
He asked the CMO.
She said in her notes that if she should lose blood, her body will make more but will need help. We must first seal the wounds which we have. She said that after that it is adding fluids and waiting. There is little else we will be able to do with what we know about her physiology. She said these saline bags will keep her hydrated if we use these needles to poke into her vein. She also dropped a few files into her medical records with a medical book of some kind. We are working through it. She has been very busy adding her written language to the database, so most of the documents she uploaded are legible. There are still a lot of gaps, but at least we also have diagrams in many cases. Do you think she knew about this?
She mentioned that being paranoid is a human trait, and that she would rather worry and be wrong than to not worry and be very wrong.
Povin replied. He then was asked to relay how she came to be so injured.
That sounds like what happens to the Quicks. The fear, I mean. The Quicks share some minor genetics with the Lakshi in that they both have some psionic abilities, the Lakshi more than the Quicks. Humans look nothing like either of those species. I hope she wakes soon. We now have many questions for her.
Mira opened her eyes. The lights in the medical bay had been turned low. Is it nighttime? She looked to her left where she felt a stinging in her arm and saw an IV. Her arm was heavily bruised. Must have blown the vein the first time and eventually figured it out. Probably freaked out the medical officer. She looked down at herself and saw that her clothing had been removed and been replaced with simple clothing that was entirely too large for her.
I see you are awake. How are you feeling?
An Asili asked.
I don't think I've met you before.
Mira replied, still a little groggy.
I'm not sure. How did I get here?
My name is Garda. I'm a medical officer here for the nocturnal crew. As for how you got here, how about you start with what is the last thing you remember?
I was with Povin and his team in one of the hangars. It was the third we had been assigned to. The ships that had landed in there were filled with the lizardmen and wendigos. Povin called them something else, and I remember that CMO Clairud showed me pictures of them, but they didn't look anything like those pictures.
Vasily are your lizardmen. Do you mean the Lakshi?
She brought up a picture of a Lakshi on her portable.
Like this?
That's what CMO Clairud said they looked like. That's not what they looked like.
Garda was a little confused.
How did they look to you? This is what the Lakshi look like to everyone else.
Do you have my portable? It's hooked up to my ship's databases. I can show you how they are drawn back on Earth.
Of course.
She handed Mira her portable, and after a few minutes, found the Wendigo images and found one that looked closest to what she saw and showed Garda.
How very strange. I wonder why they force you to view them in this manner. Do you remember anything else?
Yeah. As soon as one of them looked at me, it was like all I could hear was it, and I kept on moving toward it. It was like I couldn't stop, but I wanted to. I remember getting more and more scared as I got closer to it. But then everything just goes black. The next thing I remember is here.
I see. We have the video feed from that time. Look at it with me and see if anything jogs your memory.
Garda brought over her portable and changed to the camera view. Mira had noticed that the lighting of the room had been dimmed and realized that even video feeds that had daytime light would probably hurt the nocturnal species. She could still easily see what was going on. There was sound, but it was low. Mira realized it was probably turned down low, so they didn't disturb anyone else in the med bay. Mira watched as she locked eyes with the Lakshi.
That's not the species I saw. That looks like the pictures you have.
You said all you could hear was it. Its mouth isn't moving here. You were hearing it in your mind?
Maybe. I heard a crying. It could have been a baby or an animal, I don't remember. I just felt this need to move towards it.
Mira replied.
We will need to be leery of humans encountering Lakshi if this is normal. The only other species they have that effect with is the Quicks, but it is a very different thing. Quicks and Lakshi have psionic abilities. In fact, when a Quicks and a Lakshi battle, it is with their minds. They each attempt to take mental control over the other. Are humans able to speak with each other mind to mind?
There is talk of psychic abilities, but it's usually debunked as parlor tricks or manipulation, or even being really good at reading body language and facial cues. Some people will get premonitions, but we associate that more with being more in tune with our instincts or intuition, which is just that we are subconsciously picking up on cues and clues and nuances that our conscious mind doesn't catch.
Wait, you have two minds?
Have you ever struggled to remember a specific thing, maybe someone's name or the name to a specific item? You can't remember even though you know you should, but rather than looking it up in the moment, you move on to something else. After a few minutes or even a whole day, you suddenly remember the thing you had been trying to remember. It's this sudden, that was the thing I was trying to remember. It happens to humans all the time, while our conscious mind, the one handling the here and now, moves on to something else. The subconscious mind continues to poke around for the memory of the thing. And when it finally finds it, it brings it forth to the conscious mind, and now you know the name of the thing. The subconscious mind is what will work on problems or ideas when we aren't currently focused on them, and we often end up coming up with things we might not have if we had continued to focus on the problem. The subconscious can look at the problem from different angles and come up with a better solution than the same paths we keep on trudging through with our conscious mind.
No, and I don't even know what questions to ask.
But you will eventually come up with questions. That would be your subconscious mind continuing to think about the issue?
Mira replied.
No, I do not have secondary thought processes that continue while I am not focused on them. If I were to stop trying to remember a thing, I will not suddenly come up with the memory at a later time. I will have to continue to work through my memories.
Garda replied as she took some notes. Mira thought for a few moments.
Oh, dreams. Do you dream when you are asleep? It's widely accepted that our dreams are our subconscious working through things that happened while we were awake, and dreams are how it shows its work.
What is a dream? Nothing happens when we sleep.
Dreams are like little movies that play in our mind while we sleep. Kind of like having mild but entertaining hallucinations.
Mira supplied.
I'm going to have to talk to a Quix. What you are talking about goes beyond anything I understand. Let's continue watching the footage. What was going on here?
Garda asked, as Mira stopped in front of the Lukshi and gripped the plasma axe at her waist.
I think I remember being terrified. I couldn't move away or even look away from it.
Garda continued the footage until Mira let out a shriek and whipped out the axe.
How about here?
I don't remember any of that.
Garda let the footage play a bit more.
I look like a berserker.
What is that?
Ancient human warriors that either found out on the battlefield that they would fight without restraint, but have no ability to use defense or put themselves into a special trance aided by some kind of drug to do the same thing. The ones that go into it naturally said they were terrified. I do remember feeling intense fear before blacking out.
Povin mentioned that this was the first combat you had seen.
Mira nodded.
Perhaps the intense fear coupled with the Lukshi mind attack caused this berserker trance in you.
Maybe.
I think that's enough for now. How about you rest, and then the heads of the ship will want to talk to you tomorrow, along with some old friends of yours. Black Hole is keeping close while we clean up. They have been helping us man stations while our people recover.
The next morning, when Mira woke up, a pair of flexusri helped her to stand and move to a shower stall. Mira was still a little unsteady, so they were there to ensure she didn't hurt herself. She noticed a few new scars, but they looked years old instead of days old, a testament to advanced alien medicine. The IV had been removed sometime while she slept, and even the bruising that had been nearly black when she woke was in the last stages of green. They guided her back to the bed after helping her dress in clean clothes, and a familiar face came in shortly after carrying in breakfast.
Good morning, Povin. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you awake, too. You had us all very worried.
He set the plate down on a tray similar to one you would see in any hospital back on Earth.
Thank you. I can imagine. That's never happened before. At least to me. I know that historically it's possible. I just never thought I was a berserker.
They had a brief conversation about what a berserker was, similar to what she had with Garda the night before. A few hours after she finished lunch, Vaby and Fennis came into the med bay to talk to her. Mira was in her own enclosed room so that she wouldn't have to wear her atmosphere belt while she recovered. They settled into seats near the bed, and Vaby set up a small camera so that Rayleigh would be able to get caught up once she woke up. They spoke briefly of what happened to her and why she thought that could have happened. Vaby brought up Mira's records with them and saw that Garda had put in a message to a Quix medical staff member on another ship.
It looks like Garda is seeking answers from the Quix. Hopefully, they can offer some help in that regard. We do want to let you know that the air guns you made were a great help. As a result, no Asili were greatly harmed. They will, of course, be looking into kinetic weapons for themselves in the future. Such a thing will help them greatly on their home world as well. I imagine that will be something they will individually be looking to receive in trade from your Earth governments.
I'm glad to hear that.
Mira replied.
Yes, we were even able to take many prisoners.
Fennis grinned.
How do you handle prisoners?
Mira asked.
It varies. We will see what information we can collect from them. We are usually unable to get a whole lot of information due to not being able to force them to speak.
Vaby replied.
If we are unable to get information before returning to the Federation capital, they will be turned over to the holding facility. Sometimes we do prisoner exchanges, but it seems they have little care for who we capture.
So you aren't allowed to force them to speak to you?
Mira asked.
I don't understand. They either chose to speak or they do not.
Fennis replied.
Okay, that's going to be another talk between the four of us, and it will probably get real uncomfortable for all of us.
Mira sighed.
Let's talk about what we were going to talk about before we were so rudely interrupted.
All right, and then I want to return to this prisoner talk.
Vebi replied. Mira nodded in agreement.
All right. So, my understanding is that at one time or another, each of your species has visited Earth, yet Black Hole had no records of humans or Earth. And the Federation Council seemed to find information about humans to be new. Why is that?
Vebi raised a tentacle.
I can answer that. You may have noticed that our species classing system may feel odd to you. We have Drala, who come from a lighter gravity planet, and Achille, who come from a heavier gravity planet on the same ship, and both are classified as Black Class.
Mira nodded in agreement.
Our classification is not based on how pleasant a planet's atmosphere or weather is to all other species. Instead, it is based on how many can step foot on that planet without some aspect of the planet causing or nearly causing death. When most species step foot on any of our planets, it's usually the plant life that can cause such reactions from our counterparts that it is just too dangerous for them to come to us. However, any of us, including you, could step foot on any of the other homeworlds without issues. You can eat nearly any of our foods without issue, and the same for us for your foods. They could not do this. Even cooked, our foods could kill them. As you can see by my Sash and Fennis's uniform, we have a black circle around the Federation logo to let other members of the Federation know whether or not they can eat with us or visit our planets. I believe Black Hole has a blue circle around their Federation logo. Blue is the most plentiful. We can talk about the other colors later. As for why we knew about your planet but a blue-class ship did not, it is more due to not having our information integrated enough. Each color designation shares networks, and we have felt that getting what we feel is necessary. Information about other colors is too filled with inconveniences. Don't misunderstand, it is absolutely possible to get such information, but it is by ship instead of a blanket request. Some take the time to make the requests, and some don't. Some ships don't have the necessary means to hold all of the information, so they carry only the information they need. Any Black-class ship would know all about your planet, but a ship from a different color designation may or may not. Many have no need to know about Black-class planets, so they don't request the information.
That seems really dumb.
Mira replied. Fennis chuckled.
I agree. We had to take on a lot of extra memory storage because we refused to not know anything. To be fair, if we were a class or two smaller in ship size, we would have only taken on the information for the most prevalent color classes. A council member would also be dependent on how large of a memory storage device they possessed, and they don't have the luxury of carrying it around with them on such a large vessel.
Wait, my portable was connected to...
The ship's databases.
Vebi interrupted.
You were only connected with what the ship your portable was connected to.
I just assumed you had a galactic internet.
Mira replied.
No. It would be nearly impossible to maintain such a large connection for information like that. We have message relay stations, which is how we are able to contact other ships or people, and then you have a ship-wide internet.
Fennis explained.
How was Zanatla able to make changes to the ship? She was able to make a program to duplicate sounds that were played on this ship while hers was so far away.
During communication, you are able to share files back and forth. She was able to use that connection to access our networks, which she was given permission to do so.
Vebi explained.
Oh, like a hacker.
This word wasn't translated properly yet, so Mira had to explain what that meant. After having the explanation, they agreed that it was like a hacker.
Okay, let's start with your people, Admiral Vebi. On Earth, they are called octopuses. Plural is sometimes called octopi or octopuses. Both are considered correct, however, I've always preferred octopi. They are intelligent, but they are not considered sapient.
Devolution was always a possibility.
Vebi replied.
I don't even know how to say this, so I'm going to say it plainly and badly. For many people, they are also considered food.
Vebi patted her knee.
It's okay. When they were left there, we expected that some may be eaten by predators. After devolving, they would no longer be considered fluxusory. My people are not going to take offense to this. However, these are children of the condemned many hundreds of generations removed, so I would like an opportunity to visit with one to see if you simply can't understand their language. We'll cross that reef when we get to it. Don't worry that I or my people will take offense. They were abandoned to whatever fate would do to them for their crimes.
There's more, Admiral. Humans are very imaginative in our fantasy writings. Your people may get propositioned for relationships.
Vebi blinked rapidly a few times.
That's never happened before. My people are considered quite ugly by galactic standards. I don't know how to even take that.
Fennis covered his mouth to attempt to stifle laughter.
I don't even think my people are even remotely compatible with yours.
Mira was red-faced from this conversation.
Yeah. I don't think that is going to matter to some people. I just wanted to warn you ahead of time. Humans are a bit different.
She looked over to Fennis.
Don't think you're going to be safe either.
She looked to the camera.
You either.
Mira sighed.
I think that's the most awkward of the talks. Let's move on to your people, Lieutenant Commander Fennis.
She brought up a few images on her portable to show him.
Your people look a lot like what we would call gargoyles. At one point, they were added to buildings because it was thought that they would protect the people inside the building from evil. Though, when I saw your people flying, you look like something else.
She moved to a picture of a dragon in flight.
These are what we call dragons, kind of similar to your name of Drala. I can see how, if I had seen one of your people in flight where I had nothing to compare size to, I might think you could be so large up close. I just don't know how your people would have been able to fly on my planet. Our gravity is too high for you.
We could have glided. So long as we weren't trying to use any speed, the atmospheric belts we use, which were closer to harnesses back when we first explored your planet, would have been able to keep up with our movements if we only glided. Any faster than that, and you are correct, we would be affected by your gravity and likely crushed.
I suppose that makes sense. I'll have to trust you on that one considering my people don't have wings. Mainly, I didn't want you to get offended by someone calling you a gargoyle or dragon or being surprised by the comparison.
I think my people will be all right. And I'll be sure to remind them to mind their tempers in case they want to fight a human for some reason.
Mira turned to the camera.
That leaves the Asili. Many years ago, a blurry photograph of one of your people was publicized. The name that was given to this new and strange creature was Bigfoot. Honestly, I have no idea why that was the name they came up with. At any rate, my people believed these big feet could be a lost ancestor of ours, from our past mutations to become humans, a branch that didn't die out. There are people that hunt for your people. Their intention would be to kill so that they could then bring a Bigfoot in to prove their existence. I know, it's dumb. Some would want to trap, and others would just want to take pictures and observe as if you were a new animal. I'm sorry, I'm not intending to offend. It's how we react to discovering something new on our planet when we thought we had already discovered everything. Some react with fear, and others react with curiosity. Unfortunately, that curiosity can take really different forms, and I didn't want you to be blindsided by it either. However, I do think that the reaction to the Flexusory will be the one worth worrying about the most. To know that we were a prison planet for your people may not be viewed in a good light. Honestly, we kind of did the same thing to one of our continents. It happened long enough ago that those people aren't viewed badly, but the ones who put them there are sometimes reminded of what they did. I just can't say how humans will react to knowing, so it's really your choice on if you want to admit that or not. Maybe pretend to be surprised, ask to meet an octopus and then make your decision then. It can always be strange and wondrous to you, and you have no idea how this happened.
Mira shrugged.
That seems sound advice.
Now that the main reason she had wanted to speak with the crew leaders was finished, she asked about the prisoners they had managed to capture.
Are you sure you wish to speak of this now? You were severely injured and should rest.
Vebi replied.
I've showered and eaten. I may get tired faster for a few days, but I'll be fine enough. You have excellent medical staff.
Why do you think they will speak to you? They rarely speak to any of the Federation who capture them.
Fennis asked.
So what are your interrogation methods?
Methods? You asked this before. I don't understand.
Fennis replied.
Well, I guess this is going to be another uncomfortable conversation. Humans have rules on how information can be forced from a prisoner. It used to be that you could enact any method to receive information. We eventually found that most of those methods were ineffective because a person would say anything in order to get the pain to stop. However, I think the threat of pain would probably work well, considering they aren't expecting that from you, but they would expect the real pain from a human. It's up to you. But I'm willing to lean on my species' possible preconceived reputation. I won't actually do any harm.
I can't think of any rule against this. I'm willing to try it.
Fennis said to Vebi.
I'm not sure how I feel about this. Are you certain you are well enough to do this?
Vebi asked.
I should be okay. We'll just move slowly.
Mira replied. They eventually agreed and walked with her to her quarters so she could change, and then took her to the holding cells. On the way to the holding cells, Mira had them take a small detour to her ship to pick up a few items. By the time they made it to the holding cells, Mira was pale and a little sweaty.
You look unwell,
Fennis remarked.
I'm just tired. I'll be okay. Just give me a few minutes to recoup.
Mira squatted down, closed her eyes, and took slow, deep, measured breaths. Vebi was surprised to see the changes in Mira after just a few minutes of rest. Mira used a sleeve to pat her hairline to remove the sweat, and then picked up the items she had set on the floor near her as she stood up. There were obvious signs that she was tired if you had spent much time with her, but someone who didn't know her wouldn't notice. Fennis watched as if a mask settled over Mira's face and all traces of exhaustion left her.
Okay, let's go,
Mira said as she faced the doorway to the holding cells. The cells were set along both sides of a hall. Each cell had a solid door and what looked like a one-way glass so that they could look into the cells, but the prisoner couldn't see out. In each cell was a place to sleep, a place to relieve yourself, and little else.
Is there a place you take them to interrogate them?
No. There is a table and chair that will flip out for them to eat. We usually would just restrain them to that if we needed to be in with them.
Vebi replied. Mira looked at the available prisoners. Most were pretty smug-looking. There were only Imperia and Vasili in these cells, so the Lakshi were either in a different part of the hold or none were captured. One of the Vasili was acting differently from the rest.
Does he look a little nervous to you?
Mira asked Vebi and Fennis.
That one is a little younger than the rest of the captured. Not by much, but it means he may not have seen as much combat.
Then that's the one I want to talk to. I want his hands secured to the top of the table if you can, with space between them if you can, like this.
She put her hands out in front of her as if they were on a flat surface.
It will be done,
Fennis replied before making requests into his portable.
What exactly are you planning?
Vebi asked.
I promise I won't harm him. I wouldn't want you to get into any trouble, but I'm going to lie to him and make it really convincing that I will hurt him and enjoy hurting him. I need you both to agree to anything I say. Make it look like you'll let me do anything I want, and maybe even partake yourselves. We're going to scare him so bad that he will tell you anything you want just to keep me away from him. That means I need you to remember that everything I say in there is going to be a lie. Except if the Geneva Convention gets brought up, that is real and we can talk about that later. You know me well enough to know I'm not a monster, but I'm going to do my best to make him believe I am.
Vebi put a tentacle on her shoulder.
Have no worries, Mira. We will not think differently of you for your intimidation act.
Mira patted his tentacle.
Thank you for understanding.
A short time later, Fennis returned with a few officers. They went in first, secured the prisoner, and then the officers left to stand back outside of the room. Vebi entered first, and Mira followed. Mira stood in front of Vebi and Fennis with her arms behind her back and an impassive look on her face. Fennis made a very human move of moving off to the side of the room to lean against the wall with his arms crossed in front of him. Mira realized he was moving to be able to see her own face, in profile at least, and to also add a little intimidation by being in the lizardman's peripheral vision. Vebi stayed near the door with a pair of his tentacles crossed in a bored fashion.
Ask what you want, weaklings. I know I don't have to speak to you.
He spat. Mira gave a predatory grin.
I like it when they act all big and tough. It's far more satisfying when they begin to beg me for mercy. Listen here, you piece of shit. The Federation isn't in charge here. The humans are. You are on a ship that is on loan to the humans by the Federation. Have you heard of my people before?
The Vasili's countenance changed. He was nervous now.
The Federation would never allow you to do whatever vile things a human is capable of.
Oh, good. You have heard of us. Here's the thing, Sunshine. We didn't take a head count of who we captured. We didn't take names. And even if someone did, it's really easy to remove your name from the list and change the numbers. I can have your image scrubbed from every camera on this ship. You were never here if I say so. This ship has many extremely useful incinerators. Once I'm done with you, we can incinerate your corpse and sprinkle your ashes across the vastness of space.
Her grin grew feral.
So, let's talk rules, shall we? Admiral Vebby or Lieutenant Commander Fennis will ask you questions. Each time you don't answer a question, I'm going to break one of your fingers with this.
She withdrew the hammer from behind her back.
When I run out of fingers, I'll move on to toes. And when I run out of both of these things, we'll move on to teeth.
She withdrew her other hand, holding a pair of pliers from behind her back.
But let's be real honest. If you don't talk after I smash your first finger, you aren't going to talk at all, or anything you say will be anything just to get me to stop. Humans figured out a long time ago that the first blush of pain is a great motivator to speak, but anything else is just the torturer having fun. Should we just cut to the chase?
Mira quickly lifted the hammer and slammed it down on the table near one of the lizard man's hands, leaving a huge indent on the table. The Vasili lost control of its bladder.
Get that crazy human away from me. Please, I'll tell you anything you want to know, just get it out.
Mira chuckled.
I see that's a universal response.
She turned to Vebby.
You know the questions I'm interested in.
Of course.
Vebby opened the door to let her out. She exited, and the door closed behind her. One of the officers gestured to a chair he had placed in front of the viewing window.
The Lieutenant Commander asked me to grab a chair for you for after you put on the show. He said you are still recovering, but that hit was impressive. How are you able to do this while so ill?
Mira happily sat down and took a deep sigh of relief.
Humans can kind of gather our strength for a purpose if we need to, but after that we're pretty done. My arm is going to kill me tomorrow morning.
We don't have that ability. When our energy is gone, it's gone. My name is Darkiar, and this is Garsha. We're both officers.
It's nice to meet you both.
I've never seen an interrogation like that,
Garsha said.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure we don't interrogate like that. At least not anymore.
We all have things our species don't do anymore,
Darkiar replied with a shrug. It wasn't long before Vebby and Fennis exited the room and nodded to the two officers to go in and release the prisoner.
You're terrifying,
Fennis said with a smirk.
And exhausted.
Vebby added.
Here, let me see your belt.
He tapped a few buttons, and Mira felt lighter.
The lighter gravity should help you. Let us know if you need help, and I can lower your gravity completely and tow you.
Mira was taken back to her quarters to rest.
I am worried about leaving you alone. You are very tired. What if you need help and no one is here?
Vebby asked. Mira chuckled.
I've been through worse.
Fennis was shocked.
Really?
Mira chuckled again.
No, not really. Maybe. I have been through aspects that were worse than this, just not altogether like this. All I really need is rest. Besides, the ship's computers are voice-activated if I really need help. Zanatla showed me how to do that.
I'll still have Povin come and check on you later today. I am giving him a temporary override to needing permission to enter for today only. He will still call out to ask for permission to enter, but if you don't respond, he will use his override.
Fennis replied.
I can agree to that.
They said their goodbyes, and Mira headed to the bedroom to sleep. It was dark, and Mira heard movement close to her. She gasped awake and tried to discern where the noise came from.
I called and you didn't answer. I didn't mean to make you afraid,
came Povin's voice in the dark. He saw that she wasn't focused on him, but on his general direction.
I didn't know that humans can't see in this lighting. I'm going to lighten the room a little.
He tapped a spot on the wall that Mira guessed was where another monitor was. There was a low tone to indicate the computer was listening for an order.
Raise lighting 3%.
The room was still mostly cast in shadow, but now she could see Povin's outline.
I'm sorry. I must have been sleeping really deeply.
It is a few hours to end of day, and you haven't eaten all day. Do you think you can eat? Or perhaps even sit with some of your friends?
Sure, I could eat, and I would love to sit with my friends.
Do you need any help? Zanatla is outside. I can ask her to help you.
Zanatla's here? I'm good. Just give me a few minutes.
Povin nodded and headed back to the living area to give her privacy. In 10 minutes, she was fully awake and was heading with Povin to the dining hall.
I asked them to go ahead so we'll all be able to sit together.
At the dining hall, she was met with a chorus of Mira. Sitting around a large table were Sisveta, Zanatla, Clarud, Dino, the 3 other members of her and Povin's team from the fight, as well as a few others she had seen but not officially met. Everyone had plates of food in front of them.
Wait, isn't the food here going to cause you problems?
Mira asked of Sisveta, Zanatla, and Clarud. Clarud pointed to a member of his race who was bringing out another platter of some kind of food.
There were many losses on the meteor. Black hole shipmates have taken over many of the auxiliary jobs, such as kitchen staff. As a result, we brought over food we can eat. All food being served currently comes from Black Hole. Our 2 ships are heading to the closest Federation outpost to make repairs, take care of our dead we were able to recover, as well as take on replacement ships and crew members. Your return home will be delayed for a few days. Black Hole as well as another ship. God's Eye is how I think it translates. Did that translate?
Mira nodded.
God's Eye and Black Hole will travel the rest of the way to your home planet in case another attempt is made against your return.
Clarud took a bite of food, and Sisveta continued the conversation.
We didn't want to show such a large, well-armed force as part of First Contact, but considering everything, it will be for the best. The meteor will still remain the main point of contact with your planet's leaders. As you know, we at the Black Hole would not be able to step foot on your planet without issues. The crew of God's Eye are Red Class. That's the next step away from Black Class. They would be able to go on your planet, but each of the races on that ship have different issues that would make staying on your planet, long-term, be difficult. The Quicks need high temperatures. Oxygen is poisonous to the Trabalkians, and their nocturnal species, the Naxuns, need nearly total darkness. Their skin is highly reactive to light. Luckily, both the Quicks and Trabalkians have excellent night vision. The Trabalkians actually live on a world with a permanent twilight-like lighting, so don't do well in bright light. It's an odd ship grouping, but they do well together.
Zanatla chimed in.
I hear that once we're at the outpost, we'll have a meet and greet among the 3 ships. I hear that the Quick's chief medical officer is eager to meet with you, Mira. In fact, God's Eye jumped at the chance to be the 2nd escort ship.
Her eyes twinkled at the gossip.
Oh, yes,
Clarud replied.
When another Black-class ship offered to be the 2nd, Drixa, the Quicks CMO, pointed out that there had been a request to Quicks from the meteor to assess the human. I didn't hear all the details about that. Mira, do you know why such a request was made?
One of the Asili medical officers, Garda, spoke with me after I woke up, because I had such an adverse reaction to the Luxshi, and they don't look like the pictures you showed me. I think they have been on Earth for a really long time too. Garda thinks that humans may have low psionic abilities, not enough to fight off the Luxshi, but enough to be affected by them. You see them as somewhat insectoid? 2 upper arms and 4 lower legs, multifaceted eyes, short antenna, full mouth of teeth but no lips, and a somewhat emaciated-looking body. I'm sure that looks normal for them, but to me it looks nearly skeletal for a bug, which is just a weird concept. That's not what they look like to me.
Mira brought out her portable, which had become like a cell phone to her, to feel lost without it tucked away in its belt pouch. She brought up the images that resembled what she saw.
These are artist renderings of what they look like to us, though I do wonder if we might each see them differently as humans. There are a number of slightly similar creatures like this, and I have to wonder if they might all be Lakshi appearing as things that would scare us.
Sisveta was concerned.
Show us the other things you think might be Lakshi in disguise. I think between all of us here, we can at least tell you if they are a known species.
Mira went through as many cryptids as she could think of, but none of them were recognized as a known species. It was decided that they wouldn't know for sure unless the Quicks also saw the Lakshi in these other forms. After eating and much catching up, Povin leads Mira back to her room before heading to his own. By the next morning, Mira was feeling nearly back to normal. Povin came in the morning to take her to breakfast and then to the medbay to be checked over. After being given a clean bill of health, they headed to one of the gathering places for crew members. Mira hadn't had a chance to visit any of these places yet, so this was pleasant to experience. There were lounging areas as well as areas for various multiplayer games.
Want me to teach you Thoric?
Pavin gestured to a game that looked like if she were drunk enough, she might mistake it for chess, but looking at it for any length of time destroyed the illusion.
Sure?
It's fun, and once you understand the moves, you'll be fine,
he assured her. Like Chinese checkers, you could set up the board for more than 2 players. Povin explained that additional spaces opened up with each player added, which could make the game chaotic. You started with 8 pieces, and they were all flat. Each piece had 2 markings that were the same for all 8 pieces. Mira mentally referred to these markings as heads and tails. Heads could move in straight lines one at a time, and tails could move diagonally one at a time. You could move forward or back with both faces, or even sideways. You start the game with 4 heads and 4 tails. The board reminded Mira of a checkerboard, but that changed when Pavin hit the start button. When he did, before either of them moved any pieces, a third of the squares opened up and a few of those squares had their pieces on them. Mira heard movement in the game, and the pieces reappeared at a different part of the board and switched symbols. The heads became tails, and vice versa.
Okay, you can move any of your pieces. You can't cross a gap, and if a piece was next to mine in a way you can move to the spot and remove my piece from the game. Once you have moved, press your turn button. The field will shift again, and then I will take my turn.
He was right that the game was easy to play, and she could see how it could become chaotic with multiple players.
What happens if during the field shift, a token lands on a spot already occupied?
Povin grinned.
Same as if you had taken the space. The token that was there is considered fairly captured.
They played a round, which Povin narrowly won before others came to play with them. As Mira would wait her turn, she thought about the situation back home. She desperately wanted to warn her superiors back home, but how? Would it be safe?
Mira, what's wrong?
Trorik, a Fluxusri, asked.
Yeah, you've been staring a hole through the playing board, and it's been your turn,
Povin added. Mira quickly took her turn, capturing another Drala's token.
I'm sorry, I'm just wondering if I could send a message home and warn people, but not have it intercepted or understood by the enemy.
Your world has that field around it to keep it isolated, right?
Trorik asked. Mira nodded.
This far out, we probably wouldn't be able to get through if the Imperia strengthened the jammer, but if we were within your solar system, we probably could.
These translators...
Mira touched her translator scar.
Are they the same used by everyone, or do the Imperia, Vasily, and Lakshi use something else?
I'm pretty sure they are the same we use. Why do you ask?
Povin asked.
Well, Captain Sveta couldn't understand me at first, but those 3 species have been on my planet for millennia. How was my language not added before me?
Povin looked stunned.
There are only 2 possibilities. They either have a different translator that doesn't connect to the collective, or they learned Earth languages themselves. That would require them to either be able to turn it off or don't have them at all. I would have to imagine turning them off constantly would be annoying.
Povin immediately withdrew his portable and sent a quick message to Fennis.
I've asked the lieutenant commander to have the prisoners' translators checked, and briefly explained your concern. Anything out of the ordinary done to or with prisoners has to be approved by a ship lead,
he explained. Mira pulled out her own portable and sent Zanatla a message.
I need you to gather the best computer people amongst the 3 ships once we arrive at the outpost. I have some ideas I need to run past people who understand computers, and we will need to do a few practice runs.
Zanatla replied.
Sounds exciting. I'll find you the best we have.
What was that?
Pavin asked.
I'm hoping we can create a secure line directly to Commander Morris and we can get his help. And if he's compromised, maybe the admiral of the ship I'm usually stationed on?
Mira smiled.
I'll worry about that later.
It was her turn again, so she moved one of her tail pieces diagonally, hit her turn button, and watched as several pieces moved to different spots and captured other pieces. A few hours later, it was time to eat the evening meal. They ate with several of the crewmates they had been playing with. Mira enjoyed that there were now more non-meat options available due to the skeet on board. As they ate, Povin's portable dinged, indicating that he had received a message. He read it over.
The lieutenant commander says that their translators are standard issue. Looks like those on your planet learned Earth languages organically.
Well, that's added some interesting variables,
Mira replied. She tapped her lips as she thought.
Well, don't leave us waiting,
Povin joked.
How easy would it be for one of you to learn a new language? I mean actually learn it. Listen to the sounds I actually make, and not what your translator tells you I'm saying. Would you be able to make these sounds?
Trorik replied first.
We would not. Our language gets amplified so that we are better heard, and our throats could not make those sounds at all. Flex Usri would be unable to communicate with any other species. We were only able to communicate with our land species through tentacle language.
I think we might be able to, but it would be difficult,
Povin replied.
And it may also hurt our throats to make those noises because they are not natural to us.
More than likely, they probably sent youth down to learn your languages as their first language. After that, it would be whether or not they have the ability to learn the other languages. Some languages are just harder to learn.
Another Drala added.
I'll have to ask Admiral Vebi or Lieutenant Commander Fennis to speak with a different prisoner before they get handed over. I want to see if they understand Spanish. I haven't added it to the translator, but if they just know it, they would be able to respond. It's a very commonly spoken language back home, so it would make sense for them to know it. It's the only other language I know. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of possibilities. It's hard to stop worrying at the whole thing.
The next evening found the meteor and black hole at the Federation outpost. It was a decent-sized moon orbiting a gas giant. It was a rocky and desolate moon, unfit for habitation, which made it a good spot for an outpost. Due to location, the outpost was only good as a repair and relay point, as well as observation. It was usually a quiet outpost, but today, all 3 of its larger ship bays were taken, which had never happened before. The first order of business was a meeting between all 9 of the ship heads and Mira. Because of the total darkness needed by God's Eye's nocturnal species, it was decided that they would all meet on God's Eye, as it would be the safest meeting place. Admiral Vebi ordered up 4 sets of a special visor for each of them, so that they would be able to see. Raleigh would have the best vision out of the 4 of them, being nocturnal herself, but total darkness may give her difficulty too. Fennis reminded everyone to wait until they boarded God's Eye before putting the visors on, or even the dim lighting they had would be blinding. Mira realized the visors probably worked like night vision goggles. Mira and the leaders of the meteor headed over to God's Eye and met up with the leaders of Black Hole on the way. Mira had only met Sisveta of those leaders.
We'll do full introductions on board God's Eye,
Sisveta told Mira as they walked.
Most of us haven't met each other either.
They entered God's Eye and the lights were completely off. The sudden loss of sight made Mira feel disoriented immediately. Raleigh steadied her and said,
"Put the visor on."
Mira put it on, and everything was in color, but was muted. She had been expecting it to be the green tints of the night vision goggles back home, but this was much nicer. This was like walking in dim lighting. She saw in the corner of the visor that hers had been set to human, so she guessed that each visor was customized for each species' vision needs. Walking with the visor was a little trippy because the peripheral was total blackness. Near the door to the interior stood what Mira mentally referred to as a mole person. It stood on two legs, but its hands were long claws that looked like they were meant for digging. The pronounced nose had long whiskers and ears that reminded her a bit of a chow. It had the ability to lift and lower them as it wished. Perhaps it was to help keep the ears closed for protection. This alien skin was in shades of brown, and the face had these deep wrinkles or scale-like plates. It was hard to tell without touching.
Ah, I see you are prepared with visors. My name is Lieutenant Rasmus, and for those of you who have not met my species, I am a Naxun. Let me guide you to our meeting room.
He turned and began leading them towards the bridge, and to a side room much like had been used prior to the meteor getting attacked. Inside the room, the other two leaders of God's Eye were already seated. The Quicks spoke first.
I'm Commander Juan Rawis. I understand that my chief medical officer wishes to meet with you. We'll get you set up so that you can make arrangements to have a meeting.
It was the second of the leaders that surprised Mira the most. The Trabukians stood the tallest in the room at 8 feet and looked how every human would have described a walking tree. The little facts she had heard about them made a lot more sense now, such as them breathing carbon dioxide. Mira had thought it was interesting that their oxygen and carbon dioxide home world levels were opposite of Earth. The hair or treetop was a little different than your typical oak or maple. The hair looked a bit more like ivy vines, and the skin or bark was more gray-like than the brown that everyone always colored their tree trunks. Their feet were even vaguely root-shaped, but all roots going in the same direction instead of in a full radius around them.
My name is Captain Kluben, and you have already met Lieutenant Rasmus.
The rest of the leaders introduced themselves. The Juten leader was Lieutenant Tamrik, and the Trick leader was Commander Jain. There wasn't much to decide. Mira would continue on the meteor, and the leaders of the meteor would be the ones to go down to Earth with Mira. Black Hole and God's Eye would take flanking positions. They figured out a new route to take and went over potential threats that would be on that route. They all made sure they had the contact links to each other so that they could communicate with each other more easily. Mira also shared that she had asked Zanatla to gather a group to figure out a way to make contact with Commander Morris. After the meeting, Juan Rawis guided Mira to CMO Drixa's office in the medbay, while everyone else headed back to their ships. The click of the Quicks' feet on the floor was a little unnerving, and the heat that came off of the commander's atmospheric bubble was uncomfortable. As they walked, the Quicks widened the distance between them and began to walk softer. Unconsciously, Mira moved back closer to the Quicks and also began to walk softer. Juan Rawis mentally chuckled and went back to walking normally, and Mira followed suit. Once inside the CMO's office, Juan Rawis verified that only the 3 of them were in the office, so told Mira to go ahead and remove the visor and close her eyes. Mira felt lights turn on and then slowly opened her eyes, surprised that the ship had any lights. Both Quicks chuckled. Mira gave them both a curious look.
We must apologize. We haven't ever encountered another species that reacts like you do with us.
Juan Rawis explained.
Your mind projects, and we are able to hear them without trying. So, when the commander realized our sphere's heat was uncomfortable to you, he moved away. You thought he was moving in order to be on the correct side of the corridor, so followed his movement. He walked softer because the sound was unnerving to you, but you thought he was being quiet for someone else, so also followed suit. Other species would not typically pick up on the changes.
Drixa added.
I'm going to step out, and Drixa is going to see how strong your mental ears and voice are. I'm going to turn off the light before stepping out, and then Drixa will turn it back on when I leave. When we know we don't have a Naxun in a room, we can turn lights on, and a light that only visible to Naxuns turns on outside of the room that does not harm them. In fact, the Trabukians and Quicks have lights on in our personal quarters all the time. I know you were wondering how we can handle staying in the dark all the time. We aren't. We just take extra care with our Naxun counterparts.
He turned off the light and stepped out of the room. When the door closed, Drixa turned the light back on. For the next hour, they practiced sending and receiving thoughts. While a Quicks can hear distinctive mind voices, humans just suddenly have the words pop into their mind. They are unable to receive passive words, but frequently pick up on emotions. This means that if someone is angry in the room, a human picks up on the unease the strong emotion creates. However, if someone were sad, they pick up on that too and react with empathy. Not all of the emotions are noticed, and some take longer to figure out than others. Humans, on the other hand, don't have any ability to hide their thoughts. Mira asked about the underthoughts, like the ones that pop up but aren't meant. She had to give examples, and Drixa understood.
Those aren't coming through. I hear you think of my legs as spider legs, for example, and that you find the tips kind of cute, but that is all. It's like your mind's voice gives the words colors. Cute comes across as pink, but disgust comes across as a sickly green. If you have other thoughts about my legs, they are not coming through.
I was remembering how it felt when I held a tarantula and it walked across my hand, and if your feet would feel similar. That was the underthought. They can be embarrassing because I don't actually want to feel your feet, and that may come across as a really weird thought for you and can be misconstrued.
Drixa laughed.
Yes, that would be very uncomfortable. Would you like to touch my feet?
She joked. Mira laughed while shaking her head in the negative.
So, why do the Lakshi affect me the way they do?
We have been participating together in a way that is not harmful or malicious. When they sensed your ability to hear them, they used it as an additional attack. However, I can tell from how strong and weak your ability is that it would probably bring out your fight or flight response. For you, it was to blindly fight.
What about dreaming? What does that have to do with psionic ability?
Nothing. It's our ability to remember our dreams. I have watched over many species as they slept, and I can hear when they dream. They are oddly still when they sleep, but I also noticed that their dreams stop for a long time before they wake, which is probably why they don't remember them. They also do not have nightmares, so they do not startle awake either. Just like you, I'm sure, most of their dreams are rather boring. Perhaps getting annoyed at work, or doing exercise, or something as equally normal. But it is also true that they do not have subconscious thoughts or a part of their brains that will work on a problem while they go about their day. This causes a lack in their creativity. They can be very creative, but because they have to actively think about being creative, it can stunt them.
After a while, Drixa asked,
Did you want to explore the space station while you're here? I can show you around. There is not much to see, but it would all be new for you.
I have a meeting with Zanatla on Black Hole. I let her know I would head there after meeting with you.
I'll walk you over. Navigating ships you are not used to is confusing enough, while not doing so in the dark.
She made sure Mira had her visor ready before turning off the light. Drixa guided Mira to the exterior set of doors. Once the first set closed, if you were a Naxun, you would be putting on a visor to keep out light, and the rest would be taking their visors off. They both took their visors off, and Drixa opened the last door to the outside. Mira sent a message to Zanatla to let her know they were on their way, and she met them at the entry door to Black Hole. Inside Black Hole, everyone had gathered in one of the gathering rooms. There were members from all of the races except the Naxun, who was joined remotely on a voice-only feed to protect her eyes.
What did you find out about whether or not the slaver races know other languages?
Zanatla asked.
Yes. Lieutenant Commander Fennis took me in to see one of the Imperia that was captured. I used Spanish first, and it didn't look like it understood me very well. There are some words that are similar in both English and Spanish, so it's possible to figure out a little here and there. I then tried a few phrases I know in Italian from my fiancé and his uncle, but I didn't pick up on any understanding from it. I then tried Morse code, and there was no understanding at all. We tried a Vasili too with the 3 languages, and it definitely knew Spanish and kind of understood the Italian, but was completely confused with Morse code.
What is Morse code?
Adrala asked.
It's a dead language outside of the military. It used to be used to communicate with remote places before telephones were invented, as well as before they became more common. Even now, the military uses it only when we need to communicate covertly.
Then that should be the language used in the transmission to your Commander Morris.
The Naxun replied, and everyone else agreed. Mira appreciated that they didn't ask what the language sounded like or how to decode it, or even for a demonstration. Instead, they worked to find out how to ensure keeping it from being heard by anyone else except the target to the best of their ability. Adrala spoke up after a few hours.
Okay, we have a means to guard a transmission of about 2 minutes so that only the target receives it. Any longer, and it is likely to get intercepted, and it will get iffy as we get closer to 2 minutes. It will only be one way, so we won't be able to receive a response. Think about your message and try to keep it short. We will also need to be close to your Earth to ensure the message stays guarded.
She pulled up a model of Mira's solar system and pointed to Mars.
We can transmit from here.
Thank you. Now I just have to figure out how to say what I need to say.
Mira replied to everyone. There were many smiles, and the nocturnal species sleepily headed to their own quarters or guest quarters. They had only been able to stay awake so long due to sleeping during their waking time to make up the time. The ships all stayed at the outpost for another 2 days, while the Meteor's crew was replenished. The dead were taken out to be taken back to their families, and the prisoners were taken into custody. Mira even got a tour of the outpost by a group from all the different crews, including Drixa. As Drixa had said, there wasn't much to see, but they had what Mira would have referred to as a general store and a post office, where you could send physical items back to your family, or if they knew you were headed to the outpost, they may have things waiting for you. Soon enough, it was time to head back out towards Earth. In all of this time, there was never another communication from Commander Morris. Charon, Adrala technician, even tried to increase Mira's ship's ability to receive messages, but it wasn't enough. Mira racked her brain for how to say everything she needed to say that could be said in Morse code within 2 minutes. She headed back to the Meteor and then to her quarters to think about the message she would send. She first wrote it out and then tapped it out to see how long it would take to say the message. She settled with,
C.O. Morris, C.H. Rodriguez was abducted by friendly aliens. Alpha Centauri is home to slaver aliens, slavers entrenched on Earth. Meet at Howland Island in 2 days.
The fastest she could tap it out was about 1.5 minutes, maybe a little longer. Unfortunately, it was as pared down as she could make it. She chose Howland Island for a couple reasons. Mainly because it was in the middle of nowhere, and it was completely barren so you could see if more people were brought than was necessary. She expected an aircraft carrier, but that meant it would have a several destroyer escort. She really hoped they wouldn't go too crazy with the number of ships brought. They would. She knew they would. But she really hoped they would listen instead of just shooting. She knew this would not go as planned, but really hoped some of it at least went to plan. Their arrival in the Sol solar system would be noticed very early. They would have been actively looking for her own ship, but would certainly find the much larger trio of alien ships and would be on high alert. By the time they made it to Mars, who knows what kind of panic might already be going on within the various world militaries. It was a few short days later, and as soon as they entered the Sol system, Mira became anxious. She headed to the communication room because they would be at Mars in only a few minutes. She knew the target would be his cell phone because it was going to be on the commander. The ships paused at Mars and Mira sent the message. She had decided to add 2 SOS codes before the message to grab Commander Morris's attention, as it's the most recognized message in the code. After the message was sent, they waited a few minutes to give the message time to be received and translated, and then moved towards Earth's moon. They would wait on the dark side of the moon until it was time to head down. Commander Morris had been pulled into yet another meeting after various sensors had picked up on 3 of the largest ships they had ever imagined were quickly approaching Earth. This meeting had high-ranking military generals from all of the branches in attendance. He was the lowest-ranking person here, and was only invited because he was the main contact for the only manned craft they currently had in space, minus the space station. It was quiet when his phone went off, and everyone turned to look at him. His face was flushed with embarrassment, but after hearing the SOS, he became confused. One of the generals began scribing the code. It stopped and did not repeat. The general scriber held up a finger to stave off the questions as he finished the code. He cleared his throat and read it out loud for everyone.
SOS. SOS. Commander Morris. Chief Rodriguez was abducted by friendly aliens. Alpha Centauri is home to slaver aliens. Slavers entrenched on Earth. Meet at Howland Island in 2 days.
Shortly after that announcement, another call came in to let them know that the 3 ships were moving towards Earth again.
Well, sounds like we have some answers. Either that was your missing chief, or these aliens speak English and have been watching us for a long time. Where is Howland Island again?
A Navy admiral replied,
It's a tiny barren island out in the middle of the Pacific. It is one of the minor islands under our control, but it's only a little under 2 miles long. At least they chose one of our territories.
How long will it take to get troops out there?
An Army general asked. The Navy admiral chuckled.
Less than 24 hours. It just depends on how many vessels you want there.
The Marine Major General replied,
Si vis pacem, parabellum.
The others assembled, nodded solemnly, and began to plan the welcome party. Latin for if you want peace, prepare for war. It was time to depart for Howland Island. The transport craft they used was a little larger and much more advanced than the craft Mira had been on during the voyage to Alpha Centauri. They had a small contingent of crewmen coming with them, and several of the smaller fighter ships were ready for combat if an emergency extraction was needed. As they descended, Mira pointed out the aircraft carrier and its destroyer escorts. She then pointed out 2 more sets of aircraft carriers and escorts some distance away, but still in range for combat. At seeing this, Fennis ordered an escort of 7 fighters to help keep them safer. They would stay in the upper atmosphere, but were well within range to assist if needed. They landed, and Vebi, Fennis, and Mira exited the craft. Within a few minutes, a smaller ship was lowered into the water and headed to the island.
So far, this is promising,
Mira muttered, and then a few more ships were lowered into the water.
I suppose that's to be expected?
Mira continued.
Yes, I suppose so. Most first contacts are like this. You were easy.
Vebi teased.
I was also alone.
Mira retorted.
Fair enough,
Fennis added. Within a few minutes, the ships had landed, and soldiers, likely Marines, were exiting the craft and taking up defensive positions. The last to exit were a few generals, Commander Morris, and what looked to be a diplomat of some kind. As they approached, Mira saluted. The generals returned the salute, and the highest-ranking one said, "At ease." Mira moved to parade rest. A man with 3 stars on his shoulder started the conversation.
I am Admiral Davis. My companions are General Thompson, Commander Morris, and Mrs. Zimmerman.
General Thompson had 4 stars on his shoulder and was wearing a Marine uniform. bubble noises. At the confused looks of everyone else, Mira replied,
This is Rear Admiral Veby.
She gestured to the Flexusri, and then gestured to the Drala.
This is Lieutenant Commander Fennis. They can both understand you, but because you don't have a translator, you won't be able to understand them.
I see.
Admiral Davis replied,
Is there a way to receive a translator?
Growling and grumbling noises followed with bubble noises.
Lieutenant Commander Fennis said that it is an implant, which is painful at first to receive, and you may become fearful of bad intention. Rear Admiral Veby suggested we all show our translator implant scars.
They each turned and pointed to where their implant scar was, so that they could see the similar shapes of the scars. Bubble noises.
Rear Admiral Veby said that it will incapacitate you for several minutes. I can attest to this. It was the worst migraine I had ever had, and in the moment, you don't think it will end. Even when it begins to lessen, if you move, it feels like the pain starts all over again. I think it was about 5 minutes of feeling like I was dying. But once the pain goes away, there is no residual pain.
I think we can put that off for now,
General Thompson replied. Admiral Davis nodded in agreement.
You will act as translator for now, Chief Rodriguez?
Yes, sir.
Chief, Commander Morris says you have been non-responsive for some time. Care to explain?
Davis asked.
The last communication I received from Commander Morris is when he reamed me for jettisoning my dead crewmates, and I did send him a response. Was the response received, sir?
Growling and grumbling noises.
I didn't know that. Lieutenant Commander Fennis says that he retrieved our dead and has brought them here.
Mira replied, as Fennis and Veby both grinned at the secret being revealed. Fennis spoke into his portable, and several crewmen came out, guiding 4 wheelless carts out with sheet-wrapped bodies on top. Commander Morris replied,
I did receive that communication, but I sent another 4 messages after that.
Bubble noises.
Yes, Rear Admiral, Charon and I feared that communications were being blocked. She tried increasing capabilities to receive messages, but it didn't work.
Mira looked back to the Admiral and General.
My apologies, sirs. Rear Admiral Veby was confirming that we had tried to increase the receiving ability of the ship.
We figured that out. It's fine.
Davis chuckled. Grumble noises.
Lieutenant Commander Fennis is asking where you would like his men to deliver the bodies.
Lee!
The General barked, making everyone else jump.
Sir,
a man replied as he trotted up.
Receive our dead and get them on the transport.
Yes, sir,
he replied, saluted, and then called out to a few men to help him. Lee began trying to talk to the Drala and Flexusri as though they were deaf.
For Christ's sake, Lee, they understand us just fine. Quit making an ass of yourself.
General Thompson barked. Mira could hear a few chuckles from the Marines as Lee's face colored with embarrassment. Both Veby and Fennis hid their amusement well. Within a few minutes, the dead had been transferred and they were about to continue the conversation when a Drala burst from the ship. Panicked growling. What is it? Davis asked as he saw all 3 who understood take on worried looks. Veby did a quick nod towards the humans, which Mira understood to mean to translate.
They've picked up on Empyrean ships coming our way. You would recognize the Imperia as the little gray men from pop culture. They are not friendly. He said 20 ships, bigger than fighters. He thinks transporter size for most of them.
Meanwhile, Fennis was trying to communicate with his portable to no effect.
They've jammed communications.
As Mira was relaying info, the General was barking orders, and the Admiral was attempting communication with the ships.
I'm getting static as well,
Davis replied.
Mrs. Zimmerman, you should take cover.
Thompson replied, pointing her toward the ships they came on. Lee came back with weapons and armor for Mira, Thompson, and Davis, while Pavin came out of the transport with weapons and shields for the aliens and Mira. After getting permission, he brought shields to Davis and Thompson as well. Mira explained and demonstrated how to put it on and activate it, as well as what it shielded against. When Thompson offered armor for the Drala, at least due to fit, Mira declined, saying that it would be too heavy for them to wear. The conversations only took moments, and before they knew it, the water all around the island erupted with ships. The ships of the Imperia had a silvery blue sheen to them that would have made them hard to see in the water. They were firing as gangways opened, and Imperia and Vasily poured out from 10 of the ships, and 3 more were waiting to be able to disembark. 7 smaller ships were in the air firing as well. The general, the admiral, Mira, and all of the aliens headed towards the marine line, as the transporter they came on did not have guns. The nocturnal Asili had been awoken, and they were also geared up and heading towards the marine line. The Marines had been busy digging out a shallow trench, and they were covering the retreat. Growling.
He's wondering how you knew to build this fortification.
Mira translated.
Marines always expect to have to fight.
Thompson replied.
Merrill, delete that ship.
They heard the thump, thump, thump of several grenade launchers. They did some damage, but it wasn't enough. The nearby aircraft carrier began launching fighters, and they began fighting against the alien fighters. Despite the heavy gunfire supplied by the Marines, they were still losing numbers they couldn't afford to lose. Vebi, Fennis, and Mira were a little separated from the rest of the humans.
Any bright ideas?
Vebi asked.
I do.
She called over to the humans.
Admiral General, I have a way we might be able to communicate with one of the ships, but I need your help.
The men drew near, so she didn't need to shout so loudly.
One of the species in the ships near the moon has psionic abilities. Humans do too, but to a much lesser degree. Our thoughts are kind of loud to them, so we're going to try and all mentally shout to the same being.
You think this will work?
The general asked.
Sir, I would rather try and fail than to not try at all.
They both nodded.
Have either of you seen the old Alien movies?
Both men chuckled and nodded while they continued to scan the battlefield.
Okay, having an image of who you are sending to helps. So think about how the xenomorph looked. Reduce the head and give it 4 obsidian eyes. The head has a shape similar to a squid, and the mouth has little crab arms in front of it. She has 2 arm-like appendages, and the body has something like a thorax, and at the start of the thorax has 4 spider-like legs that come out of it. Her body is brown instead of black. You know how you mentally yell at someone that is being dumb or making a bad choice in a movie, but you're in the theater so can't say it out loud. Let's stick with the same message. How about Drixa? The Imperia have ambushed us. Drixa is her name.
Short, sweet, and to the point. Let's try.
Admiral Davis replied. Mira began shouting in her mind as loud as she could. The strain of it was going to give her a headache. During the trip, she had video chatted with Drixa, and they had continued to practice to see if they could send and receive from distances and what the limit was. They were about as far apart as they had been while traveling, and knew her mind voice might be too faint to hear on its own, which is why she hoped having 3 humans mind shouting, it might be enough. The 7 fighters that Fennis had escort them were already in the fight, but had to be careful to not get attacked by the humans. After a couple of minutes, Mira received a calming sensation.
Okay, she's got our message.
How do you know?
General Thompson asked.
Humans are good senders, but terrible receivers. Whatever she said back gave me a strong, calming sensation.
I think we'd like to meet this species,
Thompson replied. Another couple minutes passed before what looked like every fighter the 3 ships held was out and attacking the Imperia. The Marines had done well at holding off most of the landing aliens, but their ships had been dominating the air and had also been firing on the humans and Federation aliens with little retaliation. The Federation ships came out of the clouds like a flock of birds. The human planes, while fast, were not nearly as maneuverable and fast as the alien ships. The Navy pilots quickly realized that they were unable to communicate with each other or their ships, so had to be very careful so they didn't hit each other or go after the same ship. They did quickly realize that the ships going after the other aliens they had been fighting had the same emblem on them, so they did not go after them. Instead, the humans, unable to communicate with the flight tower on their ships, had to stay in the air, and they waited to take shots where they could, and also attack the transport ships of the invading aliens while dodging the return fire. When the battle finally died down, and the transporter ships had all been destroyed, communications were re-established. Both Vebi's and Fennis's portables began beeping and flashing as messages that had been held back came in all at once. At the same time, human radios all came to life with shouted orders, and panicked requests to respond came through. After taking stock of the damage done, they realized that at least half of the Marines were dead. The boats they had come to the island on had been destroyed, along with the diplomat. About 2/3 of the Federation aliens were dead, and their transport had been destroyed. As for the Imperia and Vasily, only a few remained, and they tried to surrender to the Federation, but the Marines got a hold of them, so they began fighting tooth and nail and had to be knocked out before they could be restrained. The planes headed back to their aircraft carriers, and boats were let down and headed towards Howland Island.
Lieutenant Commander Fennis says that they are sending a new transport down,
Mira translated. The admiral nodded and communicated to his men that a friendly was coming in and to not attack.
If you have any injured, that man there is our field medic, and he can see to your wounded,
General Thompson said. Bubble noises.
Rear Admiral Vebi appreciates the offer, but fears the different biologies may affect the effectiveness of our healing. The transporter coming down has medical staff, and they are offering the same to your men. I can attest that they have excellent healing, and it works well on humans.
Mira untucked her shirt and lifted it to show the claw marks from the Lakshi that cut her.
How did you receive those cuts, Chief?
Davis asked. Mira tucked her shirt back into her pants and then gestured to the enemy aliens and used their pop culture names.
Gray Man, Lizard Man.
She pointed to her covered stomach.
Wendigo. I am very glad we didn't have any Wendigo here. Their proper name is Lakshi. They are the only other known psionic race, and when they attack people like us, they also attack our minds. It caused me to become a berserker. I don't remember receiving these wounds, but I've watched the video. They change what they look like to our minds.
She turned to Vebi and Fennis.
Can we show them?
Fennis nodded and pulled up the video to show the Admiral and General.
You were in a fight, Chief?
Yes, sir. The 3 slaver races attacked the Meteor, their ship, to get to me. Based on what happened, we believe the ship I was on was either moved into the path of debris to damage the ship, or that debris was shot towards the ship and they were going to wait and scoop us up. Because a Federation ship is what found me first, they then tracked the ship, knew it would eventually head in the direction of Earth, and attacked when they left Federation-controlled space. We were able to receive help, but because of the attack, we traveled with an escort to ensure it didn't happen again.
Wendigos are real too. What else is real? I see we have a new race that exited the transport. Can we be introduced?
Commander Raleigh,
Mira called out. She walked forward. After listening to her speech, which actually did sound like language to Mira, she translated.
This is Commander Raleigh. Her species is nocturnal, and the sun here is very bright. She apologizes for sounding short, but she and her people need cover and rest before she can be useful.
As they finished the introduction, the transport landed, and the Asili headed in to seek cover. Anyone with eyes could tell that the Asili were exhausted as they trudged into the transport. Povin came up and collected the weapons and shields from everyone, and the General and Admiral both looked sad as they had to return such amazing tech. Both groups collected their dead and transported them back to their ships. The Federation transport left with the dead and would return after. The Flexorsi dove into the water to retrieve the dead that had fallen into the sea. Shortly after, they began bringing up both human and Federation dead. The humans were thankful as they collected their dead from the alien divers.
Thank you, Rear Admiral Vebi. I'm unsure if we would have been able to retrieve them,
Admiral Davis said.
How could we not when we were retrieving our own?
Mira translated for Vebi.
How about we go somewhere more comfortable to talk?
General Thompson added.
Our ships are nearby, and if we are attacked again, we will not be out in the open.
After Vaby and Fennis spoke together, they answered.
They accept.
Mira translated. The general and admiral looked at each other and then played rock, paper, scissors. The general lost, and he's the one that spoke up.
Admiral Davis and I have decided that one of us should receive a translator so that this can go a little more smoothly.
It's better if we do that inside the transporter so you have a place to rest while you recover. And of course, Admiral Davis is welcome to observe and then decide if he would also like a translator implant.
Mira translated for Fennis. 6 minutes later, Davis decided he didn't want the general to have any edge between them, and had the implant as well. After that, communication went easier, and the Federation aliens were welcomed to the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower. Once everyone was aboard the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, Mira seemed to relax a little. Davis and Thompson were chatting away with Vebby and Fennis. Povin still stayed near Mira when the officers were chatting with each other. She felt a little lost now that her services as translator was no longer needed. The winds were much stronger here, and one of Povin's wings got caught in the wind, causing him to lift up. He reflexively opened his other wing.
Povin, remember, glide, do not flap.
Mira yelled at him.
What was that, Chief?
Thompson asked.
I'm sorry, sir. Ensign Povin's wing got caught on a draft. They come from a lower gravity world, so if he tries to fly, our gravity will break most of his wing bones and tear through his wing skin. The atmospheric belts they wear can maintain their own atmospheric conditions, but it can't keep up if they full-on fly.
After riding the currents and getting used to how it felt under his wings, Povin was eventually able to land. He quickly wrapped his wings about himself tightly to avoid doing that again. The rest of the remaining Drala quickly tightened their own wings about their bodies.
I see. Let's get everyone inside.
Admiral Davis replied.
Chief Rodriguez, your Captain Martinelli sent over your uniforms.
He called over a sailor who had a duffel bag which was handed over to Mira. Mira looked a little closer at one of the destroyer escorts.
Sir, is that the USS Bainbridge I see?
Yes, it is. Do you think your captain would allow us to come get you and not be a part of the escort? Once we stopped receiving responses, he has called in almost daily to NASA to get answers. Honestly, I was willing to bet that if we denied his request to join the escort, he would have gone rogue to be here.
I'm not so sure about that. Captain Martinelli wouldn't break protocols like that. He might have been hailing like crazy until someone gave him answers, but never would he go rogue.
Mira replied. As she finished saying that, a sailor came up the admiral.
Sir, Captain Martinelli of the USS Bainbridge is on the horn for you.
You were saying, Chief.
Davis chuckled.
Maybe you should go take that call. We'll be in the ready room. Come see us there after you have spoken with your captain and made yourself Navy presentable.
Yes, sir.
She saluted, received the return salute, and headed to the comms room. In the comms room, she was directed to the receiver.
This is Chief Mira Rodriguez speaking.
Chief, it's good to hear your voice again. Do you have any idea how many calls I received from my nephew? I don't know how he was able to get people to patch him through so frequently while on duty himself, but he's very resourceful. I have to admit that. Did those aliens treat you well? And who took down communications like that?
Yes, sir. I was treated extremely well. I haven't had a chance to be debriefed yet, so I don't know how much I'm allowed to say over comms.
I understand. You should be able to say at least if the comms were interrupted by the aliens.
Not by the aliens I was with, sir.
I understand. Go do what you have to do, Chief. I hope to see you back on the Bainbridge soon.
I hope so too, sir,
she replied. The call ended, and a sailor took her to where she could change her clothes as well as where the ready room was located. Once she was in her khaki-colored shipboard working uniform, she headed to the ready room and then waited to be told she could sit. The Flexusri each had their specialty chairs, and the Drala were able to manage the human chairs.
Is Captain Martinelli well?
Admiral Davis asked.
I believe he is calmer now, sir. However, I suspect he will grill me himself once I am returned to his ship.
That sounds about right, Chief. I wouldn't expect any less of him.
Grill? Are you in danger, Chief Mira?
Vebi asked worriedly.
Grill is slang for question soundly, Rear Admiral. I promise that I will be completely safe with my captain.
Mira looked around and noticed Commander Morris wasn't in the room.
Excuse me, sirs. What happened to Commander Morris? I thought he had survived the assault.
I'm sure he's somewhere on board the ship. When we left to this room, he had been distracted. You know how these ships can be hard to navigate for non-Navy enlistees.
Davis replied. General Thompson added,
If I had not spent my earlier enlisted time on board Navy vessels, I likely would have also been confused. I always did enjoy the Marine taxi service.
He joked. The Admiral gave him a poke with his elbow good-naturedly. It was a sign that they had been friends as well as co-workers for a long time. Admiral Davis explained to the aliens,
The General and I belong to different branches of service. Each branch has a love-hate relationship with all of the other branches. We all have our strengths, and our weaknesses are proudly backed up by the strengths of the other branches. It's like having siblings. I can tease and make fun of my siblings, but if anyone else does, I will fight them to submission and make them apologize to my sibling.
Ah, I understand.
Vebi replied.
I feel the same way about my spawn mates.
Fennis cut in.
I understand the diplomat you had intended for us was lost in the conflict. We would prefer if Chief Mira were to be this for us. She has lived with us, and we have forged mutual respect for each other.
I believe that can be arranged.
Davis replied after a few moments of thought.
Bureaucracy takes time, and the rest of the chief's enlistment will have to be accounted for, but I believe this can be arranged.
He chuckled.
Captain Martinelli will be both happy for you and pissed we're taking away his highest-ranking machinist mate aboard the Bainbridge.
They began talking and getting to know each other, and finally, Vebi asked,
I understand you will need to speak with others to make a real decision, but do you think your people will join the Federation?
General Thompson beat Admiral Davis to it as he said,
They touched our boats. No one touches the U.S. Navy's boats and gets away with it.
Davis gave Thompson a small elbow to the ribs for stealing the Navy's line. Eventually, Commander Morris found the ready room, and General Thompson gestured for him to take a seat.
Now that we're all here, Chief, how about you give us a full debriefing? Start from leaving Earth.
Yes, sir. The mission started off great. Roger was able to correct course as needed, but the autopilot we were using was very accurate. We were all asleep when it happened. I'm a light sleeper, and the pings against the hull woke me up. Looking back, there must have been a harder hit that woke me up first, but at the time, all I heard was the lighter pings. I got up to take a look around, and then the alarms went off that we all knew meant to get into our spacesuits. Once I was in my suit, I realized no one else was in the room with me. I grabbed a suit with the intent to help someone into it, and then we could go back and help others. They were all dead. The atmosphere in the ship was completely gone, and we were no longer noticeably moving. I was staring at either it's a short and rough death once my air ran out, or if I could fix the life support, I could be looking at a long, agonizing death from hunger. I never turned away from a challenge, so I was determined to fix the ship. I fixed the life support and power at the same time. Now I was only going to face a long, agonizing death. It was then that I jettisoned the dead. Hindsight being 2020, I realize it was the wrong choice. I know that Commander Morris felt I should be able to make a refrigeration room, but if you look at the ship and the schematics, and assuming that I knew I was going to survive and make it back home, that ship did not have rooms that were airtight. They are close, but do not seal all the way. Secondly, I didn't have the materials to make it so that the air didn't circulate out of any room I put them in. At that time, I fully expected that I was going to die out there. It would take time for any message to get to Earth, time to fabricate a new ship and crew it, and time to get out to me. Time that I didn't feel I had.
Davis interrupted.
The seals weren't airtight.
The exterior ones were, but any of the interior doors were not. They used a different kind of seal material, and in some cases we could see light through a closed door. Even the door that was supposed to be the airlock for if we had to open the exterior door for anything. That one was the best seal, but there were still leaks.
Continue,
Davis said.
I was out fixing the thruster when the crew of Black Hole found me. You haven't met them, and I don't think they can even come down here. The Federation uses color outlines on their emblem to denote classes of ability to survive on worlds, I guess would be the best way to put it. Black Hole is a green class. They have the fewest worlds they can touch down on and survive. It's based on allergy. If they were to even touch the plants here, they would get hives. The Meteor's crew is a black class. They can go to nearly every inhabited world. They might have to be careful of gravity, or if the air quality or temperatures are too extreme for the atmospheric belts to handle. Our world is classified as a black class planet.
She then relayed the rest of her journey.
Do you think we can speak with these other heads of ships?
Thompson asked the aliens.
Of course.
Fennis replied. To Vebe he said,
If you hail Commander Schwanrawis, I'll hail Captain Esesveta.
After getting their targets on a video call, they both headed over and got their counterparts in view too.
We still have 2 hours until our nocturnal counterparts awaken. We'll have about an hour of overlap, and then we will need to rest ourselves,
Esesveta said. The leaders all spoke with each other, leaving Morris very confused as he did not receive a translator implant. Thompson told Mira she could act as his translator, so she did. After about an hour, a Marine requested entrance, and after entering and saluting his superiors, he let them know that the prisoners were using English and were beginning to talk.
What are they saying?
Thompson asked.
They started by saying not to trust the Federation. We pointed out that the Federation aliens never attacked us and even took care of one of our own, but they attacked us and tried to kill us all. Then they switched to offering us safety and high positions within their own group.
Thompson laughed.
Denial and then bargaining. They skipped over anger?
To be fair, they started with anger, sir.
I do not understand.
Vebe replied. Davis answered,
The 5 stages of grief. Usually you use them in reference to how we handle the death of loved ones. However, it also fits in with any loss. In this case, the loss of freedom. While they can happen in any order, they frequently happen in this order: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and finally acceptance.
Have they given any useful information yet?
Thompson asked.
Not yet, sir. I came to ask permission to begin questioning now that we know they can speak English.
Granted. Keep us informed.
Yes, sir.
After the Marine left the room, Admiral Davis noted the time and invited the aliens to eat. In another hour, the nocturnal aliens would awaken. However, it was still daytime on Earth due to the difference in the length of days. The meat had to be tested to ensure it was edible to the aliens, but it was found to be safe. Sometime after dinner, Vebe and Fennis needed to head back to their ship to sleep, and the Asili would come down and take their place. It was still light out, so Raleigh and the other Asili that came down on the transport ship wore dark sunglass-like visors. They were welcomed onto the ship and brought indoors where it was dim enough for them to take off their visors.
I understand you both received the translators. I apologize for the shortness of our last meeting. My name is Commander Raleigh. I would like to also introduce you to Commander Jine and Lieutenant Rasmus. They are the nocturnal species on the other ships. I will have to show you a picture of what Lieutenant Rasmus looks like because his species is extremely sensitive to any light at all.
Raleigh first showed a picture of Rasmus and then called both Jean and Rasmus. The screen was split with one side completely dark and the other was very dim. After introductions were made, the Asili were invited to eat as well, which they accepted. The Asili were just finishing their food when the same Marine from before let Thompson know that the enemy aliens were talking now. Thompson left them to oversee the rest of the questioning, and Davis took the aliens, plus Mira and Morris, on a tour of the ship while they got to know each other. It was about an hour later when General Thompson rejoined them.
Anything you can share?
Davis asked.
Yes. Let's head back to the ready room.
Thompson replied. They both guided everyone else to the ready room and waited for everyone to take a seat.
I'm not even sure where to start.
Thompson sighed.
To start, they have been here for over a millennium, maybe longer. It was hard to figure out how they were accounting for time.
There was a confused look on Raleigh's face.
Millennium?
He asked. She nodded.
1,000 years. They seem to have a longer circadian rhythm than we do. Ours is about 24 hours. Theirs sounded like it was closer to 30 hours.
Yes, their homeworld has a 30-hour day.
Raleigh replied.
Their landing on Earth puts them here before our ancestors realized this continent existed. There were people here already, but our ancestors, for the most part, came from the other side of the world.
Admiral Davis remarked, and Thompson nodded. Thompson continued.
Since then, they have been keeping other aliens away from Earth by any means necessary, and they have done different things to guide humans how they wanted us. They used those Wendigos to speak in dreams to implant ideas and morals. That was easier to do when we were fewer and more spread out as a species. They are the reason the slave trade began. Perhaps they were working on having us join them. They found we were harder to control when there were more of us because our own morals were able to break through. But by then, some people were permanently corrupted and able to spread that corruption to their children. This is why there are still hate groups, racism, and xenophobia. At this point, they know they can control us in smaller groups, so their next step was getting us into space. They found people with a propensity for inventing and began whispering into their dreams about things like electricity and machinery and flight. Mira, you encountered them in battle, but they don't apparently have to attack our minds. The aliens I spoke to didn't have specific knowledge of our most recent excursion into space, but it sounds like the intention was to get you to Alpha Centauri, cripple the ship, and then turn you and the rest of the crew into slaves to test you out, as see if humans could be tamed. As to the locations of the bases they have made here, he refused to give specifics, but there is one near here in the ocean, another in the desert, but somewhere rocky, and then another in the Appalachians. And that's just the bases on this side of the world that he was willing to talk about. We have no idea about the rest of them.
Thompson finished. Davis sighed.
It looks like we will need to coordinate with the President and the Secretary of Defense, and potentially the United Nations.
To be fair, we probably would have had to have the President contact the United Nations no matter what.
Thompson added. Over the next few days, the Admiral and the General made calls into their superiors and received new orders. They were told to port at Naval Base Ventura County in California. Captain Klubin and Commander Schwanrawis were both able to come down from God's Eye and meet with Admiral Davis and General Thompson.
I'm not sure if Chief Mira brought this up to any of you, but you look very similar to legends as well as one of our oceanic creatures.
Admiral Davis finally broached to Fennis and Vibi. They both chuckled.
She did. She wanted us to be prepared for awkward questions. I would like to meet your octopi and see if we are related.
We are in the Pacific Ocean. There are many octopi in these waters. I'm surprised your people didn't see any when they were pulling up the dead from the ocean.
Davis replied.
No one reported seeing any. Do you mind if we take a look around?
Did you need us to slow the ships down or stop?
Davis asked.
No need. We're much faster in the water.
In short order, all of the Flexusri jumped overboard. After a few moments, Fennis added,
We don't breathe fire, by the way, or turn to stone at night.
Thompson barked a laugh at the sudden quip.
The Asili did try to land and explore here. This is more Commander Raleigh's story to tell, but they did land here and were likely hunted down by the slavers.
It was a few hours later when the Flex Usri leapt up to the ship deck, surprising everyone on deck. After everyone calmed back down, Vebi came over to the group.
We were able to communicate after a fashion. They are intelligent, but don't have any verbal language. We were able to use tentacle language with them, but it was very different. They are not interested in getting to know us or anyone else. They are comfortable where they are at. Well, at least the ones we were able to speak with. Others may have different views. We also asked about any odd structures that look like they were made and not grown. They described what sounds like that aquatic base we heard about. We didn't want to check it out due to how far away it is from here, and to also potentially cause us to be attacked.
Rear Admiral, if we could go and make some map notes together so we have a better idea of where we're looking at for that enemy base?
Davis asked.
Yes, of course.
They replied. Vebi gestured for a few other Flexusri to join them. During the trip to Naval Base Ventura County, the Drala practiced on the wind currents.
I really understand the dragon myths now.
Another sailor remarked to Mira,
When they are standing on deck, I could see the gargoyle myths, but in the air, dragons for sure.
When they finally reached the naval base, Thompson suggested that any aliens that wished to attend the meeting travel with them, so that the American people didn't see the transporters and fear them, as they would need to be careful about how they were introduced to humanity. The last transporter came down with travel bedding, so that if they stayed on the mainland for longer than their day, which they were expecting, they would be able to rest comfortably. Once at the Navy base, they exited the ship as it got dark and turned off the streetlights to help reduce eyes on them. A curfew had been called as well. They knew that adding a curfew would piss off the servicemen on base, but it would be lifted as soon as everyone made it onto the C-40 Clipper that would take everyone and their cargo to Camp David. This would allow everyone to meet in safety and with the least amount of eyes. By the time they made it to Camp David, Commander Morris had been replaced by a higher-ranking officer from NASA. While Mira had stayed with the aliens most of the time, there had been little for her to do as the new ambassador for Earth to the Federation. She helped with the slang, and when Camp David was brought up, explained that it wasn't a base or something similar, but a large secluded stretch of land that was set aside as a safe place for president of the country to have their vacations or to meet with other leaders away from the eyes and ears of the press. Once at Camp David, the 5 aliens that were able to be on Earth safely met with the president as well as the president of the United Nations, who was from Germany. After explaining about the translator and hearing that Mira, Davis, and Thompson had all received one and had no ill effects, they both agreed to have a translator so that they didn't have to keep relying on translations. Several others also received them so that communications would be easier for everyone. Once everyone was ready, they got down to talking about what they knew for sure, what they suspected, and what was learned from the captives. They all looked at a map of the world and highlighted areas of potential bases and areas that have strong legends of creatures that terrorized regions. After looking over the areas of influence of the various legends, Commander Schwanrawis pointed out how the areas each had no more than 3 main legends, and then how those legends were spread out. They looked at the ages of the legends, and the last time there had been new stories of the creature. As they started putting dates to the legends and regions, Thompson pointed out how the activity was strongest when those regions were the powerhouses of the regions. The Asian regions were active when the various dynasties and emperors were strongest. Those legends died down as the European legends became stronger, and then those died down as the North American legends became stronger. There were still a few European legends that were strong, as well as a few in the Asian continent and the African continent. These were all areas where there was either a strong world presence or unrest in the region. It became imperative that the aliens be introduced to the world leaders, and it would need to be fast. The slavers would already know the Federation was here and would begin amping up their machinations or even outright attack. Very quickly, The President of the United Nations called an emergency meeting of the United Nations to be held at the UN headquarters in New York City. Admiral Davis entered Mira's room at Camp David.
You've had a rough month, kid. I don't envy you one bit, maybe a little. You have a very easy relationship with the aliens, and they aren't at that level of ease with anyone else. In fact, Thompson and I both noticed that when you aren't an active participant in the conversation, they don't speak as much. They trust you, and that's important when you're a diplomat. I know you are following your chain of command training and not speaking unless addressed, but the chain of command is not at play right now. You're going to have to speak in front of the United Nations. Remember that your role there will be as a diplomat and not a Navy chief. Your new job here is to represent our interests. Our interests right now are to find the enemies and get them off our planet. That will probably mean joining their federation. So far, that doesn't seem like a bad thing, but we need to know what the expectations are of a Federation species. They haven't been evasive on these things, but I feel like we might be asking the wrong questions. I need you to figure out the right questions and get those answers. And if you can get those answers before the UN meeting, it will help greatly.
Thank you. I felt very lost since returning to Earth.
She replied.
Directly after the UN meeting, we will need to go into a press conference about the aliens. We know that the people get panicked and will make up their own stories, or even go to the sites they believe are alien bases and cause problems or even get hurt. Besides, we would rather they just join the military, but more importantly, we don't need people making nuisances of themselves and getting in our way with misguided ideas. You'll need to make a statement, so we will write that for you. Part of your job as a diplomat is to bridge the gap in customs and culture, so you will probably have to do a lot of public speaking in the near future to explain them, whether it is speaking to the aliens or speaking to humans. Do you think you can do that? Now is the time to figure this out.
I can do this, Admiral. I still have 2 years left with the Navy. How is this all going to work out?
Mira asked.
We are writing up your honorable discharge, and your new contract as a diplomat is being written up as well. You will have a salary, and after the press conference, we'll get you out to the Bainbridge to collect your things and say your goodbyes with your crewmates. You'll also have an opportunity to go home and collect your civvy clothing. We'll get you clothing for tomorrow. It will be good for people to see you more as one of them, and not another member of the military. At any rate, go and enjoy yourself. It's not every day you get invited to Camp David.
Mira left her room and headed over to one of the communal areas of the building and found Vebi speaking with Juan Rawis. Juan Rawis looked over as Mira entered the room.
You seem more at ease. Ah, I see. Your admiral spoke with you. I am glad he has said whatever you needed to hear.
It was the chain of command interfering with being a diplomat, wasn't it?
Vebi asked.
Am I so transparent?
Mira asked with a chuckle. Juan Rawis said yes, while Vebi said,
You aren't see-through. You don't have the right color receptors in your skin. Like this.
And then they briefly made their skin transparent. Mira laughed.
I didn't know you could do that.
It's very useful for medical checkups, but hard to do. Our color receptors are for mood and camouflage. Appearing as a floating sack of organs is not something you would want to be in enemy waters. And I understood. You looked like you could use a laugh.
Come and sit with us. We're talking about which species would be best suited to your planet's many climates.
Juan Rawis said.
Due to all of the legends, we can assume that Lakshi are the most numerous of the aliens here, and are likely in most of their strongholds. That means that any humans going into these battles will need to wear one of our training rings.
Juan Rawis said.
Training ring?
Mira asked.
Here, let me pull up an image on my portable.
He pulled up an image, and it reminded Mira of a simple circlet or crown. He then showed it on a Quix child.
Many of the animals on my planet can mentally lure weaker-minded prey to come to them. We used to have to watch our children very closely, or they would wander away into the jaws of a predator. I've had my ship start to make these with our material printers. We think there are a few bases underwater. Those will only have the Imperia there. They are not an aquatic species, but we know that they overpopulated their land masses, and so started to build cities underwater. In fact, they may be where your legends of Atlantis came from. We believe that the Imperia were the first to come here, followed closely by the Lukshi. The Vasili, which is who your General Thompson spoke with, are the newest of that block. We realized that when he said the aliens said they had been on this planet for about 1,000 years, that's a little less than how long the Vasili have been in space. The Flexusri won't be able to go too deeply into your waters. The atmosphere belts have limits, and the pressures of your deep waters is like your gravity for the Drala should they fly. However, your native octopi, if they will speak to the Flexusri, may be able to do reconnaissance for us. Your leader mentioned that you could take us to places that keep octopi, so that Vebi can try talking to them again.
Just Vebi and not Rear Admiral?
Mira asked with a smile. Vebi replied,
You are no longer Chief Mira, at least not actively. As diplomats for the Federation, we can be less formal amongst ourselves.
I'll look up which places have octopi in the New York City area.
Mira replied.
Won't we cause a stir walking around a city?
Vebi asked. Mira laughed.
If it's downtown, you'll probably fit right in. But I'm sure we can schedule something private. I know they are going to send me back to my ship to pack and then back home so I have my own clothes. I'm just not sure when that's going to happen.
Admiral Davis already mentioned this to us. Our understanding of the order of events will be the introduction to the United Nations, the media announcement directly after, and then the next day a meeting among countries to determine communications and a chain of command between our peoples and yours for these endeavors. We think that it will be after that when you will be sent back to your ship and then your home. We would like to have Povin go with you for these things, and maybe one of Schwanrawis's people. We worry about you, and we also worry about being among your people without you around.
Vebi replied.
Why are you worried about me?
Mira asked.
We think you could be targeted. You will become our face among your people. Those that are afraid could see you as a threat and wish to harm you because of that same fear. The new can be scary, as can those different from yourself. It would not be the first time a diplomat was harmed due to fear by a newly contacted race. The difference would be that it would be by your own people, and I think that would make it worse. We also have the slaver races to worry about. After what has happened so far, as well as these upcoming broadcasts, they could come for you, if for no other reason than to cause fear and other disruption. If I could get away with sending more of our people, I would. As it is, I will be making the request to your military leaders.
Vebi continued. Schwanrawis chuckled.
We have traveled far from what we were first speaking about. But you have another thing on your mind.
I thought you couldn't read minds like that.
Mira protested.
That wasn't an underthought. You were practically screaming it at me. That was a very active thought.
What is this on your mind you wish to ask us about?
Vebi asked.
When a nation joins the United Nations, they make promises to each other. They are expected to participate in international diplomacy. They must adhere to the charter obligations that were agreed upon by the founding, such as human rights. They are expected to contribute to global challenges such as world hunger and climate change. They have to support peacekeeping efforts, so they may be required to contribute armed forces to help maintain peace when a war may break out between nations. And of course, if a non-member attacks a member of the United Nations, then all members of the United Nations may declare war on the non-member. Joining means that your country may be asked to go to peace talks, because your nation has the best relationship with that nation. Conversely, if those peace talks were unsuccessful, you could be required to go to war against that nation if a war needed to be called to maintain peace. Does this make sense?
Vebi and Schwanrawis made their indications of understanding.
What are the expectations of a species that joins the Federation?
General Thompson is worried that if you do not join, then we will not help you with your infestation. Please let him know that we will do this no matter your decision on joining us. Your people don't want them here. That is enough for us. We do this in hopes that humans will see our aid offered in hopes of future friendship and join, because they want to continue to be friends. Should you join, the expectation is that you would join a 3-species crew. Many Federation species field several such crews, but the requirement is 1. You don't have to provide any specific number of ships, but the hope is that you will build at least 1. It takes a lot of material to make, so we understand that not every species has the resources to make them. As to technology, there are some things that are considered basic needs, so that technology would be given freely, such as the training rings, the material makers, and medicines. Speaking of medicines, we have been vaccinating the humans we have been in contact with the most, and the vaccine formula has already been shared. I understand it will be given to all of the military first, and then spread into the populace after. Weapons, engines, and computers would be withheld until joining. However, it looks like you won't need help with weapons.
Xuanrawis laughed at his last statement.
Come, let's get back to talking about which species will be able to help in different climates and terrains. We already know that the Quicks will be with most of the groups to help combat against the Lakshi.
They continued talking for several hours, and Fennis came in to join the conversation. They even took dinner together. There were a couple hours where the Asili, Quicks, Flaxusri, and Drala were up at the same time and chatted together about strategy.
I agree. The Naxxon will be the best for the enemy bases that may be within your Rocky Mountains. They can feel vibrations within rock for over 1 of your miles. We can make sure they go at night and with light visors. They'll be fine once they are underground. They'll be able to find the tunnels and even know how many enemies are within them. No one matches the Naxxon at underground fighting.
Fennis replied. Rasmus had joined them via portable.
Yes, that will work. It will be just like home. I do miss the caves of my youth.
They all spoke for a few more hours before Mira needed to head to bed. The Asili were from a similar day cycle planet, so were beginning to acclimate to the 24-hour day and having a true nocturnal sleeping schedule. The next morning, a woman from the president's team met with Mira at breakfast.
I've brought clothing in your size for the meetings today. I used your uniforms to give me sizing. We have a stylist that can take of your hair and makeup as well when you've finished eating.
Thank you. This is all pretty new to me.
She replied.
It's okay. Part of my job is to make this as easy on you as possible. If you don't like something, speak up. You won't offend me, all right?
Okay.
Mira agreed.
We'll be waiting in your room and getting set up.
I didn't catch your name?
Mira called as the woman began to leave the table.
Janice, my apologies. I sometimes forget my manners. I look forward to working with you.
Janice and her team were amazing. The clothes fit perfectly, and they were able to apply makeup that would appear light, but would be the correct coverage for being on TV. They all traveled together to the United Nations building and were able to enter without issue. Once they were settled into their seats for the meeting, they were each handed an earpiece so that if someone spoke in a language other than English, it would get translated for Mira and the aliens. After this meeting, they would have translators and native speakers begin adding other languages to the system. Many of the translators had agreed to the translator implant, so that when the aliens spoke, they would be able to translate into the languages of their country representative.
This is amazing,
Fennis whispered.
It's so organized, and with so many languages. How fast does the translation come?
During and after. So if someone begins speaking another language, they wait for maybe the first sentence, and then begin translating. Our translators know several languages, so you may hear the same translator for multiple language translations, or it might switch to another who knows that language.
The president explained.
You have the questions we set up for you?
Yes. Is that normal? To tell people what you will ask them?
Vebi asked.
When we can. You may get questions we didn't think of, but they will probably just be a variation of one we thought of.
He explained. As they spoke, leaders began filing in and taking seats. The meeting went on for a few hours, and the aliens spoke with the leaders as well. Even Sisveta spoke from a video screen and even explained why he and his crew could not meet with them in person, and explained about the color class system and explained the class their own planet and species had been given, as well as what that means. Some of the leaders reacted with fear, but many more reacted with curiosity. There were clarifying questions and requests for additional meetings to coordinate militaries. By the end of the meeting with the United Nations, Mira was feeling like a rug-out rags.
You think you had it bad? I had to try and tune out everyone's thoughts. I contemplated wearing one of our training rings myself.
Xuanrawis commented to Mira's thoughts.
Sorry, Juan Rawis, I didn't mean to think so loudly.
Mira replied.
I know you can't help it.
He replied.
They are about to ask for you for that press conference.
He warned.
This way.
One of the president's aides called to Mira, and then, as she got closer to him, he guided her over the room that had been set aside for the press conference. She had to get rechecked by the Secret Service before being allowed inside, and before she could blink, she was stood in front of a podium with a large number of cameras pointed at her. For a moment, she felt like a deer in headlights. She took a deep breath, and at the go-ahead nod of an aide, began her speech.
Good afternoon. Depending on how closely you followed the news of the discovery, you may already know who I am. For everyone else, my name is Mira Rodriguez, and I am the sole survivor of our first voyage outside of our solar system. While my vessel was dead in the water, so to speak, I was rescued by some amazing aliens. I can't wait for you all to get to know them better. Through them, I discovered many things about the universe and our own planet. I'll start with the good news. We aren't alone in our universe. It's populated with more species than our sci-fi writers could ever dream of. The group I encountered belongs to a federation of species. Their goals are for peace and to ensure that everyone has enough, and that we are all able to be friendly with each other. Just like we have always looked to the stars and hoped there were others like us that wanted to be friends, so too did they. At least most of them did. That leads me to the bad news I discovered. Just as we saw in our own world history, some people will never feel they have enough and are willing to force others into labor to chase that ever-elusive more. There are many nations that owe their place in the world to the backbreaking labor of slaves. This is also true in the universe, and those races found Earth a very long time ago and hid us away from everyone else. We are unsure of their ultimate goal. Perhaps they saw our hardiness, and yes, even among the universe, our species is very hardy and thought we would make good slaves. Perhaps they also saw humanity's stubbornness and thought we would help them enslave others. Perhaps they also encountered our empathy and have been trying to break us of it ever since. We don't know for sure, but we do know we want them gone. And so, I come back to good news. You will be seeing more of Federation aliens working with world militaries to remove this cancer from us. You will also see more of me as I work with our leaders and theirs to move forward in this bright new world together. Thank you.
She gestured to the general to take the podium.
General Thompson?
General Thompson took the podium and began speaking as Mira returned to stand near the aliens. The speech was rousing and even made Mira want to re-enlist. She was sure it would swell the recruitment offices across the country, with eager young men and women looking to get back at their local cryptid that terrorized them as children. When the press conference was finally finished with the president speaking last, Mira was able to leave with the aliens with an MP escort to the vans that would take them to the aquarium the president's staff had booked for them.
Your people are very efficient,
Vaby said as they traveled, noticing that a seat has already been created for his different form, another with modifications for Schwanrawis, and another had modifications to allow for Fennis's wings and tail, each a little different from the next. Mira laughed.
You wouldn't say that if you knew us better. We can be, but just as often it's a colossal mess. We're good at winging it.
Winging it? Do you put on wing apparatuses?
Fennis asked.
I see we need to add more slang to the translators. It means to figure it out as we go along. You can plan everything out to your heart's content, but things will always go wrong at some point. That's where you sometimes just have to wing it. Sometimes things go right and sometimes things go wrong. When Sisveta and Black Hole found me, I was winging it to get my ship back to working order.
Ah, I understand. The Flex Usri have a similar saying. They use Inkit as that's the defense mechanism they use when they are out of options. We don't have a close enough saying.
Fennis replied. It wasn't long before they arrived in front of the New York Aquarium in Brooklyn. The MP that had come with them exited first, and then Mira, Vaby, Fennis, and Schwanrawis exited after. They quickly entered and were greeted by a tour guide. Her name badge said Holly.
Hello, my name is Holly and I'll be guiding you today. The aquarium is pretty empty, and we only have a skeleton crew today to allow you some privacy. I was told you wanted to see our resident octopus. We've named him Henry, and he's right this way.
Holly was the perfect tour guide, so either she had been briefed by the president's staff or was at a point in her life where she had seen it all and was completely unbothered to be guiding around aliens. Holly led them to a large aquarium that stood taller than even Schwan Rawis and was wider than all of them standing together.
This is Henry's tank. He lives alone because if we added crabs or fish, he would eat them all. He was originally brought to us by a local fisherman. He was caught in a crab trap and had lost 3 of his arms. We suspect he knew that the trap would be safe from predators, and he would be getting easy snacks. The picture there on the left is when he was first brought to us, and the one on the right is from last year when we had a good photograph of him, so you can see all his arms. They are a little shorter than the others, but you can see he's made a lot of progress. Oh, here he comes. He's always curious about visitors.
Henry swam out of one of his hidey holes and came towards the glass to get a better look at everyone. He seemed to focus on Vebi. He then began to change his colors and make strange movements with his tentacles.
Can you understand him?
Mira asked Vebi.
Sort of. His tentacle and color language are basic and old. He wants to know how I can stand like this and how I became so large. If they are feeding me better food.
Vebi began to shift his colors and move his tentacles.
I'm trying to explain, but I don't think he has the words. How strange that they became a binary sex.
After a few minutes, Vebi said,
He's confirmed what they think happened to him. Large predator, many teeth, much bigger than him.
Sounds like a shark,
Mira suggested. She had been translating for Holly at Vebi's approval.
Yes, I agree,
Holly replied.
Is he happy here?
After a few minutes, Mira translated for Vebi.
Yes. Can Vebi enter the tank? Henry wants to see him closer.
I think we can make an exception. If you'll follow me, I'll bring you to the access,
Holly replied. Vebi followed Holly, and soon Vebi was swimming with Henry, and they appeared to speak more animatedly as they changed colors and moved tentacles. After an hour, they wrapped tentacles around each other, reminding Mira of a handshake, and then Vebi exited the aquarium.
That looked like it went well,
Mira remarked.
Yes, I had to learn his language in a way. I'm the first being that has even partially understood him since he was young, and he is very lonely. He has an interest in coming with us to find the underwater bases and to communicate with other octopi. It has been a long time since he swam the oceans, and he misses the freedom, not the survival part, but the freedom of the ocean, and how far down he used to be able to travel. He is very thankful for the safety of his current home, but he is also very lonely.
Mira translated for Holly.
We always worry about that,
Holly replied.
We can only make these tanks so big, and the bigger they are, the more expensive they are to maintain.
Henry doesn't fault you for these things. He sees you as good caretakers. I will relay the conversation to your president's people, so you may hear from me again.
Mira translated. The origins of octopi, Bigfoot, yetis, gargoyles, and dragons had all been revealed, as well as many other myths and legends during the televised United Nations meeting. And Mira has learned that many people stopped what they were doing, even at work, to watch. Places all over the world that never seemed to stop had come to a standstill to watch and learn that we were, in fact, not alone in the universe. While Vebi had been talking with Henry, Mira had been checking her social media accounts and news outlets to see how the aliens were being received by the public. As expected, the results were mixed. There were already calls to stop consuming calamari, and Mira felt that after people find out how sapient octopi were, it would likely become law in many places to stop hunting them. And there were also calls to ship them all back to the Flex Usri. Octopi had, however, become an important part of Earth's ecosystem, and there would be collapse in some areas should they be removed. Mira has already seen articles by oceanologists warning against removing octopi from the oceans, pointing out that Neanderthals barely existed when Vebi's people had dropped their criminals into our oceans, so they were too intrinsic to our ocean's health. There was little else that had been made safe for the aliens to do. So after looking at the rest of the aquarium, they piled back into the van and headed back to Camp David to have another small meeting with the president, and then Mira would head home before getting back on board the Meteor and travel to the Federation to speak on behalf of Earth.